And here we go. We are live.
We are live.
We are live, people. Hello, welcome.
It's been a while. It's been a long time.
Been a long time. We got Alex back. And we're going to play StarCraft II later. But right now, we're just going to talk about stuff. What's new, Alex? Update everyone. What's new with you?
My camera's misaligned. Hang on a sec. Fuck. Fucking shit. What happened? Why is it not centered anymore? Hang on.
Looks pretty good.
Fuck my... Okay, fucking shit. There we go, now I'm centered. What happened?
Yeah, it's my hair.
Why is it not centered anymore? This COVID shit is really
pretty good.
Annoying, but... Okay. I'm gonna be moving soon, so I got like new shelter secure.
Oh, let me close the...
This COVID shit
I always do that. I had it open another tab. Okay, we're good.
Another thing is like this this mask stuff. Since we're like wearing masks now, I just stopped shaving, so now I got like this weird kind of like, I don't know, facial hair. It makes me uncomfortable.
I stopped brushing my hair. That explains my messy
You know what
hair.
this reminds me of? Like the stubble. Google like young Stalin.
Young Stalin?
On Google Images, young Stalin.
Young
What's
Stalin.
weird is I think I forget what part of Russia Stalin was from, but I think he's from the same part of Russia as my dad's side of the family.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's not the same. I got like kind of a stubble going.
Interesting. Young.
Stalin, but with like the complete opposite politics.
Uh-huh. Stalin. So Stalin was pretty bad, correct? Right?
He was,
Do I have my information correct? That's what I heard. Word on the street, he's pretty bad.
People tend to say that. Yeah. I'd say that's...
he killed people,
really
didn't he? He killed a lot of people.
Yeah, I tend to think, like, killing people is bad.
Like, he killed, what, millions of people?
Couple million. I can't remember the exact number.
That's bad.
I think it was, like, from the same part of, like, Russia as my dad's side of the family. I can't remember what part it was, though. Actually, no. Because he was from the south, not the north.
Okay.
He wasn't even from Siberia. I think he was from Georgia. That's it. I was gonna say Azerbaijan, but it's like somewhere in like the Caspian Sea or some shit. Because Stalin wasn't actually Russian. He was a part of what was a colony of Russia at that time. But yeah. Anyway, so today,
as a you have Russian blood in you, right?
Yep.
What genetic powers do you think that gives you? You know what I mean? Not like real powers, but like we have power. We have kind of powers from our genetics to some degree.
Oh, definitely. So
what I mean is like, what are your genetic abilities that you get?
I can drink 1 gallon of vodka and survive. I think I've done it before. Maybe not 1 gallon, but almost. I think in high school. I had like my own bottle and I was drinking it. And then I grabbed another bottle and almost finished that too.
Mm-hmm.
It was like Smirnoff, and I think it's like 40% or some shit. So that's a superpower.
Yeah,
I can drink a lot and not die.
Because Russians drink lots of vodka, so you have extra ability to process vodka.
Maybe.
You know?
I don't know if it's just a stereotype, but I think it seems to shorten life expectancy though. Because if you pull up a life expectancy map, because I think like Russians have like the worst life expectancy in the world. Like if you don't count like Africa.
Mm-hmm.
Like a world map life expectancy.
Russians life expectancy.
No, type world map.
Oh, world map. World map.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Pretty bad. What do you think? What do you think is making the Russian life expectancy so bad? Like,
let me think. Vodka?
Really?
I think it's vodka. Or like just living in like polluted industrial areas.
Maybe. Do you think maybe like too much cold? Like too much cold all the time is bad for you?
Cold is good for you.
Cold
like shivering, it's like shivering burns calories. It's
yeah,
kind of like
but the more calories you burn, I know cold is good for you, like cold therapy, cold showers, and everything. But I'm just thinking chronic cold exposure too much all the time maybe is like overtaxing to the body with stress, like a stress response. Maybe you think?
Well, I mean, let's go back to that map because if you look at it, it seems like really northern countries like Scandinavia seem to be doing pretty well.
Mm-hmm.
But then again, Russia is colder. Go to Google Maps. Go to Google Maps and type in. Actually, just go to Google Maps and type in Russia. Some interesting like futurism here.
Mm-hmm.
We can zoom in, zoom out, and then like zoom in on that. Yeah, just type in Russia.
Mm-hmm.
Go to like the very east, the eastern part of Russia with that giant lake. Yeah, higher, upper, scroll upper.
Wait, we're not in Russia yet. Oh, we're Russia over
there we
here.
go.
Giant lake.
See that lake right there?
This one?
That lake, remember that. It's going to be important in the future because like when all this climate change shit happens, you see two rivers right there? Two rivers. This is called Lake Baikal, by the way, and it's the deepest lake in the world. You want to know how deep this fucking lake is? Okay, think of like the Marianas Trench, right? This is almost as deep as the Marianas Trench. It's like 10,000 feet deep or some shit like that. It's deeper than the Pacific Ocean floor. If you type in average Pacific Ocean floor depth and Lake Baikal depth, Lake Baikal is deeper. So there's a lot of water in there. And you know what's going to be really scarce in the future during like climate change and shit? Water, definitely.
Right.
But this area, I don't know if you've noticed, it's called Siberia and it's really fucking cold. But a nice thing about global warming is all this is going to get thawed out. And Russia is going to become home to like the greatest habitable, like farmable land area in the world. So like zoom out again, you see these two rivers. There's one at the bottom of the lake, one at the top of the lake, and both those rivers funnel into the Arctic Ocean, which is also going to melt. And whoever controls the Arctic Ocean in the future controls the world. And that's why Putin in Russia is building this huge fleet of like Arctic icebreaker ships so that he can control the Arctic. Because when you control the Arctic, you control trade between Europe and China. Right now, Europe and China can't trade because it's a very, very fucking long way from France and England to China. Because the way you get there is you sail under the Suez Canal in Egypt, and then you sail under India, under Singapore, and then up to China. And that takes a long ass fucking time. But if you sail up through Norway and down through Japan, it seems like a long way, but it's not, because if you look at a map of the world as a globe, you'll see that it's a very, very short distance from England to Japan if you sail through the Arctic. And that's why when all this melts, you're going to see a lot of like wars for the Arctic. And it's not going to be Canada that controls it. It's definitely going to be fucking Putin, which is bad because I don't like Putin. But anyway, he'll probably be dead by then anyway, and somebody else will be in control of Russia. You know who Putin reminds me of? He reminds me of like Ivan the Terrible. Because it's the same story with Ivan the Terrible. He was like this. Russia used to be ruled by these people called the boyars, and they were kind of like oligarchs, right? And they just did whatever they wanted without the royal family's permission. And then Ivan, he just started like killing them all off one by one, and then he formed a secret police called the Oprichniki, and they were like ring wraiths. You seen Lord of the Rings? They wore all black, and they wore like ring wraith clothing, and they had these like what are they called? Flails. It's like these like things with spikes on them, and you like bash people's heads in. And he was like the first ruler in history, I think, to form like a legit secret police. And that's basically like what Putin did. If you treat the Russian oligarchs ruling Russia today as the boyars, Putin went in and like he basically made them all his bitch. But
so a secret police,
again, just like Ivan the Terrible, Putin is also pretty terrible.
I've heard the term secret police before. I'm not quite familiar what it is. Is it basically like a secret society of police or something?
No. Okay, so you've seen James Bond, right? James Bond?
Yes.
So James Bond is about about the British secret police. The British secret police is called MI6, and then they have a secret intelligence agency, which is MI5. In America here, we have the NSA and the CIA. So our version of MI6, which is what James Bond was, is called the CIA. It's when we go over... we send secret agents overseas to like overthrow democratically elected leaders and shit. Okay. And then the NSA is like our version of MI5, right? And then the Russians, they have a secret police too. Stalin's secret police was called the NKVD, and they were like the worst secret police in history because they operated with like no oversight. Stalin just said, kill whoever doesn't like me, and they just operated however they pleased. So they just arrest you for whatever reason. They didn't need a reason, because they had no oversight. But then eventually they got abolished by Khrushchev, and then they had the KGB. So if you've ever seen like James Bond movies, the Russian agent's always a KGB. And what? But anyway, that's what a secret police is. But anyway, you see those two rivers going from Lake Baikal? They both lead to the Arctic. So you can have ships sailing through there. And there's a city called Irkutsk, and it's like at the bottom.
Wait, which rivers are we talking about? Are we talking about...
See the very northern tip of the lake? You have to zoom in a little more. The very northern and the very southern tip of the lake, there's 2 rivers.
Is this the right
Zoom out a little.
This is the northern tip.
Yeah, zoom out a little more. I don't
Okay.
think I can see it. There's one from the south. Yeah, see, like it's hard to see because the river gets really narrow there.
Mhm.
But scroll up, you can see that river moving, right? And then if you zoom out, it leads all the way to the Arctic. So you can have ships passing through there, and this is going to be like nice land in the future. So I mean, if your grandkids want nice real estate, or if we're living forever and whatnot, then I don't know. I could see people one day living in this uninhabitable area. But yeah, we should probably explain the thumbnail to people, right? They probably don't know what we're doing.
Yeah.
So what's with the Starship Troopers thumbnail?
We put that, we decided on that thumbnail because just it's a quote about living forever. So in the movie, he says it like a bad thing, right? He says like you don't want to live, like, do you want to live forever? Like it's a bad thing.
Come on, you apes! Do you want to live forever?
Yeah.
It's like a rhetorical question. He's asking you if you want to die, and
Right.
they say yes, of course. But the real reason we chose this is today we're going to be playing StarCraft, team player, and while we play, we're just going to be talking about shit. But
let's talk about how StarCraft, playing video games, could actually be good for your brain. Because I used to be addicted to video games. I used to think, oh, games are going to rot your brain away. But actually, since I started playing some StarCraft II again, I feel like it's stretching my brain, and it's actually really healthy for my brain. It's literally like working parts of my brain, working muscles in my brain that don't normally get worked out. You know, it's like chess on steroids, kind of. It feels like there's so much things for your brain to think about that it's like
reflexes being built when you play StarCraft. But the real reason we picked the thumbnail is because Starship Troopers was the original StarCraft. Because if you guys know your Warhammer lore, you'll know that basically Warhammer ripped off Robert Heinlein's Starship Troopers, and they basically made the bugs the Tyranids, and the military the Imperium. And then when StarCraft was first founded in like the 2000s, they basically made the Imperium the Terrans, and they made the Tyranids the Zerg. So we've got like this nice 100-year-old tradition of sci-fi.
I love that movie.
Type in Warhammer 40K Tyranids.
Tyranids.
Yeah, they look exactly like the Zerg. I'm pretty sure it was an inspiration.
How do you spell Tyranids?
Tyranids.
IDS. Tyranids.
Yeah, these are the Zerg.
Totally.
Totally.
Oh, it totally reminds me of the Zerg. Oh, even StarCraft.
Yeah, these were ripped off of the bugs from Starship Troopers.
Oh,
which was originally a novel
totally.
in the 1950s.
Oh, totally.
Yeah, the novel's very different from the movie because the movie reads kind of like a parody, whereas the novel was like very serious. Like Robert Heinlein, the author of the novel Starship Troopers, it was sort of meant to be kind of ideological because Robert Heinlein, he was kind of like he was neither a libertarian nor a fascist. He was kind of in between a libertarian and a fascist. And basically the system he has in Starship Troopers is a system in which, in order to vote, it's a semi-democracy. In order to vote, you have to serve the regime in some way. You have to be like a scientist for the military or a doctor for the military, or you just fight on the front lines and get chopped up by bugs. You have to do kind of like something to earn your vote. And in that way, what it does is it prevents people from just like sitting around and dictating what the people who are productive do. And Robert Heinlein, being like from that libertarian mindset, he wanted people to be productive. So he's like, here's an ideology where only like net taxpayers can vote or some shit, or only people who have served in the military can vote. And that's kind of the system he was trying to create. And it's also kind of fascist because like it's ruled by the military, but it doesn't have any of like the racialistic elements. Mm-hmm. I'm pretty sure like the society in Starship Troopers is like multicultural or something. So it's like a kind of a weird like balance between libertarianism and fascism. If you guys believe in that like political compass shit, I think it'd be between like the purple and the blue. If I had to take a guess.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, Warhammer 40K, type in Warhammer Imperium. These guys were definitely not libertarian. These guys were I think the closest thing would be like Nazguls. They're kind of like, it was kind of this faction was actually kind of a parody. It was like, what if you combined the Roman Empire, the Roman Empire,
mm-hmm.
the Nazi Germany, Soviet Russia and like the Spanish Inquisition, and you combined it into like this most repressive government possible to man.
Oh, and Warhammer is the board game, right? Or is it a card game?
Yeah. Type in Warhammer 40K because this is the space one.
Oh.
Yeah, 40K. Imperium.
Oh, it's the game. It's similar to
yeah.
There's another card game. There's other games like this where they use little pieces and cards.
Yeah, it's the tabletop RPG, not RPG, tabletop strategy.
Okay.
But yeah, these
What's the one that got really popular? There was one of these tabletop RPGs that was like super popular.
This is the one. This is the one.
This is
Warhammer
the one.
40K.
Okay.
Yeah. Maybe you're thinking of Dungeons and Dragons, but that's more of like that's more paper involved than figurines.
Yeah.
You could play it through Skype. I've played Dungeons and Dragons games through Skype, but for this you have to be there in person. You can't really play a Warhammer game without like the battlefield.
And you used to play this game?
Oh yeah, it's an expensive hobby. Very expensive.
Really?
Yeah.
Because you have to buy all these pieces and these figurines and stuff.
Exactly. Type in Ultramarines. So Ultramarines was the faction I played as, and they were in the Imperium, and I played another faction called the Tau, but these guys are more popular.
Mm-hmm.
And essentially, they were based on the power armor suits from Robert Heinlein's Starship Troopers. So, This was inspired by Heinlein, and then StarCraft, when they had the Terran Marines, they were inspired by these guys.
Yeah, it looks similar.
This larger faction with like the Space Marines and the like Inquisitors and whatever Imperial Guard were basically part of a faction called the Imperium, and it's a combination of Nazis, communists, monarchists, and like traditionalists, and they combined it all into this giant they're trying to create the most repressive government known to man. And in the story of Warhammer, it's kind of necessary for them to do that, because somehow if they didn't do this shit, the world would somehow be worse, because they're fighting against like the Tyranids, like you said. Basically, they take over planets just like the Zerg do. They send like one creature there, and the creature creates a whole like colony, and you've got like giant insects running around eating people. And if they didn't have like this huge fucking galactic empire of planets just producing shit for the military, they'd all get eaten by Tyranids. And the orcs, there are orcs in Warhammer 2, by the way. They're like a fungi, right? So they spread to planet like fungi, and that's how they reproduce. They reproduce through spores. And they're just as infectious as the Tyranids. And even worse, there's like demons. So in Warhammer, when you want to travel through space, you have to go through this thing called the warp, and it's like kind of like going to hell, right? It's like another dimension, and demons come out of this dimension and attack you.
That's like Doom. It reminds me of Doom.
Exactly. And that's why the government has to be so repressive.
So you're saying the government that the Terran was based off of was a very dystopian, very oppressive government.
I'm basically describing how like Robert Heinlein's kind of like libertarian government slowly evolved into like the fascist government you see in StarCraft. Mm-hmm. And Warhammer was the bridge between that, because when these demons come out, they corrupt you. There's 4 demon lords. There's Slaanesh, Tzeentch, and I forget the other 2. They don't come to mind right now, but they corrupt you. And like each of them has a different deadly sin. For Slaanesh, it's like lust. For Tzeentch, it's like, I don't know, gluttony or sloth or some shit. But they corrupt the minds of the humans, and like telepathically, and then they turn traitor. And then in response to that, the Imperium created the Inquisition, and the Inquisition is like these telepathic psychers, aka like psychokinetics. They just call them psychers for short, and they police your thoughts, a literal fucking thought police. And if they didn't do this, the world would somehow be worse.
Wow.
Ask Warhammer fans if they want to live in their fantasy universe, and they'll be like, fuck no. Like, everybody wants to live in their own fantasy universe. Like the Warcraft people are like, oh yeah, I'd totally live in Astaroth. Not Astaroth, Azeroth. Ask the fucking RuneScape fans. Oh yeah, I'd totally live wherever the fuck that is. But ask the Warhammer fans if they'd live in their fucking galaxy. They'd be like, fuck no.
It reminds me of Minority Report, pre-crime.
Yeah, it's a pre-crime division, and it's called the Inquisition. And they check to see if you're turning traitor, or if you go to join the socialists. They're socialists, and they're called the Tau. You can type in the Tau in Google Images. Okay. They're like kind of like these blue aliens, and they wear these kind of like Asian armor. I can't describe it. But there's like they have a caste system.
Wait, did I spell that right? Teo?
Yeah, Tau. That's it.
That's the same name as the plaques that develop in your brain as like Alzheimer's
Yeah,
plaques.
the Tau proteins.
Yeah.
From what's it called?
Getting hit in the head all the time.
Alzheimer's, the Tau proteins you get if you get too many concussions.
Yeah.
You'll develop like neurodegenerative
One
disease
concussion increases your chance of getting Alzheimer's by like 40%. Have you ever gotten a concussion?
Really?
Yeah.
Is that from Ron Patrick?
Just the information. Watch concussions, Alzheimer's. Watch. My spelling is probably horrible. Thank goodness for Google. I'm losing my ability to spell because I Google. You know, I just type everything as quickly as I can, and then MCI due to Alzheimer's. Concussions and Alzheimer's. I've seen the stats. They said about 40% increased risk. This one says a history of severe traumatic brain injury had a 4.5 times greater risk. That's pretty big.
Jesus.
Okay. People who experience concussions in their 30s were 37% more likely to develop dementia. See that?
Damn.
It's crazy.
Yeah, don't play football, folks. Also, please help keep my tuition down by not spending so much money on that stadium, because that's literally why college is expensive. It's all these it's sports ball that's making it expensive. Should just be about academics.
Have you ever gotten a concussion or any head injuries?
Nope.
Good for you.
I'm pretty safe. I'm pretty careful.
I got a really bad one as a kid. Just big, bad. Full speed into a bar, like a pole, like down a very steep hill. I was rollerblading, and my mom was rollerblading too, and she was grabbing onto me, and we were just totally losing control going down this really steep hill, and my head just hit a pole, just slammed into it.
Oh fuck! Did you have to go to the hospital?
Yes, and
bleeding out of the fucking skull.
I don't think I was bleeding out of the skull, but I had like a bump on my head, like almost the size of a golf ball. It's just huge.
You guys have healthcare?
I believe so, yeah. My parents had good health care. Yeah. I was taken care of, but still probably permanently damaged my brain.
I don't have health care right now. I did in Canada, but
I don't either.
The system in the US is just so complex and annoying.
Yeah, I don't either. I don't have health care. Who needs it? Just don't go to the hospital in the first place.
Well, actually,
your
if
own doctor.
You look at, you can calculate like the economic value of buying American healthcare if you look at like the age that people die, what they die from, and you look at like how much your returns are if you just invested them to buy healthcare in the future rather than spend it all on healthcare now. And you'll find that like it's mostly around the ages of like 60 and maybe late 50s that if you're very unhealthy and you're fat and stuff, but it's mostly in your 60s that you develop shit. So that's when you're definitely going to want healthcare. And I'm willing to I'm only in my mid 20s, early mid 20s, so I can like forego having healthcare because not a lot of like 20 somethings get cancer or like heart disease or what's it called, Alzheimer's. It's mostly old people.
I think it's much better just spend that money on
defer that.
Yeah, spend the money on healthy diet, healthy food,
on investments.
Where do you go food shopping? So oh yes. Where do you go food shopping?
But yeah, our healthcare system is just so fucked because like the way we have our system set up right now is the insurance companies can meet with the hospitals like behind closed doors, and the insurance companies pretend that insurance costs a whole fucking lot when they're really not taking that much of a risk, and then the hospitals pretend that the healthcare costs so fucking much they'll charge you like $30K for a hospital bed for one night. There's no way that's the market price. No way in hell, because these hospitals are always empty when you see them, and that there's enough doctors. Maybe there's not enough nurses, but there are enough doctors, and it's just so fucked how it's set up.
Yes. What do you think about this? Then you have like that vaccine mandate where, are you going to take the vaccine?
If you don't buy healthcare, they actually charge you. You have to pay for like being poor if you can't afford healthcare. That's the Obamacare mandate.
Right. Yeah, I hated Obamacare forcing people to buy into this healthcare, right? That's basically what it is. It's
my biggest hatred of Obamacare was that Obama and his fans kept pretending like it was universal healthcare. Like they kept pretending it was that when it wasn't. Like you've seen Michael Moore's Sicko, right? That's where like the big hype for healthcare came from, and people were pretending that Obama was doing that when he really wasn't. He was just punishing people who couldn't afford it. So,
right,
he wasn't. That guy.
Yeah, what do you think of the Canadian healthcare? It's not.
Never bothered me that much. I don't know how much I pay, but it's actually, I think it actually comes out cheaper because you don't have the hospitals meeting behind closed doors with the insurance companies to artificially drive up prices. And we have a system that incentivizes them with government subsidies to do that. Canada doesn't really do that, so I I don't really know what Canada would be like if you had the American system in Canada because we don't have the same like legal code. But I'm pretty sure it costs less. Like it's Canada, like healthcare in Canada is somewhat private. Like small things you have to pay for, but like the big shit like cancer, heart disease is covered by the universal system. I think ours is very similar to like the Nordic model, like Sweden, Norway, Denmark.
Mm-hmm.
I know more about the American system than I do about the Canadian system, oddly enough, even though I'm Canadian.
What's your diet like these days?
Keto. Still doing
Still
the keto.
doing the keto? Is that working out for you?
MCT oil, avocados, cheese. The cheese I cut down on because that's I think like you want to diversify your protein portfolio and take in only some casein and some whey.
That makes sense.
You can get your casein from powder. You don't have to get it from cheese, so it's not really necessary. But you can if you want.
So much better just to eat it in the cheese form. Why not?
Yeah, because cheese is good. It's fucking good.
Cheese is the best. Freaking love it. I think it's a longevity food too.
Depends on the type. There's so many different types of cheese.
I made a whole presentation on cheese. A whole YouTube video just on cheese.
I think I've seen it.
The longevity benefit.
Let me check. I don't see the chat. I don't see the video showing up on your channel. Let me see it. Let me refresh the page. There we go. Alex and Roen play StarCraft II. Perfect title.
Oh, someone says StarCraft II is satanic.
What? Why?
Why would that be? Yeah.
It's based on a novel. Hang on.
It's not satanic. It's just exercising your brain. The Zerg do look
if
demonic.
They want to say like Warhammer was satanic because there's demons in it, but like the demons are the bad guys, so I don't see how Warhammer would be satanic either, unless you play as they're called the Chaos. If you play as the Chaos in Warhammer, maybe it's satanic, but there's no demons in StarCraft. It's literally just the Tyranids and the Tau.
I think maybe he thinks it's satanic because the Zerg look like demons. The Zerg look like they're coming from the pit of hell.
Yeah, maybe that was a factor in the design, but they were modeled after bugs because Heinlein, when he wrote the novel Starship Troopers, this was in the 50s, and he was like a staunch anti-communist, and he created the Tyranids or the bugs as like a caricature of Stalin and the Soviet Union, because like you know how bugs work, right? Bugs are specialists. You have the bugs that do this, and then the bugs that do this, and they're never allowed to leave their job. And you could Google it if you want. Google images. Heinlein, specialization is for insects. It's like a long quote, but he basically sums up how he invented the Zerg in this quote. And he based it on communists because in Soviet Russia you had like the steel workers doing steel just for their whole life. You had like the woodcutters cutting wood for their whole life. You were never allowed to kind of change jobs. So here, enlarge that. A human being should be able to... I can't read it. Hang on.
A human being should be able to change a diaper, plan an invasion, butcher a hog, can a ship, design a building, write a sonnet, balance accounts, build a wall, set a bone, comfort the dying, take orders, give orders, cooperate, act alone, solve equations, analyze a new problem, pitch manure, program a computer, cook a tasty meal, fight efficiently, die gallantly. No, deathist! Specialization is for total deathist, man. Specialization is for insects. That's cool. So he's basically saying human beings should be a jack of all trades, and
he's basically saying in America you can do whatever you want, but in Soviet Russia you have to do only one of those things. You have to specialize like an insect. So when he created the Terran and the Zerg, he meant that as like an ideological thing. He meant the Terrans to be the libertarian capitalist West, and he meant for the Zerg to be the communist East. And then there was a third faction called the Protoss,
and they're the spiritual ones.
Yeah, the Protoss weren't in Heinlein's novel. It was just the Zerg and the Terran. The Protoss come from the Tau, which were in Warhammer, and the Tau were kind of like they had like a caste system, just like the Protoss do. And it was kind of like in Warhammer they weren't as religious. They have this idea called like the greater good, and the greater good is like this spiritual calling all the Tau have to like fulfill the role of their caste. So there's like the fire caste, the earth caste, the water caste, the air caste, and they all do different things. And that's just like the Protoss, because the Protoss have a caste for the Protoss have a caste for the pilots. They have a caste for the foot soldiers, which are the zealots, or like the fire caste. Then they have like the I don't know, like they have like the Templar. So they're kind of modeled on.
It's
the
actually
Tau
very similar to the fairy world, like in Tinkerbell universe. You know, there's in Neverland. There's the fairies that are there's the like nature fairies, the animal fairies, the water fairies, the all the different types of fairies. They all specialize, just like the insects. The specialization is for fairies.
Wow. Shit, we're really getting to this StarCraft stream is getting really ideological. You want to fire up the first game?
Yeah, let's do
we
it.
could talk a little longer. We don't have to rush.
All right. Yeah, whatever you're down for, I'm down to. We could play whenever you want.
YouTube account 159 asks, "Why did you leave Canada for America, Alex?" I'd say like two reasons. Reason number one is education. So if you look at like the top universities for biochemistry, which is what my major is biochemistry, my minor is philosophy. And if you look at if you rank the universities by biochemistry programs, the biggest biochemistry programs are in California. And like some of the best universities, UCSD, UCSB, are all here, not in Canada. So that's one reason. The second reason is Rowan, type in average house price for Vancouver. Just freak these people out. Just see how much it costs to live there compared to how much it costs to live here. Because I mean, if you live outside of LA, like in a suburb of LA,
the average price of a home in Vancouver remains over $1 million after a.
Yep.
Wow.
You literally have to be like in the 1% to own a home there, and the reason is because like we have like no regulations on like who can buy land. So you can be in another country and hold like 50 houses and not have to live in them. You can basically purchase land from like, and all the Chinese billionaires, like they want to escape Xi because Xi is trying to take their cash. So he's like, okay, we're going back to the kind of like more authoritarian China days. And I'm going to take more of your cash through tax money. So all the Chinese billionaires are like, fuck, where do I put this money? So they look to Canada with like no rules that you have to like live in the house you buy. And they just say, oh, I'll just buy a fuck ton of houses in Vancouver. So they end up buying if you go to Vancouver, you'll find a lot of these fucking houses are empty. And they actually pay some Canadians to just take care of it. Like just get hired by a Chinese billionaire to live in the apartment and like clean it and shit. That's what some of us are doing, but that's not what I did because I needed to study. So
a lot of a lot of my favorite celebrities came from Canada, like Alanis Morissette, Jim Carrey.
She's from Canada?
Yeah.
Which province?
I'm not sure, but she's definitely from Canada.
Toronto?
She's special.
I know what's her face? Hey, I just met you. This is crazy. What's her face?
Oh, Carly Rae Jepsen.
Carly Rae Jepsen. She's from Mission, which is a suburb of Vancouver.
Okay. So many cool celebrities come out of
there's some bad celebrities too, like Justin Bieber and Nickelback. I also lived in Calgary.
Justin Bieber is a bad celebrity. You heard it here.
So Calgary is like the third. Calgary's like the third biggest city in Canada, and I lived there for a while, and that's where fucking Nickelback is from. Nickelback.
Nickelback. He married.
I want to be your rock star.
And he married Avril Lavigne, who's also from Canada.
Okay, actually, that's one cool thing about Chad Kroeger is he married like he married everybody's high school crush, every Canadian's high school crush, which was Avril Lavigne.
Yeah, it's just very, very. Did you like her music? Did you listen to her music?
Her music is actually it's okay. Yeah, it's like kind of pop. Back when I was into like the pop,
it's incredible.
Shit, I really liked Avril Lavigne.
I still love it. It's like she's incredible. One of the best singers ever. I freaking love. I could listen to Avril Lavigne.
I don't know where she's from. Maybe it's like Toronto or Montreal, but somewhere from the east. I'm from the west though, so I don't. I still speak French, juste un peu. Si n'y a pas clair, ce n'est pas le français. But it's because it's like mandated that in elementary school you learn French too, because it's a bilingual country. We might have that here with Spanish. Who knows? I don't speak Spanish though. A lot of people here do speak Spanish. I pick up some words every now and then. Did you know there's a song by Sublime? It's called is it called Sangarita? And it uses the words Hena and Sancho, and Sancho is like the Chicano word for Chad. So like, you know, the Virgin versus Chad meme, they have a word for Chad, and it's Sancho. Sancho is the guy who bangs your girlfriend because you're an incel or some shit, and your girlfriend wants Sancho.
The guy
it's
she
cool
told
that
you not to worry about.
They have a word for Chad before we had a word for Chad.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. The guy you versus the guy she tells you not to worry about. That's Sancho.
Yeah, that's a funny meme. I see that all over the place.
Hena is like Stacy. So they have a Chad and a Stacy in. I don't know if I'm using these words right, but like that's how the like Mexican American people here talk. But yeah, it's neat. Nice country you guys got here.
It's like every culture has basically there's a lot of the same concepts, you know.
Except for like I like your country, except for like the corrupt corporate neoliberal healthcare system. Other than that, it's pretty cool.
Wait, what country are we talking about now?
America.
Wait,
this
what?
Country.
Oh, America. Yeah, America.
Yeah. Other than the healthcare system, it's got and like the racism and shit, it's got a pretty good thing going for it.
Yeah, I mean it's the best. I mean, can you think of a better country than America?
Nope. All my stock market shit is here.
It's the best.
It's like the safest shit.
It is. It's. I feel like America is really safe if you're smart, and if you're dumb and low IQ, it can be very dangerous because then you'll be like taking all the vaccines, you'll be eating the GMOs and drinking the fluoridated water. But if you're smart, you can avoid all that stuff, and then America becomes like a paradise as long as you know how to, you know, avoid all the traps and the pitfalls. America's the best.
You guys want to talk about like the COVID vaccine things?
Yeah.
Oh wait, hold on. We have another comment from Thought Criminal. Brian Tomasik's articles on reducing suffering are worth reading. I haven't read them, but I'm interested. Could you type like a follow-up comment? Is it about like it's probably like some David Pierce stuff, because that's what David Pierce, when we did our interview with David Pierce, that's what he was talking about. The hedonic imperative.
Yeah. What do you think, like, what do you think suffering has done in your life? Do you think you've suffered a lot, and has it helped you, or has it overall hurt you?
Well, I'm a Nietzschean, and what Nietzscheans believe is that the purpose of life isn't to avoid suffering, because the Nietzschean metaphysics is basically you've heard this term, the eternal return, eternal recurrence. Eternal recurrence says that if we hold that the universe is infinitely big, that means there's infinitely many possibilities. So all possible possibilities do exist literally. That means all possible lives exist literally. And not only do all your possible lives exist, you will have to live them over and over again because the universe is also eternal. Or universes, multiverse, whatever. Those terms are interchangeable because technically there's no difference between like a multiverse that is just infinitely large and infinitely large multiverses. It's just different kinds of infinity. So what that leads Nietzsche to suggest is amor fati. Amor fati means embrace life, not death. And he was responding to Schopenhauer. You use the word deathist a lot. I'd say that's a very accurate description of Schopenhauer. And Schopenhauer's like, oh, life is suffering. What's the point? You should just kill yourself. And Nietzsche's like, well, that'd be pointless because like all your possible forms exist and they're going to exist forever. So killing yourself literally does nothing. You could just like live your current life. Just keep going, keep living your current life. And then like you talked about like Camus earlier. He does like a version of Nietzsche's amor fati.
You know what I think about suffering? I have a theory about suffering. I feel like, and now from personal experience, you know, I feel like suffering kind of makes life better because like after the suffering, it's like you feel better like about you
life
like
has its ups. Life has its ups and downs.
like because you suffered so much, then after you're done with that suffering, the next period of like the good part is like you appreciate it more because like, oh, I'm not suffering anymore. Like this is good again. How fun.
Schopenhauer actually, come to think of it, Schopenhauer said that too, except he called this like he referred to what we today call the hedonic treadmill, where he's like, oh, life might seem good, but then there's a letdown. And then Nietzsche said the opposite. He's like, yeah, well, life might suck, but then there's an upside. So it's like glass half full, glass half empty. That's what their relationship was like.
Yeah,
But
I
for
feel
Nietzsche,
like here's
he
another
said,
good metaphor. Like, okay, think about this. How much more do you enjoy going into like a hot sauna or like a
cold
spa
shower.
after you're super cold? It's the same way with
Yeah.
like suffering and depression. If you go through long bouts of suffering and depression, then it's like once you're happy again, it's like really amazing. It's like I'm happy again. This is awesome, and it's like you appreciate your normal happiness more.
I think
So
it was
it resets your hedonic adaptation. Because
yes,
if you're only
yes.
happy all the time, you're just running on that hedonic treadmill, and it never resets. So having like long periods of depression and sadness, like I think it resets your hedonic treadmill where you appreciate the small things again.
This was one of the reasons like I
Mm-hmm.
came to like doubt my traditional Christianity that I believed in as a teenager,
Mm-hmm.
because I was like, wait, if heaven is just being high forever, or like, I don't know, orgasming forever, that'd get kind of boring after a while. And the same applies to hell. I mean, if you get like cock and ball tortured, maybe you might start to like it if you do it for 10,000 years. You might develop a fetish for it. Who fucking knows? But
Right.
that's basically what Nietzsche was saying, is like he's arguing against what he called like Christian life denial, because a lot of the Christians were saying like, oh, don't worry, you're just going to get like this nice life in heaven, so all you have to deny your life right now. And Leach is like, no, don't deny your life, embrace your life. And he has a quote which you might recognize. He says, I think in the genealogy of morals, he says, that which does not kill us strengthens us, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. And that's basically the argument against suffering. As long as the suffering is not killing you or dismembering you in some way, it's going to teach you something about life, and it's going to make like enhance your experience, because now you have something to compare it to.
And it gives you more empathy. I've noticed that the more
And
you
it gives you more
suffer, the more you suffer as a person, the more you go through emotional turmoil and traumas and everything, you start to really empathize with other people, because you're like, dang, the depth of suffering is enormous that they might be going through. Because if you felt it yourself.
Here's a good question. YouTube
Mhm.
account 159 says, if I could upload my mind, though, I would definitely edit out suffering and experience nirvana or enlightenment forever. How would you respond to that?
Ooh.
I'd say there's different kinds of suffering. There's kinds of suffering that's not physical. There's kinds of suffering that doesn't exist in the brain. There's even robots can suffer. Um, I think you could edit out certain kinds of suffering. For example, if you could upload your mind, you could edit out the sensation of pain. For example, you could never get cock and ball tortured again. That specific form of suffering has been eliminated from your phenomenological experience. However, other kinds of suffering, like losing a loved one, might still exist. Who knows?
Right. Before
I gotta go to the
committing.
bathroom.
Okay. Yeah,
I'll be
go,
right
go,
back.
go, go. Yeah, YouTube account 159, to answer your question or to comment on that. I personally, before I would commit to experiencing nirvana forever, I'd be a little worried that that's like too much of a commitment, because what if you would miss suffering in some sense? You know, what if you'd want to engineer a little bit of suffering into your eternal life as some kind of fun thing? I think, I think there is an element of excitement and funness to situations that would cause us suffering, I feel, personally. Thought criminal. Even if heaven were to get boring, boredom is ultimately caused by chemical reactions in your brain. It might be possible to re-engineer your brain to be incapable of experiencing boredom. I agree. That sounds right to me. I feel boredom happens when the brain isn't able to just relax and think thoughts, because once you relax your brain and your brain just starts to flow and become imaginative and to start thinking, you can daydream, and daydreaming is never boring. Like, I can sit and daydream forever. Like, even if I didn't even have the internet, I can just sit there and just think, and just my mind will just start wandering, and you'll just watch your thoughts go by like a movie. To me, that stops boredom right there in its tracks. But yeah, boredom.
What I miss?
I've just been ranting about boredom, and I was telling them that I I probably wouldn't want to commit to nirvana forever, because I'd be worried that I might be missing out on something as far as suffering. Like I might miss suffering in a sense if I thought suffering adds some kind of meaning or value, or it makes me think differently. It's kind of interesting to suffer
It's
sometimes.
really hard to define suffering because something you like can change into something you hate. For example, I really like what's it called? Dairy Queen's fucking, I don't know, Oreo Blizzard or some shit like that. I really like that, but if I ate that every single day, I'd hate it. So it's weird to like. My brain hasn't changed. I still have the same brain. It's just that after forming the connection, after a long period of time, forming the neurosynaptic connection, something I used to like becomes something I hate. For example, a lot of people when they retire, they think they want to sit on a beach and drink tequila and margaritas forever. But after like 3 months of drinking margaritas on the beach, they get sick of it and they want to go back to work or do some kind of work. And I think that's what I want to do when I retire, is just like work on my YouTube channel. I've got like a nice retirement plan for like the next 3 years or some shit. If I do everything right, I can retire early, and then I can just do that. Like it's still going to be, there's still going to be some work involved, but at least it's work I'm going to be doing for myself and not for somebody else. I'm not going to be like somebody else's bitch.
You're escaping
So
the slave system
exactly.
of having to
But
work
I would
crappy
never do
jobs.
like this. I would never do this like margarita on the beach shit. I'd get bored of that so fast.
Yeah.
But yeah, hope that answers your question, Thought Criminal.
People do get bored of things though that they experience from day to day. Like, I mean, even relationships. That's the sad thing about how so many people, you know, end their relationship because somehow they get bored of the other person or something. That to me is horrible. I think we could easily. I don't think I would ever get bored. Like once I found my eternal love, there's just no getting bored. Why would you get bored? You know.
I think maybe I would get bored, but I'd have to adopt a different kind of like attitude towards relationships that we have right now. It's like, you remember that video I sent you about like romanticism versus classicism. So those are like different approaches to relationships. The classicalists were like the ancient Greeks and Romans. And in ancient Greek and Roman times, relationships were something very different than they were in the Enlightenment, which is where the romanticism comes from. So the romanticism is like you have like your one eternal life, you're with each other forever. Your parents hate each other, but you're gonna be together. It's kind of like Romeo and Juliet after it became popular. And it's like love conquers all. Listen to your emotions, not your reason. But in the Greek and Roman times, when you had classicism, it was different because relationships were more like business transactions. And I came to kind of like admire that a little bit more because it's not. I know it sounds like very cold-hearted, like anarcho-capitalist kind of like mindset, but what it really was is like back in the Greek and Roman days, life was pretty tough. You didn't have the Industrial Revolution, so people had to form relationships out of pure pragmatism. And when a man and a woman formed a relationship, there was like kind of an implicit contract built into the relationship, like we're just doing this as business partners. And sometimes, if you like working together, you do develop like a natural romantic attraction to one another. And I think that's like the best way to fall in love.
What if the people
rather than like running away from your parents and like just having sex in the forest and shit. I think the best relationships, in my opinion, that I've had started out with a work colleague, and then just by working together, we eventually started dating. I think those were like my most successful relationships, and that's why I prefer like the classicism rather than the romanticism.
What if people thought they were getting in a relationship as some business transaction or whatever, but then, you know, that maybe there's some part of their subconscious brains that they weren't consciously aware of that was actually bringing them together, almost like a soulmate. But consciously they thought, oh, this is just some business transaction. But there was actually a spiritual reason those people were meant to be together.
Oh yeah, like a romantic determinism.
The soulmate idea, the invisible thread that connects people, supposedly, like a soul tie. And then it's like, but they might not consciously be aware of that. That information.
I think that's what the Mormons believe. The Mormons believe you have like a metaphysical connection, and even after you die, you still remain married after both of you and your girlfriend die.
Right. That stuff is very intriguing.
Yeah, so some religions do believe that. In Greek and Roman religions, it was very different though, because like relationships, even like amongst the gods, the Greek and Roman gods, they were kind of like flings. Like Zeus would go around banging like 7 different chicks every story, you know, and Hera would get mad at him. And but the ones that were successful weren't like spontaneous relationships. The ancient Greek relationships that were successful were ones that like started out as a partnership and developed into something real. So it's, I guess it's a personal preference whether you like prefer pragmatism and then romance, or romance first and then pragmatism. So it's like kind of like they're just doing it backwards, and it's whichever way you prefer. But it's basically both of them are pro romance in that sense.
Right. I wonder how many people in the world have that viewpoint that I do. I mean, it's got to be very rare. Just wanting to find, like, for instance, I mean, other than like Mormons or whatever religious circles,
I think
wanting to find one person
America,
and be with them.
I thought
forever.
in America, like Romanticism was very common, like America, Italy, France.
But in America, most people, you know, they say the vows till death do us part. So they're planning on dying. They don't see that as an eternal relationship. So
unless they're Mormon.
So the Mormon thing is very rare. But what if you're like me, who wants to be with one girl for eternity? That's rare. That's like, who else has that perspective? You know, like, to me, like, I see that as a failure to eventually stop the relationship. Once I get in the relationship, I want it to last forever. And I see I see it as a failure for that relationship to ever end, you know? Like, How does that happen? That's a very rare perspective, but I'm surprised it's rare. Why not? Why shouldn't that be more popular?
I'm trying to develop like kind of a third idea of romance, like that's opposed to like the classicism and romanticism. And it's kind of like, it involves like mind uploading though. I don't know what to call it yet. Maybe I'll so far I've been calling it, like on my YouTube channel, I call it twin individuals. It's when you and your like soulmate actually fuse together into one mind, and that way you can't be separated out again. I just call that twin individuals because like it requires mind uploading to become a twin individual.
That's
but
also.
I think a better way would just be to say like, you read each other's minds in entirety, and you just become 2 clones of the same person. That's another way to be a twin individual.
Something about that is not very appealing to me because it almost removes the romantic aspect of it. Because part of what makes it romantic is that the person chooses to be with you forever. At any point, they could leave you, and then you're screwed. But the point is,
it's like they upkeep their will for eternity.
Yeah, it's like you have to constantly maintain that. There's always the potential that, you know, because if you remove the potential that they could leave you, then it's like you lose the romantic aspect of it. What makes it romantic is that the person doesn't have to be with you, but they choose to be with you just because they like you forever.
Yeah, that does make a lot of sense. Come to think of it, my view on relationships sounds kind of cold. So I treat relationships like a Hegelian dialectic, where the dialectic ends with a synthesis between the 2 people. But I guess it doesn't have to.
It ends with a synthesis between the 2 people?
Yeah, thesis, antithesis, synthesis. Sorry, that's the Fichtean dialectic, but it's basically synonymous with Hegel's. And it's essentially, if I read your ideas in their entirety and you read my ideas in the entirety, we just become 2 copies of the same mind.
Oh.
And that's called like the coherence theory of truth. So it says that truth depends on how many people agree with the consensus rather than whether something corresponds to reality, which is the correspondence theory of truth. That's like the one science subscribes to. But there's different views of truth that you could take, and they sometimes overlap with romance. But yeah, Thought Criminal says, referring to your comment on boredom, Thought Criminal says, Eliezer Yudkowsky thinks boredom is one of the most important human qualities. And I'd agree with him. I think it's like essential to our survival. Because if boredom didn't exist, I think you'd just be like banging your head against a wall forever, and you'd never get bored of banging your head against a wall forever. It's like, I feel like it's necessary for evolution to get bored of shit.
So you know what I was saying about boredom is like, how do you get bored when if the mind naturally starts to daydream, right? And
yeah.
That's not boring. Why would you get bored of your own daydreaming? Because daydreaming is fun.
But each daydream is different, no?
It is, but why would the daydreams? But that's what makes them not boring. You're always going to be daydreaming about weird, random, whatever. So why
I
was it?
suppose, yeah.
So it should prevent. In theory, it should prevent boredom. Is what I'm saying. Daydreaming should prevent boredom. So maybe the people who get bored are having a hard time. Their mind doesn't daydream like it should. What if the mind is kind of blank, and it should drift off and daydream, but it's not?
Do you think Thought Criminal might have been talking about relationships with this comment? Because I think he typed this when we were talking about relationships, saying like, if boredom is necessary for evolution, wouldn't like being with the same person forever be kind of like a violation of evolution? Because like earlier humans, like our old primate ancestors weren't monogamous. Monogamy was something we invented. So do you think like transhumanism should be kind of a revolt against evolution so that we can do things like that?
Oh,
a
yeah.
revolt against boredom?
Oh, yeah.
Deprogram the boredom?
Yes, I think like we need to revolt against all these like primitive human instincts that are like human, but they're primitive. They're like the reptilian brain. We need to evolve past that stuff. Like we have the reptilian primitive part of us, and then we have like the higher spiritual part of our consciousness. We need to tap into the spiritual part and kind of suppress the base natural primitive,
The base natural like polygamous instinct.
yeah, because like
Well, I agree with some of the polygamous ideas. For instance, like in the 60s, like the Beatles and shit, and like the swingers lifestyle was really popular, where you date more than one girl and you don't marry anybody. I think there is some truth to that because there's different kinds of romance. For instance, I might love somebody in a very different way than I love another person. For instance, like let's say I love somebody because of their like intellectual qualities. Like let's say I meet somebody at my university and I like them because of the way we collaborate on ideas. But I fall in love with somebody else and I like them for a different reason, maybe their personality or their badonkadonk.
Mm-hmm.
You know? Whatever reason. I'm just saying there's different ways, different reasons you can like people. And if they're okay with it, like it's not like a cuck relationship, but if it's like consensual between all the people, I think I'd support like consensual polygamous relationships if people wanted them.
Mm-hmm.
But those tend to be not as successful for the kids because the kids, I feel like they'd have like it creates a tragedy of the commons for kids because the people who take care of the kids are like usually pairs of parents, and if nobody cares whose kids are whose kids. Like if nobody cares which kid belongs to which couple, I'm worried the kids might not get taken care of. So that's like, I'm kind of like in between like the monogamy and polygamy. I see like the ups and downs of each side, and still trying to decide like which is best.
But some of the downsides,
some sides have merits.
Some of the downsides that I see are like that kind of emotional baggage you would carry. Like once you know when you're with someone intimately or whatever, I imagine you would have some kind of like attachment, emotional attachment, right? And you have all this emotional baggage and trauma once that attachment is lost. Once you have to find a new person, and that's a lot of suffering right there. I think you would have to have a lot of suffering to go through that process again and again, like. Because there's this emotional, I imagine there would be a very emotional attachment once you actually have sex with someone. That would be very intimate and deep and a spiritual kind of thing. Is it not spiritual?
It might be.
Is there not
if you do it in a certain way?
Am I just imagining it wrong? Is it not a spiritual connection? I've always thought of like sex and intimacy as like a spiritual.
It could be.
Thing.
It could be if you want it to be. For instance, like in you seen the movie Avatar? They had like a physiological component to it where they had to like link up their nervous systems.
Yeah.
It could be like that kind of relationship, or it could be I don't know, you're just fucking a robot. I think like fucking a hooker and fucking a robot, like there's some overlap there because it's just like you have no attachment to the person you're fucking. So,
but what if there's a spiritual element of it that we don't even see? There could be things happening like when people are having sex that's happening on different dimensions, different energies are being, pass between those people, energies, that frequencies that we can't see, different things. It's like
I think that's what the
deep.
Philosopher Plato believed. Like in the Symposium, Plato believed that like relationships were like two souls becoming reunited into a soul that they were already previously split from. So for him, it definitely was like a metaphysical thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, some people believe that.
I think that's where that's the direction I'm going. I think even like emotions and our thoughts, the more I think about it, our emotions and our thoughts are like physical things, and like and our relationships, like they're spiritual. Like something is maybe happening between the people, like on a physical level. If they're in a deep relationship and they're emotionally connected or something, what if something in the physical world is like happening between those two people that we can't see or know about with our senses, but there's something deeper going on, almost a spiritual connection between two people. And that can happen. That can happen with romantic relationships or platonic relationships, friends. I feel like there's something spiritual that's happened between the two people. Like once they really start to know each other and get deeper into that relationship, I think that happens. I think it's just my intuition about it.
Something metaphysical.
Yes.
Tyrankos of the Deep says, "How about this? We instead grow kids in test tubes, and before they're born, we program them with all the necessary information they need to grow up so that nobody has to raise them, and then they come out as a full adult in a child's body." That's an interesting idea. Have you ever read the book Brave New World by Aldous Huxley?
I have not, but I've heard about it so many times. All the conspiracy people mention it in their videos all the time.
Yeah, so there was a British scientist by the name of JBS Haldane. I've mentioned him in my videos, and he was basically in like 100 years ago. He predicted 100 years from now, humanity is going to start growing kids in test tubes or like bio bags, and we actually did. I have a whole video on that about how JBS Haldane was right. And at the time, a sci-fi writer, Aldous Huxley, who was the brother of Julian Huxley, who founded transhumanism, he was thinking about like, hey, I got an idea for a novel. How about we have a dystopian society where all the kids are genetically engineered and they're grown from birth in test tubes. And here's where the dystopian aspect comes in. In Huxley's novel, there's an artificial hierarchy created in the engineering of these babies. And he literally uses the terms alpha, beta, and gamma to describe like the hierarchies, the biological hierarchies they're programmed with. So like Chads are like the alphas, they're programmed from birth to be Chads. And then like you can't just make everybody a Chad because then society would be equal. So they program in incels, and those are the gammas, deltas, epsilons. So you have like gammas, betas, incels, and Chads all running around, and they create the artificial hierarchies with the test tube babies. So that's like one dystopian aspect of growing kids in tubes. But there could also be a better aspect. For instance, you could edit out all the genetic disease. You can edit out the possibility for cancer, Alzheimer's. In that sense, I do support eugenics because it could be a pathway to living forever. But I don't know. What do you think?
Eugenics, I would be... I mean, I think, even Elon Musk recently, and I was going to make a quote page about this, he said if you alter your genetics enough, you could become a butterfly.
Yeah, technically
That's what he said. He says like we're not, I don't know if he said we're like, he was insinuating that we're not there yet, but like eventually we'll get there where we can alter our genetics so much that we can change our species or whatever.
Yeah, I'd be down for that. As long as it's not an authoritarian government using eugenics to create artificial hierarchies, in that case I do support eugenics. But if they're using it to create artificial hierarchies like the ones in Brave New World, then I don't support it. Because it's just so unnecessary. Why do you got to create incels if you already have the technology to make everybody a Chad? It makes no sense.
Yeah.
Unless you want to control people. And that's what the idea behind the novel was. It was a way to control people. You turn them against each other.
Right. I guess I'd be scared of genetically engineering myself, but that's just because I don't know enough about it. Eventually, maybe we could figure it out, and then it wouldn't be dangerous or scary.
You also have like consent issues with eugenics. For instance, if you change something about your children, it doesn't just get changed for the child, it gets changed for the child's grandchildren and their grandchildren and their grandchildren. So it's like a lot of power you give to the eugenicist when they change their genetics.
Right.
But it's also like the same issue as abortion, because like for abortion, it's like, well, my body, my choice. And same with the eugenicist, it's my body, my choice. But either way, the thing's going to affect the child. So that's what the whole bioethics discourse is about.
Yeah. So the world's going to get crazy when all this stuff starts happening. Like, imagine the that we talk about privilege in our society today, like white privilege and all this stuff. Just imagine when we have genetically engineered superhumans, they're going to be crazy. They're going to have all the privilege. They're going to rise to the top of everything.
I don't know if white privilege refers to like a biological phenomenon. I thought it was just social.
Yes.
I thought it referred to like I don't know, like social institutions rather than like actual physical differences.
Yes, that sounds
Like,
racist to say.
Here's a difficult question: are Egyptians black or white? You can't really tell if an Egyptian is black or white. Or what are they called? Arabs, are Arabs black or white? It gets kind of like blurry at a certain level. So it's like a question of like, when does the puddle become a lake? So I think like the term has more to do with like institutions like cops.
Yeah.
The white privilege thing.
But
like,
if you get to the technicality of it, every race has privilege, even like genetically in their own ability. I think they probably have their own privileges, just differences genetically with everything.
Like the ability, for instance, like lighter skin might give you higher resistance to cold temperatures because you can absorb more of the sun, or reflect more of the radiation.
Exactly.
Or, I don't know how it works. I think
white people have
I think it gives you the ability to absorb vitamin D if you don't have as much melanin in your skin.
Yes.
But yeah, there's like little benefits like that, but I think the term white privilege is referring to like a social phenomenon. For instance, if you took my DNA test, you'd find I'm like actually not very white. It's like white plus Asian. I'm kind of like white and Asian. But physically, I'd say my outer phenotypes look kind of white. So the cops will never, like, I've been stopped by cops before and they treated me like really nicely. Whereas if maybe my phenotypes were a little more ethnic, they wouldn't have treated me so nicely. So I think it's more referring to like social institutions like cops.
Yeah, I like thinking about the physical differences and the different abilities that each race could have, and even how that it could extend to metaphysical differences that we can't even pick up on, we don't even understand, like even like spiritual differences, like maybe spiritual abilities. Like what if like
do you think it's like spiritual abilities might correlate for like ethnic groups or racial groups?
Yes,
or just like linguistic groups?
No, like there could be different like almost like superpowers that each race has that we don't even understand, that we haven't tapped into. Like if you look at like Wakanda,
like the ability to chug vodka.
Yeah, or I'm talking I'm talking more like spiritual things. For instance,
I think the Irish might be better than we are at doing that. Who knows?
No, like for instance, like Asians are, the way they do their society. Look, they're like, they have superpowers when it comes to like mathematics and things like that.
I think have you ever heard the term hydraulic society? That could be another possible explanation for the way Asians organize. For instance, if you look at the map of Europe, type in world map rivers. So the way the Chinese geography is organized, I'm quoting from a book here. This is Guns, Germs, and Steel by Jared Diamond. He essentially says there were different kinds of geographies that created different kinds of societies. And we tend to think of like Europeans as like capitalist, whereas we think of the Asians, like the Chinese, as like authoritarian. But like Diamond insists that if you look to the geography, you can find explanations as to why those societies might have been like that. For instance, in China, there are 4 main rivers, and they all start at the coast and they go into the center. And which is to say, they all start in the mountains at the center, and then 4 rivers come out from the center and go into the ocean. So whoever controls that centralized area in like the Sichuan region controls all the rivers and can like dam them or block them from everybody else, or like prevent canals from being built or whatever, or flood people. So he thinks that the correlation of like rivers and authoritarianism in these hydraulic societies might like co-evolve. The same with like India, because India had the Ganges River. And the Ganges River, if you look at a map of population, you'll find that like 90% of India's population is like along that Ganges River. So in Europe, it's different though. In Europe, you had like a maze of rivers. There were rivers everywhere. For instance, the most capitalist country in Europe during the Renaissance was the Dutch, the Netherlands. They had rivers fucking everywhere. There is no way you could possibly centralize that society by just damming one river, because there was always another river. But in China, where there's only 4 rivers, the Yangtze, the Yellow River, the Pearl River, and the fuck, I forgot the fourth river, but there's 4 rivers. Those are really easy to control. And say in India, there's only 1 river. So perhaps the authoritarianism might have evolved over centuries of people controlling that 1 river. Whereas in Europe, where you have like a maze of hundreds of rivers, it was harder to control. That's one possible explanation.
Definitely.
But yeah, what were we talking? We were talking about math, right?
We were talking about the superpowers of different races.
Okay, yeah, I got sidetracked. I was trying to explain
Like X-Men.
Perhaps rivers. I think rivers can explain a lot about the differences between how different races of people behave. And if you had like maybe they were in a different geography, they wouldn't have behaved like that.
You don't think there's a genetic reason though?
There could be.
Like the Jews, for instance. The Jews being so high IQ, the Ashkenazi Jews, they're like the highest IQ. Like there's something for real, and they're good at business. They're good at Hollywood stuff. There's like a
there
real
might be explanations for this too, and I think there might be more religious than geographical. So this time we have to really understand what Europe was like when the Jews were kicked out of Judea by the Romans. So what the Romans did was, because the Jews resisted the Romans, not a lot of countries resisted the Romans, but the Jews really didn't want them there. The Romans are like, fuck, these Jews are really resisting us. How about we just kick them all out of here? We send them to different parts of the empire and destroy their culture. And that's what they did. And the Jews became scattered, and they became a nomadic people. And when you become a nomadic people, you learn different tactics for survival than stationary farming people. You have to become more adaptive. You have to become more evolutionary. You're naturally selected to become more adaptive to different kinds of societies. You're selected to become more cosmopolitan. And I think that was like a big component of Jewish culture. And when you got to the Middle Ages, a lot of these European countries were like, fuck, we don't want Jews here. No Jews allowed. But then some of the European kings were like, wait, we need bankers. And our religion, Christianity, doesn't allow usury. It's illegal to be a banker in Christianity. And they're like, we got it. How about the Jews? Those guys who are always wandering around. We'll take those Jews in and we'll make them our bankers. You can come into my kingdom, but you only work as a banker. And then you have the first Jews who are the first bankers. And then their children become bankers. And then their children become bankers. And then that's how they develop like the acumen for business. And I mean, if you look at the Netherlands, like I brought it up last time, they were very capitalistic, and they were Protestant too, and they didn't give a shit about banking as much as the Catholics did. So banking was okay for the white people there. And that's why like the Netherlands and England were like the richest capitalist countries, whereas like Spain and Italy, which were more strict about religion and banking, were poorer. So
I thought of a way maybe and that helps me explain these superpowers better between the different races, because what would cause this? It's a genetic memory that's almost being held in the subconscious. Like everyone of a particular race maybe has a genetic memory of all their ancestors, right?
Oh yeah, like,
and then
genetic or epigenetic. Well, actually, epigenetic is more recent. Like your genetic memory is like thousands of years, but your epigenetic memory is like hundreds of years. So I think that would be an epigenetic memory in the case of the Jews, because if your like grandfather was a banker, there's a good chance you're going to be a banker.
Yeah, so all those genetic memories of your ancestors, that could be like training and informing your subconscious and your intuition to be more intelligent on certain things, and more wisdom in certain areas. And that is basically be like this quote unquote spiritual superpower, but it's not. It's
here's an
just a genetic
comment.
thing.
YouTube account 159 has an explanation for the Asians' math. He says Asians grew rices, which need more cooperation and like more, I'd imagine also more mathematical calculation, whereas Europeans grew wheat and they could grow that by themselves. They didn't need to cooperate to grow rice. So he thinks that might have led to more individualism among like the Europeans, and therefore more capitalism. Whereas in Asia, you require other people to survive to grow that crop. That's a possible explanation too. Tyrannicus of the Deep says, at one point in England, Jews could not own land, so they could only turn to money lending. So yeah, that might be why there weren't so many Jewish farmers and more Jewish bankers. And then their children developed this like genetic memory, as you say, to become more like bankers rather than farmers.
And think about it. Even like the suffering that a certain culture has experienced, a certain ethnicity, like in general, like let's say the Jews have a lot of suffering in their ancestral memories.
Yeah, like the Babylonians, the Romans, and the
So
Holocaust.
they would have, because they've been so persecuted in their history, that gives them more empathy. See, because they have so much suffering and they're so familiar with suffering, they're so close to suffering, that could build their whole empathy as a ethnicity, as a genetic society, right? They have like this higher empathy, I think.
That could be possible. I think my StarCraft's finished downloading. I'm gonna see if I can open it. Hang on, it keeps quitting unexpectedly. Let me just quit and restart. Okay, here we go. I'm gonna start the app. I swear to God, if this wasn't downloading this whole time we were talking, I'm gonna be so mad. Okay. I will know in about 5 seconds.
If StarCraft's gonna work?
Yeah. Well, if it's gonna work, but if
so
it was
will this be
downloading.
your first time playing the Terran? Because you've only played Protoss before.
Yeah, I've only played the Protoss, so I'm gonna be playing the Terran
in
for
that
the first time.
StarCraft 1 also only the Protoss. You never played Terran in StarCraft
Yeah.
1.
Because I didn't want to learn a new faction. I know
Wow.
how they operate. Like the Zerg are kind of like very fast operating, but their units are very weak.
Mm-hmm.
The Protoss are very slow operating, but their units are very strong. And then the Terran are kind of like in the middle. So I feel like I just have to build, like I could adapt to playing a new faction, but I'd have to like build more dudes.
Right.
Damn, please work. Please work.
Hey everyone, good to see you guys here in the chat. How you guys enjoying your lockdown? Or is not everyone's in lockdown, but how you enjoying your crazy days in COVID land? Crazy times. There's a solstice coming up. Have you heard that?
Yeah, I've heard of it.
Like a big one.
You know what? I think it's because I didn't download the patch. Fuck. Dude, I'm gonna be so pissed. It doesn't work.
A lot of Jews who couldn't succeed in white-collar professions converted to Christianity, so there was a boiling off effect.
Oh, that's interesting.
Huh. No lockdowns here in Canada. Oh, really? I haven't been keeping track on how the COVID is affecting Canada. Is it pretty much the same as everywhere?
I thought we were doing better than the U.S.
Hurt their economy.
I have
and
friends
everything.
in Canada, and they the lockdown's not as bad there. They say.
Okay.
Okay, you know what? I'm gonna close everything and reopen everything. How about that?
Alrighty.
Close everything. YouTube account 159 says no lockdowns here. Oh, you're from Canada too. Okay, there's more than one Canadian. Where's your Canadian A? Where's your toque A? Jake E says nice to see you guys live. Use this time for coding. Yeah, I have a brother who majors in computer science. That's what he's doing.
Oh.
I'm more interested in like the thinking process of computers rather than the actual architecture. Like I'm interested in whether a computer could think, as Alan Turing put it. But the programming, the coding is pretty cool too. It's like very logic oriented.
How would we ever know? Like, what we could never really know if we've created a consciousness for sure. Let's say we made the most advanced computer in the world and it's passing all the Turing tests. We could really never know for sure we've created a consciousness, right? We might have only created an NPC.
There's a paper by Alan Turing called Machine Computing and Intelligence, where he asks that very same question. He's like, hey guys, how do we know when we've created a computer? I mean, you could do this Turing test thing, but then he thought of an objection to it. He's like, how would you confirm that the computer is conscious? Because all it can do is tell you that it's conscious. But then Turing says, but what about humans? All Rowan can do is tell me that he's conscious. So if all I have to do is build a computer that's as convincing as Rowan, and if I believe Rowan is conscious and treat Rowan like he's conscious, and the computer can do the same, I should treat the computer just as I'd treat Rowan. And that was Turing's answer to that.
Right. And what if we're all being tested, like we're all taking the Turing test right now, we're the AI. We're taking the Turing test to see which of us really have a soul, which of us are really conscious, or which of us are just NPCs. And God's testing us all right now. He's gonna.
That's definitely possible.
He's gonna. If you don't pass all the tests, then he'll think, oh, this one's not a soul. This one's just an NPC. Fail. Down the garbage chute. You press the button.
Oh shit.
The incinerator to the furnace.
Okay, I turned it off, on and off again. I'm gonna see if it launches. Fuck. Yeah, I don't know what it is. StarCraft II quit unexpectedly. Click reopen to reopen the application again. Bullshit. Fucking bullshit. I swear this worked for me before. Maybe it's because I'm not using Steam. Maybe I should be using Steam instead of Battle.net. Let me try that. Yeah, anyway, keep going. You were saying something.
I was just rambling on about weird theories. I think I heard you mention that theory before. You thought that maybe we could be these computer we could be these computer algorithms or whatever, and that there's an AI intelligence trying to determine which of us are
which of us are the AIs worth saving.
Yeah.
I think it's more of like a test for morality. I think it's like natural selection, because you know how evolution selects for organisms that can better survive a certain environment. If you create a society with a certain moral code and you want to select artificial intelligences that would best adapt to that moral code, you perform kind of a selection process on the different kinds of AIs you're testing, and you see which ones pass. Those go on to the next level, and those who don't pass are simply turned off.
Yeah.
I think I made a video about that. Let me check. Oh yeah, this was a long time ago. I made this back in like January.
That's one definition of spirituality, you could say. I feel like the more someone sees this life as being a test, whatever's causing it to be a test is less of an important question than are they living life, or are they thinking that life could be this test. That to me is like truly the key of spirituality, is once you start to live your life and think of life as being this like interactive video game, like almost like this thing that is like constantly like testing you. Yeah. And then changing based upon your actions. Like I feel like that's the way the world is. It's like interactive, almost like reality shifts compared based upon what you do. That'll change how your reality is. It's almost like heaven and hell could be in this world based upon what we do. So it's like it changes reality.
Yeah.
Like the Mandela effect. Yeah, like you could all of a sudden find...
That involves like multiple universes, right?
Yeah, you could all of a sudden find yourself in, depending on your actions, if you pass all your tests, you could find yourself in a more heaven-like reality. Or
hey, you want to play StarCraft 1?
Sure.
Try this one. I'm gonna start installing this one. See if I can do this instead. Oh, this one's only 5 gigabytes. This will be done in no time. Okay, yeah, we'll do StarCraft 1.
So your StarCraft 2 is not working?
Yeah. See if you can do StarCraft 1 on yours. That should be free as well.
I don't have StarCraft 1 downloaded. It doesn't take long. It doesn't take. Yeah, it doesn't take long.
No, it's like it's 1/5 the size of StarCraft 2.
Okay, let me do that.
It'll probably be done in like 5 minutes tops. I think it's a... Oh, fuck, you know what? I was trying to open the setup. Let me try and open the actual game, not the setup. Fuck, I'm stupid. Okay. Okay.
Oh, do I have to go to the... I'm not seeing it. Oh, I have to go to a different...
Blizzard website?
Okay, yeah, I'll do that. Let's see here. Battle.net. And then me and Alex are probably also going to eventually play on the new steampunk game, Cyberpunk, yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna fix that once the bugs get fixed, because we don't want to like. I heard there was like huge sections of the screen missing, so we didn't get that yet. But we're gonna get that eventually. I think it's gonna have like a multiplayer mode too, so we'll be able to do that. I heard you could have relationships with transgender girls. Want to try that out, Rowan?
Transgender girls in
Cyberpunk 20. I heard. That's what I heard. You could do like,
like
relationships, just like in Mass Effect.
What, are you talking about digital relationships with a digital character or a real
Yeah,
person?
digital.
With a real person
like
behind it?
No, in game, maybe with a real person behind it.
In game. Oh, in-game relationships, like these
in game of Cyberpunk
like
2077.
like fake relationships, basically.
Fake relationships.
That reminds.
You never played Mass Effect? It's Mass Effect was the first to really have that idea.
That reminds me of what the Japanese people do.
Yeah, kind of like that.
Fake relationships with these little like games.
Anime. What's it called? Hatsune Miku.
I don't know about the fake relationship stuff, man.
I can imagine it would get addictive during like the COVID shutdown days where you can't have real relationships because you can't go anywhere.
But you can still Skype with someone. It's much more real than a fake computer algorithm talking to a fake computer.
Tyranku says, what I like about the Zerg is they have everything biological, so that's very energy efficient. And I think we could have biological buildings, biological lights, computers, etc. That's interesting. That's William Gibson wrote a lot about that. David Cronenberg movies have a lot of like these. Not William Gibson have a lot of like these biological computers as part of the fiction. But yes, he's right. The Zerg would be efficient in some ways. For example, creativity. Do you know how hard it would be for an AI to do creativity, or to do you'd have to make a copy of a human brain, like mind upload it, and then you'd need 2 nuclear power plants to power this artificial brain, whereas your biological brain only needs a bag of chips to power it. So it's more energy efficient. You could just have the bag of chips or the 2 nuclear power plants required for the mind upload. That's one way to look at it. But I actually like the Protoss. They're much more like technological. I feel I'm more of like a technological person when it comes to transhumanism.
Right.
But there's one advantage in which computers would be more powerful, which is calculation, present at hand thought. So the philosopher Heidegger, he split consciousness into 2 parts. He Vorhandenheit and Zuhandenheit. That's German, but what it means is ready to hand and present to hand. What ready to hand is like unconscious, subconscious behavior, like driving a car or creativity or like flow states, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's what like the Zerg would be good for. Whereas the Protoss have a lot of like computers and shit. So that's present to hand. That's Vorhandenheit. That's when you have to like really focus and pay attention and do a calculation or like do logic. So it's 2 different kinds of consciousness, and there's different ways to be efficient at those kinds of consciousness. Tyrankus of the Deep says, I want us to have Zerg biotechnology, biobuildings, and biotransportation. Yeah, wouldn't it be cool to have like fluorescent lights instead of artificial lights? So you walk down the city block, and it's like the ocean floor. You have like the GFP protein from jellyfish, and you put that like in the trees. So you got like pink trees.
Oh, heck yes.
You've seen like James Cameron's Avatar, right? That's how I imagine like a bioorganic transhumanism would be like. You have like
I've not seen his Avatar. Has he have an avatar?
James Cameron's. It's the one with the blue people.
Oh, you're talking about the movie. I thought you meant his like avatar, like on social media or something.
Oh yeah, fuck.
Okay.
That was a terrible name for a movie, but I heard he's making a sequel. I heard there's going to be an Avatar 2.
Yeah, that was a really good movie. I really did like the spiritual thing they did. Like they made the relationship seem like this spiritual, eternal thing, like this souls coming together type of. I did like that.
Yeah, they connect their like little ponytail.
Yeah,
they connect their nervous systems.
Yeah, they made it spiritual. You know, I like that.
Next comment. How many people are on this stream? We got 4 people now. We only had 2 an hour ago.
Oh, four's the special number.
Yeah, people they gave up on the streams because we stopped doing them for a few months.
Mm-hmm. We'll get back in the flow of it.
So I found out what was wrong with StarCraft. It says waiting on another update.
And that's StarCraft 1?
StarCraft 2.
Oh, okay.
But it's not downloading the other update, which I find weird. So I think it's like a temporary bug, and that's why it didn't start up. Which is crazy because it's like this was like the one time like we were expecting to like just start up and play right away when we had the stream. But I gotta like stall for time by talking about Warhammer and Robert Heinlein and
this is good. I like
Chinese rice farmers and math.
I love talking about philosophy. I mean, honestly, I think it's more fun than even playing the game. Just I could talk about philosophy forever.
I just gotta keep stalling till StarCraft 1 downloads. It's about another 2 minutes.
You know what you were saying earlier about like a different society or a different thing would a different race. You were talking about the Zerg, the Protoss, and how each one needs a different little strategy. It's very similar to the different societies on Earth today. The different like the China, they're able to function so much differently. Like their government, it's working for their society in a way, right?
You think it's like in post-colonial theory, there's a thinker called Edward Said, I believe, and he has this idea called like Orientalism, where we tend to think of Asians as all being like the same in one certain way, but there's certain kinds of differences. For instance, we tend to associate the Japanese and Chinese with technology, whereas we associate like the Indonesians with like I don't know tribal jungles and Islam and ships and like why is there a broken pixel on my screen? Fuck.
I associate like Asian culture most with dragons. That's what I think
dragons?
of. When I think of Asian culture, I think of the dragon.
I think of technology and like that distinction I made earlier with like Heidegger's Vorhandenheit and Zuhandenheit. I associate that with like the Zerg and the Protoss because the Zerg are more Zuhandenheit and the Protoss with their computers and shit are more Vorhandenheit. Whereas the Terran are kind of like they got some computers and some biological shit, so they're kind of in the middle.
So if you could be anyone in real life, which would you be?
If I could be one of these factions, fuck.
In real life,
I would be the battle cruiser because it's the strongest unit.
No, but if you could be any species.
Oh, any species? Fuck.
Yeah. If you could
human.
transfer, yeah.
We're the fucking apex predator. I wouldn't want to be any other species, especially like farm animals.
Yeah, human's pretty good. Human's good. I can't complain.
I swear to God, if StarCraft 1 doesn't work either, I'm gonna like flip this desk. You know what? It must be like network issues, because like StarCraft 2, it would have downloaded if it could get this one other update, but the update's not moving. It says it's like we got one update left, but they can't download it.
What are your recent thoughts on aliens? Do you have any evolution on those?
So many thoughts on aliens.
Yeah,
Let's
get into that.
I had a Transhumania video on it that I just deleted because I don't think I would have had the time to make it, but I think I still have the script. You want me to read from the script?
Sure.
It's a whole episode about aliens.
Yeah.
It's called the Fermi Paradox.
Fascinated what you think about aliens.
Yeah, I had to write this down.
Particularly, I want to know if you think aliens are already interacting with human society today. That's what I'm most curious about.
Oh, fuck. That's, where is it? I actually did write about that. I just don't remember what I wrote. I have a horrible memory.
Like, for instance, alien abductions, all that stuff. I want to know what you think about that stuff. And alien UFO sightings.
So there's a theory about... Excuse me. There's a theory about aliens interacting with humans right now. And it's called... what's it called? Conclusion. It's called... That's it. It's no, that's not it. Is it Dark Forest? No. Okay. Yeah. So here they are. So there's the ancient astronaut hypothesis. That's 1. The Roswell hypothesis. That's 2. The Dark Forest hypothesis. That's 3. and the estivation hypothesis. That's 4. You know how like transhumania videos are, where I like make a tiny list in the middle of the video and I go over that list? That's one of these videos where it's like I got 4 different theories here. So when we talk about aliens already interacting with humans, I can conceive of it as being one of these 4 ways. So the astronaut hypothesis is that the aliens were actually the cause for our creation. You remember when Brent, Max, and I and you watched Stargate?
Yes.
That's the ancient astronaut hypothesis. It's like Earth, the aliens made contact with humanity in prehistoric times, and they gave us gifts that allowed us to kill the other monkeys and rule the world. That's what the ancient astronaut hypothesis says. And this is probably the most like conspiracy-ridden one, because it's full of like Anunnaki and Nibiru and like all these like
the Atlanteans. Some people think that the aliens,
Lemurians, Atlanteans, Shangri-La, all these weird, the Dogon people of Sirius B, all these weird conspiracy theories. And there's also a conspiracy theory that says the aliens were here, but they left and they went to Mars. And like they'll show these like pictures on YouTube of these like structures on other planets, like the hexagon on Saturn. There's like a pyramid-like mountain on Mars. There's like a blue spot on Neptune. They'll do all this shit. But that's the first one. The second one I think is way more interesting, is the Roswell hypothesis. So this is not like aliens created us and then went into hiding. This is aliens are here right now. And what if they choose to communicate with us and we can understand them, but the government is hiding that from us? So that's like when the Let's Invade Area 51, that was based on like the Roswell hypothesis. And the Raelians, you remember the Raelians, right? We were talking about like they were this kind of like UFO-based religion.
Yes.
So this is way more influential than that first theory. And they'd say like, oh, we got this like flying saucer in the sky, and there's like, I swear the aliens abducted me and put a probe up my ass, and they fucked up my crop circles, as if they'd travel 13 like million light years just to fuck with your crop circles. But that's the most popular theory. It's this one. And the next one is this is a nasty one. The Dark Forest theory is that have you played Mass Effect? You haven't played Mass Effect.
No.
But the Dark Forest theory says the aliens don't interact with us. They're letting us grow, and then they're going to come harvest us. That's fucked up, right?
Oh.
We're like cattle to them. We're like cattle. Have you seen Jupiter Ascending? That's kind of similar. But let me tell you about this game.
Harvest. What if the harvest doesn't necessarily have to be a bad thing? What if it's like a harvest as so far as like separating out, sifting out the two different types of humans? Like they're wanting to find the best type of humans, and it's like a vetting process. What if that's what the harvest is more? They're vetting us to see which of us are whatever.
The guy who came up with this theory, the Dark Forest theory, was a Chinese sci-fi author by the name of Liu Cixin, or I don't know. I'm sorry if I'm butchering that, Chinese people, but the way the theory works is that they harvest us like we harvest bacteria. For instance, in my laboratory, I'll grow like these little cultures of bacteria, and I'll add shit to the culture that kills certain kinds of bacteria. And then the bacteria that's left, I kill it and make medicine out of it. So that's what I do in my lab. And what if the Earth is kind of like that petri dish that I have in the lab, where I put like little humans on the petri dish, and then I add shit to it like asteroids, and then it makes a certain kind of organism, and then they harvest our organs for medicine or whatever. What they want is the biodiversity. They create the biodiversity, and then they use that as technology, as medical technology for their species.
Dude, that reminds me of Jupiter Ascending. That's the Jupiter Ascending plot. Yeah.
So the Dark Forest theory is that the aliens are out there, and they're going to harvest us. They're going to harvest us for our shit. There's this idea in Mass Effect, but that's the next theory, and that's called the estivation hypothesis. So that says the aliens are out there, but they're in sleeper mode. And in Mass Effect, it's like it's my favorite video game series by far. And essentially the premise is every 10,000 years there's a race of robot aliens that are programmed to come wipe out the galaxy, just genocide everybody in the galaxy. Because if one species
that's the plot of Transformers, basically.
Kind of. It's basically they have to slaughter everybody because if one species gets too powerful, it'll rule all the other species, and there will never be any diversity again. So the purpose of the Reapers is to come execute fucking every civilization in the galaxy, except for like the primitive animals. So like they'd leave the bears and the tigers and the apes alone, but they'd fucking kill us because we're intelligent. And the game Mass Effect is like this long story of you, Shepard, Commander Shepard, trying to stop these Reapers from killing everybody. And eventually you like gain control of their like computer code and you learn to control them. But that's the estivation hypothesis, and it's tied in with this concept of the Kardashev scale, where there's higher civilizations and lower civilizations. So Kardashev K1, that's like Star Trek, right? Like you have a planetary government, and you control all the planetary resources. And then level 2 is like I don't know, like Star Wars. You control multiple star systems. You control you have like the Alderaan system and the Dagobah system and the Tatooine system or whatever, and Coruscant, and you control multiple stars. So that's K2. Then K3 is you control galaxies. So you know Warhammer I mentioned earlier? These would be like new kinds of technology where you could even control like the black hole at the center of the galaxy and steal energy from it. That's called the Penrose process. I think like near the end of the universe, that's how we're going to survive, is like leeching energy off of black holes, because black holes have almost 100% conversion of mass to energy, whereas stars really suck at that. Black holes are so much better than stars. We want to be harvesting black holes, not stars. But yeah, it's like Dyson spheres and shit, except around black holes. That's K3. And then K4 is like
would a K3 society have the technology to stop the heat death of the universe, or is that too advanced?
Oh, that's K4. That's K4.
Oh, okay.
So K4, these are I don't know if you've seen Star Trek, but there's a race in Star Trek called the Q, and the Q can travel through multiple dimensions, and like their abilities are almost magic to Captain Picard and Captain what's his face? Captain Sisko and Captain Picard. Like whenever the Q appear, it's like they just have magic powers, and they don't explain them. They don't tell you what kind of technology they have. It's just implied that they're a K4 civilization that could do whatever the fuck they want. And your galaxy, or sorry, not your galaxy, your universe is their plaything. So K1 is planets, K2 is stars, K3 is black holes, and K4 is universes. So they can stop like heat deaths of the universe and stuff like that.
Wow. That's what we got to evolve into, right? Got to become a K4. K5.
We could talk more about like whether the universe even will die, because there's a philosopher by the name of Nick Land, and he has a theory of time he calls templexity, and he says, well, the universe isn't getting more dark and voidless; it's becoming more complex. Hence, temporality and templexity. So he's saying that at the fundamental thermodynamic level, the universe is just getting more and more complex rather than more and more dead. For instance, planets shouldn't exist, and yet they do. Why do planets exist? Gravity. Gravity fights thermodynamics. Gravity is negative entropy. And when positive entropy, which is thermodynamics, and negative entropy, gravity, when they collide, they create complexity. And over time, you get more of that complexity. That's templexity. And what Nick Land is saying is that instead of moving in a straight line, where it's just decay, time moves in a spiral.
What do you mean by planets shouldn't exist? What do you mean by that?
Okay, so at the beginning of the universe, right, we have the Big Bang. So the Big Bang says just like the universe just massively inflates and it keeps expanding, and it should expand uniformly. There's a physicist by the name of Alan Guth, and he studies this inflationary theory, and he says, why the fuck wasn't there evenly distributed thermodynamics everywhere? And he says, oh, looks like we got anomalies in physics, like gravity, that causes the matter to clump. And when it clumps, it starts to warp time. This is what Einstein figured out, is when you go around a planet, you experience time slower. And when you go around a star, the time slows down even further. And if you've seen Interstellar, when you go around a black hole, it gets really fucking slow. Like in Interstellar, Matthew McConaughey's character, he's around that black hole for just 1 hour, and 7 years passes on Earth.
I remember that. And you know what that reminds me of? Have you ever researched fairy rings?
I haven't heard of it.
So it's a phenomenon that there's mushroom circles, like circles, mushrooms that grow in a circle, like let's say in a field or something, or whatever, a grass, field. And then people say, some people have reported that when they go into the center of the fairy ring, that they'll like, this is rare. Okay, there's just a few of these stories, but like they're like portals to like different planets. Like they're almost like wormholes. And then they say they go into the fairy ring and they come back, and it was only like 30 minutes from their perspective. But then to everyone else, it was like days or something.
Yeah, that's just like black holes. Because what Einstein figured out is that...
Oh, actually, I reversed it. Sorry, I reversed it. From their perspective, it was like days or like a month or a week. They went to some like fairy world or something, or like they went to Jupiter or something. They went to a different planet.
Shit, that's loud. Sorry, I'm sorry.
Oh, is this room?
It works. It works. Do you hear that?
What works?
StarCraft. It's just very loud.
Oh.
Oh shit, how do I skip this? There
StarCraft.
We go. This is StarCraft 1, by the way. I've still got to like check back for that update on StarCraft 2.
Oh, I still got to download StarCraft.
Yeah, hit the download. I'm gonna figure out how to mute this shit so that our the chat doesn't like complain that it's too loud. But yeah, anyway, what Einstein figured out was that unlike Newton thought, space-time is not Euclidean. It's actually what's it called? Riemannian space-time. It's like it's curved. Space-time is curved. It's topological. So, for instance, when you get close to a black hole, it's going to bend that time, and that's why gravity works as kind of an entropic force, because it allows you to clump matter, and it's literally what Nick Land describes it as, like a rebellion against time. Hang on, this is really fucking loud. How do I change this? Fuck. Is my mouse dead? Fuck.
What's not working?
Oh, my screen's frozen. Give me a sec.
Oh, okay. Let's look at the chat. What you guys saying? Fairy ring is confirmed. Black hole. Fairy rings. It's something I heard about when I was like a long time ago. I heard about fairy rings, and it always kind of fascinated me. I really haven't studied it in depth, but it's possible. Even fairies are possible, you know? I just say keep an open mind to all the possibilities. Even fairies.
Fuck, dude. How do I fix this?
What if we make a sun that never runs out of energy? Yes.
That sounds like a cool question. I wish I could answer it.
That we'd have infinite energy, then you create a free energy device, right? That's basically
that's impossible. But
yeah.
Oh fuck? Hang on. Is my mouse dead? What the fuck? Dude, I literally can't exit. My screen is just like frozen on the title screen
Of StarCraft.
Yeah, I can't go back to my regular computer. Fuck.
I think a big reason we haven't seen aliens is because most of them are in the Matrix. Why? It saves resources. Oh, so he's saying that once a species advances enough, it basically, instead of exploring space, it explores inward and creates a virtual world and just uploads themselves. The whole species uploads themselves into the Matrix. Oh, I don't think we can hear you anymore.
I'm here.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
here. I'm just trying to figure out how to get out of the screen. I don't know why Control-Alt-Delete doesn't work. It always works. Come on, you piece of shit.
I'm still fascinated by things like the Mandela effect. I swear. I'm still trying to figure out if that stuff's real. It is crazy to me. And even the simulation theory. Are we in a matrix right now? Are we in a matrix?
Rowan, I'm gonna restart my computer.
Mm-hmm.
Just call me back in like 2 minutes.
Okay.
All right. Bye.
Bye. Alrighty. Yeah, I'm still very confused about my belief system, about how reality works. Still trying to figure it out. Are we in a simulation? Are we in a video game? Are there spiritual laws to reality that are unseen, but that work? Like little things we can do that change the game, you know? Like little Easter eggs. Because if we are in a simulation, then anything is possible. It means that you can alter reality. You could do little things and maybe reality will shift and change based upon what you do, like a video game. It's possible. But how do we live forever? What's your APM in RTS games? APM in RTS games. I don't even know what APM means. What does that mean? RTS. I'm not sure I know what that means either. What's the strategy, you guys? Let's talk strategy. How do we live forever? We got to... Sometimes, you know, it's good to just take a step back, zoom out. Okay, zoom out and look at your whole eternal life strategy, you know, and reevaluate. Think about it. Think about the whole thing. Are you overlooking something big? To live forever. That's the goal. We don't want to overlook something important, you know, when it comes to eternal life. We got to remember to keep an open mind to all the possibilities, even just the weirdest things. I think it's important. You know, the truth could be stranger than fiction. Reality is weird. What is the truth? What is the truth? How can we know these things? How can we figure it out? It's confusing. You know, is anyone else just confused by reality? Like, what's really going on? Why are we here? How do we get here? The big questions. We're back.
Hey, Rowan, you might want to do like an audio update. I was checking the stream, and your voice sounds a little weird.
Oh crud. Let's see here. Let's do this. Let's check my audio. Start recording. I'm just gonna test my audio just to see what it sounds like.
Yeah.
Testing
It's
my
probably,
audio.
maybe it was just that one segment where it was very loud.
No, it might sound pretty bad. Let me test. Sometimes weird things happens with my audio.
Because like when I call back in on Skype,
Mm-hmm.
It fucks with the sound sometimes.
Okay, let me try. Mm-hmm.
I'm scared to fucking open StarCraft again for the fact that I might lose control of my screen.
I'm just gonna test
Ashley
my
Bravo
audio.
says, "What do you
Just
think about
see
the
what-
Jimmy Dore
Oh man,
POC drama?" Dude, I fucking hate Jimmy Dore. Fuck Jimmy Dore.
my audio is
I feel like he's
crap.
just a grifter. He's just like saying whatever's popular. He's he wants to be anti-establishment so bad that he has to create an establishment to fight. Like, I mean, AOC, Rowan, would you say like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is like pretty left-wing? You'd say that, right?
Yes, definitely.
Yeah. So like, why is like Jimmy Dore treating her like a conservative or like a fascist? She's obviously not. But yeah, I don't know. He's just being he's being an attention whore. Tarankos of the Deep says, I think biolife, indefinite life extension, and enhancements is the way to go. Hell yeah! Aries 106 says, what's your APM in RTS games?
I think I just fixed my audio.
You fixed it? Sound good now?
I hope so. My gosh, I can't believe it. It sounded so bad. From what I just heard,
Yeah.
my whole audio sounded like crap.
I don't know how long the stream was going with that audio, but it was bad.
It was very bad.
Let's start the stream over again. The stream is officially beginning again a second time right now. Okay?
Well,
okay.
Wait, let me you mean I should stop the stream and then start a new one?
No, the stream is fine as long as you fix the audio, but
let's test to see if I even did fix the audio. We need to hear what it sounds like right now.
Okay.
How do we go? Let's check it out. Let's see. Go to live stream. Let's see here. Edit. Share.
Okay, here's StarCraft 1. So I'm going to open this as a separate fucking thing.
Alright, this is just an audio test, you guys. I'm going to see how I sound right now. How does this sound? It sounded pretty bad before.
What's weird is it sounds good to me, but like when it comes out of YouTube, it sounds bad.
Yeah, it's because... Oh man, I don't know why that was. It sounded pretty bad before. Okay.
What's weird is it sounds good to me, but like when it comes out of YouTube, it sounds. Thought Criminal says Anders Sandberg thinks we are alone in the universe. What? Bad. Anders believes that? No way. Well, maybe come to think of it, Sandberg, he's kind of a like a simulation mind uploading guy, so maybe that's why he thinks we're alone in the universe.
Who is Andy Sandberg?
Anders Sandberg, not Lonely Island.
Yeah,
Andy Sandberg is Lonely Island. Anders Sandberg is like the transhuman neuroscientist.
Oh, okay.
Harvesting humans sounds like a waste of time. Well, I've often thought of that myself, but come to think of it, we humans, you'd say we're a pretty advanced species, right? Why is it that we grow other species in a lab and then harvest them? What if the Earth is just like a giant lab for these aliens? Because it's really hard to get biodiversity. It's really hard to manufacture it by yourself. Like I could program, in my lab at work, I can program using like a PCR machine and shit. Mm-hmm. I could program an organism from scratch, but it would be super fucking expensive. It's so much cheaper to just like put out the plate and let the organism develop the mutations that you want it to develop.
Right.
It's so much cheaper to just create the playground and then let the organisms grow on the playground and then harvest them. So I think it would actually be more efficient than less efficient than creating your own biological organisms. Right. But I might be wrong.
Okay, I'm just gonna do an audio test right now again to see what I sound like right now, because I gotta listen to what I just said. Here we go.
I might be wrong because aliens could have a different value system than we do. Perhaps they don't value biological life. Perhaps they're all machine, and that's why they wouldn't want to grow any organisms because they don't need medical technology. Their medical technology is computer science. So what would they need?
And your voice sounds a little weird.
I've often considered that as a possibility. StarCraft II is only on BattleNet. Yeah, I know, it's BattleNet that's giving me the trouble. I'm going to try and open StarCraft 1 again.
I got to get your video feedback. Your video disappeared on me too. Jeez.
Okay. Rowan, if I lose control of my stream, I'm going to... if I lose control of my screen again, I'm just going to hang up. Okay, here we go.
Okay.
Fuck. Actually, preferences. System preference. Fuck. Hang on. Preferences for BattleNet. Wait, am I using my regular mic? Fuck. I thought my mic was plugged in. I thought I was using the... I'm using the fucking laptop mic.
Oh, your
That's
mic?
Bullshit.
No, your mic sounds perfect.
It sounds perfect? You sure?
Yeah, your mic sounds... Your mic sounds really good. I mean, to me...
Might just be my computer talking. Hang on, let me check Skype. It's usually fucking Skype that does this, because they keep changing the layout, audio and video settings.
Wait, are we playing StarCraft 1 or 2?
StarCraft 1.
Oh, StarCraft 1.
It's okay. It's basically the same. StarCraft 2 just
yeah, I
adds a
haven't
bunch of
even
new-
downloaded that. Play now. Let me just start install. This shouldn't take long.
Okay, my mic is plugged in. Thank fuck. Yeah.
All right, I'm installing StarCraft 1.
Nice. I'm gonna give it a shot. I'm gonna hang up if it doesn't work. Okay.
Okay.
How do I minimize the screen?
Man, my audio sucks so bad. I hope it sounds better now. I think it does.
It sounds better. I'm listening to the audio. Let's look here. Here's a sample. Oh wait, you haven't talked yet. Hang on. Let me give it volume. Oh, what? I'm muted. Oh shit. You can hear me, right? I think it's just my computer that's muted.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, my computer's muted. That's good though, because then the StarCraft won't make noise. That's what I wanted, actually. This is what I wanted. Okay. Opening StarCraft. Okay, now this won't work either. That's weird. Oh no, here we go. Here we go. Perfect. Okay, I'm on StarCraft, and there's no noise this time.
Okay.
And I can see my mouse. Okay, it works. It finally works.
Awesome.
Oh my god.
Thank goodness. Whew.
That was so annoying. This is what I get for not playing video games in 3 years.
Yeah. All right, I think I'm about done installing it. Actually, it doesn't even it doesn't even tell me a progress bar. Just there's this little loading sign.
Are you on BattleNet? Just click play.
Oh no, it's still installing it.
I'm gonna be right back. I'm just gonna grab some water.
Okay.
Ugh, fuck, I'm so dehydrated right now.
Don't want to be dehydrated. Purified water, fluoride free. No fluoride for Rowan. I hope you guys don't eat fluoride. I hope you guys don't eat GMO foods. I hope you guys eat healthy and take care of yourselves. Be safe. Don't get the COVID. Gotta be careful. I heard COVID has potentially long-term health effects. So even if you get the COVID, even if you recover, COVID could potentially damage your brain long-term, damage your lungs, permanent long-term damage, all kinds of things from COVID, you know. Someone says fluoride is important for your tooth enamel, for your tooth health. I heard it can strengthen the tooth, you know, but too much of it, you'll start to get fluoridosis, calcification. You'll get little like white deposits on your tooth, and that's a sign you're getting too much fluoride. So maybe there's a natural level of fluoride we would get from like spring water and things like that, but they've added way too much fluoride. It's a toxic chemical form of fluoride that I think like so bad. I think it calcifies your pineal gland and basically destroys you, destroys your soul, kills you. Fluoride is the worst. What do you think about fluoride?
I think it's harmless.
Really?
Yeah, because they put it in our water, and
yeah, but you heard the
I mean, that's the water everybody drinks.
The Nazis used to put the same crap in their water. Have you heard that?
Well, maybe Nazis wanted nice, clean teeth.
No. The Nazis were putting the fluoride, sodium fluoride, in the water, in the concentration camps to.
Oh well, I mean,
to make the population of Jews docile and dumb. They were trying
it depends on like what part of the concentration camp, because like you've heard of like alt-right Holocaust denial, right? So usually they'll say like, oh look, the Holocaust, the concentration camps have a pool and they have a tennis court and all this shit, but that was for the POW camp. So Auschwitz was never a concentration camp for Jews. Auschwitz was a POW camp for like American and Russian prisoners. Auschwitz-Birkenau was the section, like the area, and Birkenau, which was next to Auschwitz, that was the concentration camp for the Jews. So, but they were sharing like a water supply. So maybe like they weren't using it to kill the Jews. They were just supplying water to the camp. Because like if they're gonna kill them with gas, why would they kill them with like fluoride in the water?
The fluoride wasn't to kill them. It was just to make them docile, kind of slow them down, make them kind of, you know, lower their IQ a little bit, make them. It makes you docile, like you don't fight back as much.
That could make sense, but
and then you heard.
I don't understand like how it would work neurologically because fluoride, like chemically speaking, it's an ion, and what ions do is they like they're bonded to salts, and when you put them in the body, they create more salts. But I don't know how these salts would create any kind of like neurological effect that makes you, because becoming docile, that's like a very specific neurological mechanism. It has to like wire your brain in a very certain specific way that I don't think fluoride is a complex molecule enough to do, because it's just like an ion. An ion is a very simple molecule. It's like you got your cation and your anion, and that's the molecule. Whereas something more complex like a protein, like the tau protein, it's like this. I need a fucking computer to show you what it looks like. It's got all these like nice little nooks and crannies, and it folds and it changes shape. And a prion is like such a complex protein that it bonds to other prions, it bonds to other proteins turns them into prions.
Mad cow.
Yeah, mad cow. So it's like a virus without the virus. It's like a virus with a protein. That's how complex these molecules can get. But fluoride, it's not really that complex. It's just a cation and an anion, and that can do like it has a whole bunch of effects. I don't think it would do anything very specific, like make somebody docile.
Maybe fluoride would make you docile by calcifying your pineal gland, because people say that the fluoride will calcify your pineal gland, so then your intuition. Okay, so the pineal gland would be your intuition, so it lowers your intuition. So maybe, I mean, that's a form of being docile.
So speaking from my neuroscience experience, I've only taken one course on neuroscience, but what I learned there was that intuition, it's very distributed, so to speak. For instance, you have visual intuitions, you have temporal intuitions, you have mathematical intuitions, you have audio intuitions, like when you anticipate the next note in a song, or when you anticipate the next visual thing you're going to see, when you anticipate cause and effect. It's a very distributed thing that's not just the pineal gland. And the pineal gland, where I think this comes from, is the New Age community in California. And what they did was they took the philosopher René Descartes. René Descartes said, the reason he said the soul was in the pineal gland is because René Descartes, he started out as a doctor, right? He had an interesting life. He was a doctor, a soldier, like a mercenary, a tutor for the Queen of Sweden, or the Princess of Sweden, and also a philosopher. So he was doing a lot of shit, and a mathematician. He was doing a lot of shit. But he cut a brain in half, and he's like, wow, the fucking brain, it's the same thing. It's symmetrical. The right half is the same as the left half, except for this one little thing, the pineal gland. There's no other half to that. It's just its own thing, and it's sitting in the middle of the two halves. So it's like, that must be where the human soul is. But that was just like his opinion. And then what neuroscientists found out later was that all the pineal gland really does is manufacture a hormone called melatonin, which puts you to sleep. So if you calcify it, it's not really going to fuck with it that much, because it'll still produce the melatonin to put you to sleep.
Well,
so calcifying your pineal gland doesn't really do much of anything.
But the pineal gland is also supposed to, like, I think maybe I think I heard this, that it's supposed to increase, it secrete DMT. So it involved with sleep. So that's huge. That's huge, because DMT is like crazy important.
Yeah, so it's like your psychological
it's your own psychedelic, your body's own psychedelic.
Yeah, manufactured psychedelic. Yeah, it could possibly disrupt that process, but I'm not sure if it does. I can't say for certain whether it does or doesn't. Maybe it does.
But like other cultures, like, have you seen them? Like, they really cared about the pineal gland. Like, it's like a pine cone. It looked like a pine cone. They would put it in their like architecture, So maybe there's like something really deeply important about it. I really have like
That's what Descartes thought, because he thought it was important because it had
Yeah.
no symmetrical components. There was only one of it. It wasn't like we have two pineal glands, one for each half of the brain. It was its own thing. He's like, wow, this fucking thing, it's its own thing. But here's the kicker. What René Descartes was looking at wasn't actually the pineal gland, because he didn't understand the brain well enough. What he was looking at was the pituitary gland, and that secretes your hormones for follicle stimulation,
That's your immune
adrenaline,
system, isn't that? No, that's your thymus gland. Is your immune system?
thymus gland. The pineal gland is like the king of all endocrine gland. Sorry, the pituitary gland is the king of all endocrine. But that's what Descartes was looking at, not the actual pineal gland.
Okay.
So there's some confusion involved in that concept. But what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to log out of StarCraft because I got the beach ball of death. Basically, I'm on the title screen right now, and it's just giving me the fucking beach ball that you get on Max.
Okay.
I don't know why I'm not using a PC for this, but I'm going to restart my computer again. Call me back in like 2 minutes.
Can you call me back?
Oh yeah, I can call you back.
Okay, just call
Better
me
that
back.
way.
Okay.
Okay. Because
DMT.
oh wait, never mind. I can log out. I don't have to. I can see my screen. I don't have to turn my computer off. I just have to figure out why it's so fucked. Okay, I'm gonna force quit.
Okay.
Okay, so it's not broken. I'm gonna try it again. Just restart.
Eat a plate of raw leaf spinach every day. Ugh. I wouldn't. I wouldn't touch spinach. It's very high in oxalic acid. And I would stay away from very high oxalic acid foods like spinach. Can increase your chances of getting kidney stones, and not good.
Not good, folks.
Yeah,
very bad.
Oxalic.
Very bad.
Yeah, you're red pilled on the spinach question, right? You've taken the spinach.
What's the spinach question?
Taken the spinach pill, I hope.
Spinach is good, right?
No.
It's not good?
Very bad.
Should I just take magnesium supplements instead of eating spinach?
Yes.
Okay. Why spinach bad?
Really stay away from spinach. It is horrid.
Oh shit! Really?
Yeah, it's really bad. Like, it give you kidney stones eventually. If you take it enough, long enough, consistently, if you have it in your diet, you could absolutely get kidney stones from spinach. The normal
kidney
amounts
stones won't kill you though, right? Will they kill you?
If left untreated, they might be able to. But
oh shit!
It's I wouldn't think they're gonna kill you, but you could treat your kidney stones. But no one wants to get kidney stones. It's gonna be horribly painful. And so these oxalic acid crystals, they're like little razor blades. They like cut. If they damage your kidneys, they'll damage your colon. They could maybe cut holes in your colon and cause like leaky gut. So
like the shit that causes
Crohn's disease, celiac disease. Yeah, just stay away from spinach. It's bad. And not just spinach. Stay away from,
Brussels sprouts,
beet greens. Stay away from chard, Swiss chard.
Chard. Yep. That's acrylamide, right? The cancer stuff.
No.
Cancer causing.
Acrylamide is the burnt substance of coffee. When you burn the coffee beans, that's
yeah. But that happens with grills too, right? When you grill stuff or when you make bacon.
Yes.
Basically, whenever you char anything.
Yes, like barbecue stuff and everything like that. Yeah. Processed meat and stuff is horrible.
Fuck. Beach ball of death again. Wait.
Do you eat organic meat when you eat meat? Do you eat organic?
I don't eat meat.
Oh, good. Oh, you're vegetarian now.
Well,
how long have you been vegetarian? That's awesome.
For like 2 years, but I still eat fish.
Okay.
Because in order to get your omega-3s and stuff, as a vegetarian, you have to eat flaxseed, but there's not enough omega-3 in flaxseed in order for you to get the sufficient omega-3. So I have to eat fish. Just fucking have to, because I think that's like necessary for my health. But yeah, I don't eat.
I'm the same way. I'm the exact same way. I'm pescatarian. I eat fish, and I take a krill oil supplement. for my brain health.
I'm trying to set an example for like the artificial intelligences of like how we treat inferior species. So when that we're the inferior species, it can learn from that. It's like artificial intelligence right now. It's still a baby just growing up. Not even a baby. It's more like a tadpole. It's still really dumb, but but it does learn from its parents.
So it'll record and it'll look at all the, it'll go through all our history.
It'll learn how to treat other species that aren't quite up to par with your abilities.
Right. So it'll say, okay, we got to treat dogs really well, and we got to treat cats really well. We'll save those.
Except for fish. Fish are like mindless automatons. They're no different than toasters. Fuck fish. But yeah, I don't eat factory farmed animals. Just like on principle. I mean, I could if I was like if I was at a barbecue and my boss said like, shut the fuck up and eat this burger, I'd be like, okay, whatever doesn't get me fired. But like for pleasure and entertainment, no, I don't.
It's vegetarianism solves a lot of problems, because think about it, the wet meat markets, think about how many viruses are going to be caused from people eating weird animal meat, bat meat and snake meat and all this weird
coronavirus
stuff. Yeah, the China virus. China.
Very bad virus, very bad. Came from China. China. Okay, I'm gonna see if I can. Fuck. I can't get StarCraft 1 to boot up. I can't do it. I don't know what's wrong with it. This is the third time I've tried, and I can't leave the screen. Maybe.
Have you seen those awesome deep fakes of Trump? That is by the same. It's some show by the same makers of the South Park, and they made a deep fake of Trump. And it's like perfect. Like it looks so good. Like the technology now.
Let's watch it.
Yeah. What's that called? Okay, I'm
gonna figure out how to exit the screen.
Here, Trump.
I think I'm gonna have to restart my computer this time.
Deep fake. I don't like the fake voice they used though on Trump, because they make it's like this gay voice.
Fake voice.
They have this gay voice on them. I don't like it. I wish they tried to give him a better voice.
Hang on, I'm gonna restart my computer. This is fucked. See you in 2 minutes.
Okay.
Unless restarting my computer takes.
And they have Mark Zuckerberg in this as well.
The president's son-in-law. After a word from our sponsor. Have you ever contemplated?
I mean, look at this. I mean, look how realistic that looks.
Are you feeling run down? Have you?
He said it never happened.
Who did?
My daddy-in-law, Trump. He said the Holocaust never happened.
Eric Kushner.
Thank you, Jared Kushner, for being on.
Oh, I call him Eric Kushner. Oh my gosh. Jared Kushner. Gosh, my brain. What's wrong with me?
In the coming months. But now, it's my biggest story of the week.
In the future, this is the future, they'll just be deep faking everybody.
A local dialysis clinic that.
In the future, what's to stop people from taking all my videos and then they can deep fake themselves onto my face, and they can change what I'm saying, they can alter my message, and they can alter everything I've ever said. They can just change everything with these deepfake technology. How are we gonna know what's true? How are we gonna know?
Simply by running the footage through the deepfake.
I don't like they're so mean to Trump. I'm a Trump fan. I like Trump. But cheese leads to constipation. Yeah, it does. It does. If you eat too much cheese, you will get constipated. That reminds me of Weird Al's song. He has a song about constipation. Pretty funny. Trancus of the deep. I haven't had any problems. Cheese and lemon juice helps prevent that. Oh. Kidney stones by cheese. I never heard that cheese helps prevent kidney stones. Oh yes, I have heard. Maybe if you mix the spinach and things like that, mix oxalic acid with the cheese, the calcium in the cheese could bind, I think, to the oxalic acid, so it wouldn't cause kidney stones. I think I have heard that as a strategy to avoid the kidney stones from spinach and things like that. Big spinach. Big spinach brainwashed our children with the Popeye cartoons. Yeah, they really did. Total bad propaganda. Is the word pineal associated with pine cones? I'm not sure. I think that sounds like it. But yeah, the pineal gland is something I'm still researching, and as far as like how to, you know, activate it, how to activate your pineal gland, how to clear it, how to energize it. Still a topic I'm researching, but yeah, I definitely think that there could be truth to that, though, like decalcifying your pineal gland and the importance of that. I'm surprised deepfakes haven't been used yet as a political weapon to slander opponents. Yep, I mean, they might already be. Who knows? They'll definitely be in the future if they're not already. I think they don't do it because it would completely set a new precedent where it would delegitimize the media and institutions even more than they are now. Oh yeah, that's true. Now people can't trust the elections, and people already don't trust the fake news. So imagine if deep fakes were going everywhere. No one's going to be able to trust anything. Gotta train your mind to, and your intuition. Now's the time to be training your mind and intuition, so that in the future you can like navigate your way through reality where you don't, you know, get lost in some fantasy. Because there'll be people like of every cult, right? The leaders of every cult could like fabricate, you know, the reality of their religious cult through deepfake technology, and like, you know, they could have deepfakes of aliens and deepfakes of any kind of thing can all be faked, so you won't be able to tell reality from fiction. Pretty weird. Have you seen Michael Moore's Planet of the Humans documentary? I have not. Planet of the Humans. Could be interesting. Michael Moore. I'm definitely a big lover of documentaries. Yeah. All right, you guys. What's everyone's eternal life strategy? I hope everyone remembers the what's important in life. The most important thing ever is your eternal life. Try to live forever. Never give up. That is the most important goal. It is the most important goal you could ever have. It is eternal life. Because if you die, I'm sorry to say, there might be nothing, and you get nothing if you die. That is very sad, but that's the possible truth, and you have to face the truth. Death is very likely the end of everything, the end of existence. Death is very possibly oblivion. How horrible is that? How sad is that? How sad would it be to die and never live again, never get to experience the beautiful future. How sad would that be? How tragic would it be to miss out on the future? I have fear of missing out. FOMO. Fear of missing out on the future. And that is why we are Eternal Life fans, and that is why we will never give up. Because we see the value of eternal life. We see that it is the most important thing that there is. There's nothing more important than living forever. And once you understand that, you obsess about eternal life. You care about eternal life because you understand that's the most important thing. And you never give up. Yes. You never give up. Apparently, Michael Moore's documentary was controversial because he said that supposedly renewable energy tech like solar and wind isn't really renewable or feasible. Mm-hmm. We got Alex back.
Hey, so I tried some things to fix it, and it's definitely not the network connection. It's also definitely not my computer, because this is a new computer.
Uh-huh.
So I've come to the conclusion it must be my security systems that won't let me launch the game.
Oh, yeah. You
Yeah.
know what?
I have like
Freaking
some
Mac.
very intense security on this computer to prevent like like my Bitcoin being stolen and my like accounts from being hacked and shit.
Uh-huh.
So I'd rather just like not disable it.
Uh-huh.
And does it work for you though? Because we could just watch you play.
What, StarCraft?
Yeah.
I mean, StarCraft II works for me. Yeah, we could.
Yeah,
You know,
sure. Just boot it up, and like I'll
let's
just
wait until we can play together. I don't know if I just want to. This kind of.
I can no, I can be like your what's it called? Co-commander.
Oh yeah, it's like telling me what to do, like give me advice.
Yeah, like giving you tips and shit. And
okay.
comment on the game.
Okay.
Yeah, no, it could still be fun.
Okay. Sure, let's do that. Let me get your video back. Let me get your video feedback. I gotta. Window capture 3. Okay. Okay, getting your video back. Alrighty.
Okay, I can see me.
Got your video back. And now, let's check the chat one more time.
Okay, so we got can you guys hear me? Is my voice okay? It's not garbage. Usually when I log back in, it's kind of garbage.
No, it sounds good to me, and they're hearing the same thing I'm hearing, so you're good.
All right. Aries 106 says, I'm surprised deepfakes haven't been used as a political weapon to slander opponents. You'll be surprised. I've seen some like Obama things that weren't true. I've seen some Trump things. But like no successful slander. I think that's what he's trying to say. He's surprised it hasn't been successful yet. I think it will be, but just not yet. Ashley Bravo says, I think they don't do it because it would completely set a new precedent where it would delegitimize the media even more than they are now. Yeah, it's pretty delegitimized. We live in a very postmodern world. I've been reading a new book by Nick Land called Cryptocurrents, Bitcoin and Philosophy. And in it, he talks about how the age of postmodernity might come to an end with the blockchain. Because he says you can use the blockchain to send like cryptocurrency, like Bitcoin. But what you can also, by definition, like knowledge is information, just like Bitcoin is information. So if you have transaction, horizontally decentralized verification systems, like global ledgers for financial transactions, then could you do that for epistemological transactions of knowledge? Could you have a blockchain system for truth? Because like right now they're talking about like Biden wants to create like a ministry of truth, which is like the most dystopian shit I've ever heard. But this blockchain thing could actually be way cooler because it's like the people decide what is true, and it's essentially like a reawakening of Hegel's consensus theory of truth, where you have modernism reemerge. I've started to call this like metamodernism. It's going to be the age after postmodernity. So we're going to finally be able to like reestablish like what is true. It's not going to be objectively true, but it's going to be true with regard to like blockchain consensus. So and it doesn't have to be a consensus of everyone on the planet. It's just a consensus of whatever blockchain network you're part of, such that there can't be internal fake news and division, like dividing you. I just think that's pretty interesting.
Very interesting. I can't wait to see how that type of future is going to progress. I mean, there's already so many like virtual people on social media, and they're like both virtual influencers and virtual YouTubers now, and you don't even know who's on the other end. And it's like there's this VR girl on YouTube that I watch sometimes called AI Angel. You ever seen her?
Yeah, never heard of her.
Okay, well, she's this VR girl, and I'll show you her platform. But it's fascinating to me because, you know, she made this VR character. It sounds just like a girl, okay? But it's actually, I researched it, and people say this is actually a guy, like, controlling this character.
Hello and welcome.
Okay.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Like,
that's perfect.
This girl, I mean, this guy or whatever, this YouTuber is so, like, what they've done is really amazing. Like, their technology on, they're like the entrepreneurs of. They're the entrepreneur of being like a virtual influencer, and they're doing a really good job of it. Like,
well, yeah, it's just basic logic. Like if you start a YouTube channel doing literally anything, you'll get more subs if you have tits, rather than if you're a guy.
Right. Oh,
like literally anything.
Oh, look, she's live right now. No, this is not live. But yeah,
that's interesting.
Yeah, she.
Yeah, wow.
So she does the whole thing that. Well, I'll
it's
show
like
you.
VR, right?
Yeah, look. So she.
Yo, what's up? I think I'm live.
Wow.
I hope this is working okay. I'm just saying hi. I was gonna be on Omegle for a bit, and then I had to go and
what this is
get
gonna be like when the facial expressions like escape
some
the uncanny
upgrades
valley.
done, so
It's
I
still
was
like
like, shoot,
kind
I
of
don't
in the uncanny valley, but
Mm-hmm.
I feel like this could be like streamers would be like one of the first jobs to be automated with this kind of technology.
Yeah, I mean, this is just gonna be
Not all
huge.
streamers, just these kinds of streamers.
Oh man, I mean, wouldn't this be fun? Wouldn't you want to do this? I mean, wouldn't you want to be creating a virtual character? And I would love to do this. Like, I would love to like make a virtual character, and it sounds like a girl, and it's all pretty, you know, and like that's cool.
Yeah, it's we're pretty much. You've heard of Melody, right?
Yeah.
Melody's like this hentai girl, and
Yeah.
she was like she got shut down because all the like OnlyFans people were complaining that she was stealing their jobs.
Oh, yeah, I heard about her.
But she wasn't just talking; she was like a stripper.
I can't believe they
shit.
succeeded on shutting her down. I can't believe they succeeded.
Yeah, they succeeded because it was like they appeal to like the soccer moms, like, oh, this is immoral and it's like destroying our children's morality to have hentai on this, even though you can like Google it in like all children know how to fucking Google porn. There's no way that like this is gonna actually do anything, but it's just an excuse, and it's an excuse that works.
Right.
So I mean, whatever. Like it's the same as has always been in history. Like Luddites will go after the robots for like stealing their jobs and shit, but it's like bound to happen eventually. You can only smash so many sewing machines until, you know, they take your job anyway.
Yeah. Like, just think about this though. Like, you could like make a VR character of anything. I could make a character of Willy Wonka, you know, and it's like I'm talking, and it's like, oh, and it's like Willy Wonka's talking, and through technology, it'll sound just like Willy Wonka, even though it's me talking on the other end. So it's like, how cool is that?
It's pretty neat.
I mean, we could do that in the future. Make like basically, you know, act in a movie. You're acting, and then you change it to look how it's any different actor. You know, it's like there's unlimited things you could do with this creativity with this technology. I just think.
Yeah. Fuck.
All right, so what are we?
We're just gonna boot up StarCraft II, and
Okay.
then you're gonna play as the Terran, and I'll give you advice from the sidelines, and we'll comment on the game and shit. But we'll still be allowed to like talk and whatnot.
Okay.
I've got the chat open here, so I can tell you what the chat is saying, and you can respond to it.
Okay. My
And don't worry, I'll read every single comment. Ashley Bravo says, hold on, fuck.
My strategy is to be healthy, to live long enough to make it to indefinite life extension, and avoid stress. Very good. Very good. Is your strategy also to live forever?
My strategy is to be healthy, live long enough to make indefinite life, and avoid stress. I don't know if stress is as big of a killer as they think it is. It might be overhyped. Like, I think we should just, like, use Occam's razor and get to the actual things that are killing you. Stress is just more likely to create, like, cancer and heart disease. But I think we should just go after cancer and heart disease rather than going after stress.
Yeah.
I think stress is, like, it's an important evolutionary mechanism
I
that we
agree.
need to drive us in different directions. And it would be better to just, like, alleviate the downsides of that rather than get rid of it entirely.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, so we can boot that up. Is it downloaded for you?
I believe so. Oh, I can play number 2 if it's just us. If it's just me playing. So you don't have either of them. You can't get either of them working.
Yeah, you could play number 2.
Yeah, let's play 2.
It's either like my security system or my network connection. Or Blizzard just doesn't give a shit about their games. But I know it works for you, so it's clearly not that.
All right, so you'll be able to see. Okay, here we go. And you'll be able to tell me how it looks. I might as soon as I start playing. I don't know if it's gonna. Okay, here we go. 1, 2, 3, and boom.
Boot it up.
Is it working? Oh no, you can't see yet.
I can't see.
Okay, I know why that is. I have to do something.
Oh yeah, you got to do that setup again.
Let me fix that.
Let me backtrack, see if there's any questions I missed.
Okay.
Ashley Bravo says, is the word pineal associated with pine cones? No, not at all. I don't think so. Popeye the Sailor Man would disagree with your take on spinach. Yeah, well, I would disagree with Popeye's claim that spinach gave him those gigantic-ass forearms and not steroids. Popeye is totally blasting Trenbolone.
Okay, here I go.
Alex just does not understand how the soul works and how the pineal gland works. No, it's not. It's not that I'm challenging the New Age community. I'm just saying their interpretation of Descartes was taken a little too seriously. I think Descartes was just guessing that the pineal gland is the seat of the soul. I don't think he actually believed it. It's because he had a theory of mind called interactionism, where he needed a way to explain how the mind interacts with the body, how the mind interacts with the brain, which is also the body. And he says it has to happen at a certain place where the spiritual world connects to the material world, and there can only be one place, and it can't. So any part of the brain that has a mirror half is not where the soul is, and the pineal gland was the only place that didn't have a mirror on the other side of the brain. So that's why Descartes came up with that. But yeah, I can see your screen. I see it working.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, there you are.
I want to turn
Just
the
play
volume
against,
down. How
you
do I
play
turn
multiplayer?
Okay.
Oh, go to your settings.
Where's
hang
my
on, let me
settings?
enlarge this.
Where's my settings?
Go to custom. It's not
Custom?
left. There should be like a section where you tweak your audio and music.
I think that's probably when I'm in the game, or maybe down.
Yeah,
here.
actually, yeah, you gotta wait until the game in game to tweak it.
Oh no, settings.
Or no, yeah. Should be somewhere here.
Sound.
I think sound just made your voice louder. Go for like the in-game music. That's what you want turned down.
In-game music.
Okay, your voice is really loud. What did you do?
Really?
Yeah, did you do something to your menu
No.
that made your voice louder?
No.
Okay, no, you now it's fine. Now it's fine.
It's back to normal?
I think you were just talking louder, maybe.
Oh, okay. I just want to turn gameplay, the sound. How do I turn the sound?
Let me
Oh,
ignore this.
ambient sounds down.
Go to yeah. Turn down the volume. You see where your mouse is? Turn down the music. Turn down the master volume. Actually, just turn down the master volume because that controls the whole in-game sound.
Okay.
Just turn that down to like maybe 1/4. You should be fine.
Like that?
Yeah, that should be fine. Maybe a little more.
Like
Yeah,
this?
that's good. That's good right there.
Okay.
You gonna play against the AI?
I'll turn the ambient sounds up a little bit. Sound effects back. Okay.
Ashley Bravo says, "Was this Descartes' famous thought experiment about the demon?" No, that came first, and then the theory of mind came later. So Descartes' demon experiment was first. Descartes asks, "How can I know anything in the world? What if the world is a simulation created by like an evil scientist or an evil demon?" And he says, "Well, there's certain kinds of things I can know are true in any universe. For example, a triangle has 3 sides is true everywhere. There's a universe where that is false."
What's the game I should play?
Hang on, let me enlarge.
Versus.
Go to. Wait, what the
Versus.
fuck? Why is the screen frozen? Damn it.
Your screen's frozen?
For me, not
Oh, for
the
you.
YouTube stream works fine. It's just
Oh.
my computer. Go to. Go to Wait, what the fuck? Okay. I don't know what's wrong with Skype.
Maybe. Versus.
Oh, here you are. Here we are. Okay. Go to Versus.
Versus. Terran.
Terran.
Okay.
League placement. Maps.
Maps.
Do island hopping. Let's see. There's no island maps, are there?
I don't see any.
What the fuck? Get out of here. What happened to this? Go to 1v1. Go against. No. Oh no, we don't want this. We want the AI. Click on AI. Go to the top.
Okay.
Side training. Click on AI.
Uh-huh.
Okay, and then go to level 2 AI. Or actually 3v AI. 3.
3 VAI?
Yeah, you're gonna
Okay.
fight other AIs.
Okay. That's it?
Actually, this is something else. This is compete for a series of matches for AI to determine your skill level. What's 1v AI? Go back there. Go back to 1v.
1B.
At the bottom. No, at the bottom. Go to AI
Oh, AI.
and then 1v.
Oh, okay. Right
Yeah.
here. Uh-huh.
Win matches to face more difficult AI. No. Go to 2v AI. We want to no, back there. 2.
Mm-hmm.
Compete against matches for AI to determine your skill level. Wait, what? Fuck. Why do they gotta make it so complicated? Why not just like give an AI a preset and then fight it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Go back to 1.
1.
Yeah.
Okay.
1v AI. Win matches to face. Yeah, sure. Just select this.
Okay.
I suppose.
Play this. That's easy. It's gonna be
I think
too
you
easy.
can change the setting of the AI later. You just have to
Really?
pick something.
Okay. So I just
It's been
click
so
this
long
one,
since I played this.
even though it says easy?
Yeah.
Okay. There we go.
If it's easy, we'll just add more AIs.
I think this is gonna be. I think it's gonna be too easy.
Fuck. This is a tiny map. Why can't we customize it? Fuck.
So I shouldn't play this one. It's too easy, right?
Oh, you start with SCVs? What the fuck? Oh, right.
Not enough
It's too
minerals.
easy though.
Yeah, it's too easy. Leave
Yeah.
leave the match.
Surrender. Okay. Maybe I should play a real person.
Sure.
Custom. I don't even know how to play a real person. What do I do?
Well, you gotta go to versus, and then you gotta go to
Oh, tournament.
Tournaments? No, not tournaments. Yeah, I think tournaments. No, 1v1. 1v1.
Uh-huh.
And then wait. Oh, you have to play AI first?
Oh, it's forcing you to play AI first?
Yeah, okay, fuck this. Go to training.
Training.
Let's see what that is.
Mhm.
Stage 1.
Stage
Let's
1.
Oh no, this is bullshit. This is something like a preset. Just go to custom at the top. Custom. Fuck all this. Oh, these are custom maps. Damn it.
I should just do... Should I do... What do you think? How do I even just... How do I play just a normal person? Do you know what I do just to play a normal person?
Co-op. You
Isn't
play
that-
with somebody against somebody
Oh.
else. Yeah.
Okay. I just go ready. What do I do though? I should just
fucking-
play. Let's see if I can play a real person, like against though. I'm gonna fight a real person.
Okay.
Lobbies, arcade, melee. 2 versus 2 players. Maybe this is like what I want.
Maybe. Go to
Create
Emerald City. Is that the island hopping? The
Wait.
island hopping maps are the coolest.
The island hopping maps? Emerald
Uh,
City. Oh, you're looking the ones here? Oh, Emerald City. Oh. Create
Why are
lobby.
these all so fucking small? Tiny ass maps. Whatever, play
Create-
this.
Create
Play this. Just
lobby. Do I do create lobby or create mod? What's the difference?
Create lobby invites people to come over.
Oh,
Yeah, so just create that, wait for people, and I'll be right back.
just wait for people?
Yeah. I'll be right back.
Hello. I haven't really played video games in a long time. I used to be addicted to video games, but then I stopped playing because I thought video games are a waste of time. Video games are bad for you. They're a waste of time. They're an addiction. But then I realized, actually, this particular video game really does exercise your brain. Really does stretches your muscles in your brain that normally don't get stretched. So it's actually really good for your brain. What if no one ever comes into this game? I don't think anyone's ever gonna come. No one's gonna come into my game. Why? Why can't they come? How am I supposed to play someone? Please come into my game. I don't want to play alone. Please. Alright, I'm gonna quit this. This is taking too long. No one's gonna come. No one's gonna come. Emerald City. Oh, did I just join the same game again? Darn it. I'm lost. I don't know what I'm doing.
Alright, it's okay, I'm back.
Help
I'm back.
me.
I'm back. Back.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, go to arcade. Is this just presets? Let me
Okay.
see. Yeah, it's fucking presets. Fuck this. Lobbies. Maybe you can join a game.
Lobbies.
Okay, 5 out of 8, 1 out of 6. Join that 5 out of 6.
5
see
out
it?
of 6. 5 out of 6.
McDizzle.
McDizzle. McDizzle.
3v3 command 5 out of 6 by McDizzle.
Oh, I'm looking at this over here. I'm not
Yeah.
looking at this. Oh.
At the bottom. It's at the bottom. There you go. Up, higher.
Oh, McDizzle. Ah. Okay. And now we go... What?
Click on it. Like double click. I think.
Oh, this. I just did. I am double clicking. Nothing's happening.
Oh fuck. Then hit.
It's not even letting. Look, join lobby's grayed out. It's not even letting me.
Are you connected online?
Yeah.
That's so weird. Yeah, go to versus and just play the AI.
Versus...
We'll see. We'll figure it out as we go along.
Okay, here we go. Turn to
AI.
Oh, AI. Okay.
Pick any of those.
Zerg. Oh, Turin.
No,
This
that's
is,
you.
Oh, this is me.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's pick harder. 3 matches.
Yeah.
Complete a series of matches for AI to determine your skill. Why? Look, gray. Not available while in a lobby. It's grayed out because I'm in a lobby. It says not available while in a lobby.
Okay, go to 2v AI then.
This is taking forever. What?
Just go to 2v. If 3v doesn't work.
2v. Oh, okay. No, that's grayed out too.
1v. Does 1v work at least? Are they all broken?
They're all broken because it's not available while in a lobby.
What the fuck?
So
Okay.
apparently I'm in a lobby right now. I don't know.
Okay, get out of the law. Oh, you know what? You're in the you're in the fucking McDizzle lobby.
I'm in the McDizzle lobby. Where?
Just go back to the main menu, and then come back.
The main menu? Where's that?
Yep.
I don't even know how to get there. Okay, I think this.
The corner.
Yeah. Oh, darn it. This corner.
Yeah. Fuck. Exit game.
Wait,
No.
Wait a sec. Oh, here it is.
Okay.
Custom. Where can we go?
Lobbies
Can we go?
at the top. Lobbies at the top. Lobbies at the top.
Oh, lobbies. Oh, okay. This is what we want. Zombie world? Survival? Wait,
How do you?
are you sure it's not melee?
Where were you? Yeah.
1 player in lobby? Oh.
Okay. Yeah. Quit. Go. No. Hit quit. You have to hit quit.
Quit where?
Back to that screen and then hit quit to get out.
Quit. Quit over here?
Yeah.
Oh, darn it. Back to the other screen. This one.
Yeah.
I'm
Leave and
such a-
come back. Just leave and come back. Log out. Log out.
Log out. Why would I log out? Wait. I'm gonna have to why would I log out? That doesn't make sense.
So you can leave and come back so that you're not logged in the lobby.
I think I can just...
Fuck, I feel like such a boomer having not played this and then coming back 4 years later and trying to remember how it works.
I think we're both being exposed right now as boomers. The gig is up, man. We're boomers.
I never thought I'd be like socially shamed for not being a gamer.
Yeah. Darn it. Okay, lobbies.
The gamers finally rose up.
Join lobby. Not... Look, it says I'm trying to join a lobby and it says not available while in a lobby. It's so weird. Like, what
Yeah,
the heck?
just log out and come back.
Okay, I'll log out. Log out. Darn it. It's down here. Log out. Okay.
Yeah, then go back. Quit.
Okay. Now everyone's gonna know my password.
I'm pretty sure it comes out in dots. Okay, now try the AI.
The AI
Versus
versus
AI.
AI.
Does it work?
Oh, yes, finally. I
Okay.
can do the hard one, right? This one, 3B.
Sure.
Okay.
Any of them.
There we go.
Okay.
We're doing it.
I'm gonna read some comments while we're waiting.
And this is all for eternal life. This is to make sure our brains don't die.
Yep.
Because if our brains die, that's not
See,
good.
we're already like boomers, so.
Yeah. We need to stay in
We need
touch
to,
with.
like, regenerate our brain health.
We need to keep in touch with the technology and the. Yeah.
Ashy Bravo says, "Is that where the famous line 'I think, therefore I am' is from?" Yes. So Descartes, when he thinks of this, like when he's doubting all his knowledge, he says, "What can I doubt that can't be doubted?" So he brings up ideas like, well, triangles have 3 sides. That's true in all universes, whether they're a simulation or not. 1 + 1 = 2. Again, that's true in all universes. But those are just mathematical statements. What about us is true in all universes?
Ooh,
And
how about this?
Descartes says the one thing you can't doubt is the fact that you're doubting, because doubt that you're doubting is doubting. So he says, if I'm doubting, I must exist. And then he says, I think, therefore I am. So he's referring to the fact that he's doubting that he doubts he exists, which is doubting. It's like a paradox that he uses to prove that he exists. But Nietzsche, in his book Beyond Good and Evil, in chapter 1 called the Prejudices of Philosophers, he's going to like make fun of Descartes for assuming the I in I think, therefore I am. He's like, how do you know, Descartes, that you're an I? How do you know that you're not somebody else disguised as Descartes, convinced that they're Descartes? Or how do you know you're not multiple people combining their brains into Descartes? Right. Or how do you know that you're not somebody else with a character named Descartes in a video game? So, I mean, like, how do you know Descartes not just an algorithm, like running Descartes' thoughts? So he basically points out that Descartes assumes the I, like he assumes the ego. Right. But yeah, what were you gonna say?
Nothing. That sounds good to me. Let's do it.
Is it loading?
Searching. Oh, game ready. It's been taking forever.
Yeah. You can hit. Okay. Game ready.
All right. Here we go. It's like the freaking Matrix music. It sounds like there. StarCraft. I remember I used to play StarCraft 1 so much as a kid. Wow, I was addicted to that game.
Did you have it for the GameCube? There was a version of StarCraft for the GameCube temporarily. Oh, here we go. Okay, so first thing you want to do, click on an SCV.
Yeah.
No, not Marines. Actually, yes, Marines. Barracks is the first thing you want.
Oh,
but don't build Marines.
I thought the gas was the stuff you wanted first. No.
Not enough.
No. Wait for gas. Wait for gas. If you start building gas now, you're gonna get attacked.
Was that a? I did. Oh crap! An engineering bay.
Yes.
I built the wrong thing. Huh?
Did you hear me? Did I cut out?
What? Yeah, you cut out.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. What I was trying to say is that the first 5 units that you'll rise up on the tech tree, those will all require minerals only rather than gas.
Built the freaking wrong thing. I normally don't build the wrong thing.
Wait, is that the barracks?
I literally built the engineering bay because I.
Oh no, actually no, that's fine. Just build the barracks next to it.
I normally. I'm building a supply depot. I couldn't even find the barracks. I'm looking for it, and it's like seriously not even showing up. Watch. Where's the barracks? I don't even see the barracks in the menu.
What I usually do early in the game.
Look. The barracks requires a supply depot, so that's why I couldn't build the barracks. I needed to build a supply depot first.
That's good. The engineering bay is good too. Click on it. You could probably research stuff.
Yeah.
What's on the engineering bay?
Yep, I'm engineering.
Don't do that yet.
Oh,
don't do that
I need
yet.
the gas. Yeah,
Yeah,
I need
no,
the gas.
not yet.
What?
No, don't build the gas. Don't build the gas.
Why
Cancel
not?
that.
Why not?
Play that order.
What? I don't get it. Why not? I usually build the gas.
It's like economic logic. You need to defend yourself first before you expand.
No way, man. You're supposed to build the gas by now. You're supposed to build the. You're definitely supposed to.
No, don't build 2. You don't need that much gas.
Yeah, you definitely do.
Do you see the Protoss right next to you? You need to defend yourself, or they will kill you.
But you gotta do long-term thinking, though.
Scroll down. They're about to attack you. Scroll down.
Wait, definitely. I'm definitely supposed to do a barracks right now.
Yeah. Build the barracks.
I should have built the barracks a long time ago. Okay.
And then make. Listen closely. Make 1 Marine. Don't make more than 1 Marine, and then build a bunker, and put the Marine inside the bunker.
Oh, okay.
You could die in the next 2 minutes if you don't do this.
Okay, build.
So I see the Protoss are about to warp in a gateway, and they're gonna use that gateway to make sword guys, and the sword guys are gonna come cut you to pieces.
The bunker.
Like, not even if all 20 of your SCVs attack the sword guy, would they be able to kill it.
The bunker requires a barracks, though. So I'm trying.
Yeah,
I know. Yeah. So
You have to wait. Oh, actually, that SCV there, he's doing jack shit. Never mind.
I have to do
Don't
stuff.
build 2 barracks. There you go, supply depot.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think ahead. I gotta get people into my gas.
So that SCV's done your barracks. Build 1 Marine. Click on the barracks. Build a Marine.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Okay.
Build 1 Marine. Oh fuck, they have a gateway. Okay, hurry.
Okay,
Build a Marine in the
build
barracks.
barracks.
No, don't build a barracks.
Oh,
Click
no?
on the barracks and build a Marine.
Oh no, I was building a barracks.
A bunker, right?
Yeah,
You're building
bunker. Sorry, I was building a bunker. I'm getting these things over here.
Wait, are these your allies? Why did that fucking guy run past you? Maybe these are your allies.
That guy, I don't know.
I think he's your ally.
Oh, okay.
Okay, what are you building right there? What's being constructed right now?
I'm building another.
You don't need 2 barracks. What is that?
I'm building another. I
The
think
bunker.
2 barracks can help.
Okay,
Really?
don't build the bunker there.
I'm
Take
upgrading.
that
I'm
Marine.
upgrading to orbital command center. Okay. Take
Okay,
what
now,
now?
take that SCV, go down the ramp, and explore with him.
Oh yeah, definitely. Okay.
Go explore.
Yeah. I should build another base right here, right?
No. You
No?
find the choke point at where the enemy can attack you, and that's where you build the bunkers.
Choke point. Where? Okay, so
Yeah. Go up that hill.
I'll move up here. I'm putting them on the other side of the map then. Okay.
Yeah. That's
Okay.
good. That's good.
Let's.
Command
I
center
gotta
upgrade
build more of these
complete.
things.
How many pathways are on the perimeter of this base? How many different ways are there that the enemy can come up here and attack you? Take a look.
There's let's see. There's 1. I see 1, and then over here, no, just 1.
Just one. Good.
one.
So what you're gonna do is you're gonna take 2 bunkers and you're gonna build them at the bottom of that stairway.
Okay.
Build 2 bunkers or at the bottom of that stairway and fill them with 4 Marines each.
Our
Okay.
SCVs are under attack.
So where'd you send that SCV? As close to the stairway as possible.
Oh.
Actually, no, fine. That's fine.
Okay.
Yeah. Make sure your units can still get through though.
I think they can, right?
Not the tanks.
No, really?
Yeah.
Oh man, I need to build the thing that builds the tanks by now. I
No,
definitely.
not yet.
What?
Bunkers first, then tanks.
I don't know. I think it's time right now.
Okay. You could get another SCV to build your second bunker. Cancel that second bunker.
Oh, I should be doing these mules. Look at these mules. These things will mine minerals.
Upgrade complete.
I think your minerals are being mined very fast.
Yeah, but
You
these
don't mine them faster.
these mules make it mine extra fast. Like they're like each of them are.
Okay, yeah.
It's extra
Since those mules are mining really fast,
Yeah.
take some of the SCVs that aren't doing anything and have them go build another base at another mineral
yeah.
location.
Oh,
Because it looks like you're running low.
Oh, it's definitely time. You're right. Oh, it is definitely time
Our
to
allies are
build
being
another
attacked.
base.
Yeah, build it right
why
right
not?
here.
Yeah, right here. Why not? Why not? I'm gonna have them build more of these.
Looks like you're being attacked up there. Your allies.
Oh really? Oh
Yeah.
I'm gonna build some stuff here. I need small.
I thought these fucking Protoss were gonna attack you, and I was like, "What the fuck?
I
The
need more
enemy's
army.
right next to your base."
Oh, I should be building like star units by now, like starport. Like definitely a starport by now. I should be getting like battle cruisers, like right?
Maybe. Yeah, you could do that.
mean,
I
gotta-
usually focus on defense first before attacking, but every player has their own style.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna read some comments while you build.
Okay. Dude, I cannot wait to play you in this game. That'll be fun.
I'm gonna try boot it up one more time. Tyrankos of the Deep says, I have an artist working on my fursona for VR chat. Yes, I do intend to live forever. Tyrankos of the Deep says SC1 was on N64, not the GameCube. Yes, that's right. Sorry, N64. GameCube was later. N64 was a better system, honestly, way better than the GameCube.
I love.
Just because the amount of games, like
Mineral
good
field
games for it,
depleted.
was.
I love
was
N64, dude. It was amazing.
So many fond memories.
I love the Zelda games. I was a big into the Zelda games.
Oh fuck yeah. Ocarina of
Our
Time,
allies are being
Oh, loved
attacked.
Ocarina of Time.
Majora's Mask. That was also for GameCube, but it worked on N64.
Yep, Majora's Mask. I remember that.
You can use your Marines to scout ahead. Let's I think it's time to go take a look at the enemy's base and see what they're up to.
Okay, my Marines. Where are my Marines? Oh, I got them all. Okay, they're right over here. I should bring.
You can
my whole-
produce actually you
Look.
can before you do that produce more SCVs and have them mine those minerals because you're gonna run out soon in your first base.
Oh,
Add-on
Or just
complete.
send half your SCVs already mining shit
oh,
to
here.
this new base.
Middle
That's what I do.
Yeah, I set the rally point. Okay, I
Because
should.
if you make more, you have to make supply depots.
And these mules are awesome. These mules are only in StarCraft II. You know that? These mules weren't in StarCraft 1. They're a new thing of the Terran.
Oh yeah, they're new. They're new. I don't think they were necessary. I think you could just have the SCVs, but whatever.
Okay, here we go. Oh, I should make the gases. I should make sure all the gases are being mined. I hate when I forget. Do you ever like forget to mine the gases? Like you build it and then you forget to fill it up, and then like 20 minutes later you see that you wasted all that gas because you forgot to put the SCVs on them.
Oh yeah.
It happens to me all the time. Okay, here we go. There's my army.
You don't need to send them all. Send one scout. Find out where the enemy is. Knowledge is power.
What kind of air units do you like? What are your favorite air units? What are your favorite
Battle
air units?
cruiser.
Yeah, but can't build.
But with the battle cruiser, you gotta have every building.
I need a fusion core right now. I need to build a freaking fusion core. Oh my gosh.
Upgrade complete.
Fusion core. That was a little bit. That was very late. I'm building all this stuff extremely late. Slow.
You can crank out a couple tanks. What I like to do is get the tanks out and then research the siege mode and then have the tanks line up so it's like a wall of tanks.
Yeah.
And they do double damage. The tanks do double damage when they're in siege mode. So if you research that at the engineering bay, I think? No, at the factory or whatever.
Siege mode is my fave. I love siege mode.
Research it. I think you research it
Add-on
at the factory.
complete.
Research it at
Where
the
do you
factory.
research it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
you research it in one of these. I'm not.
Siege mode.
Oh, I just finally
Additional supply depots required.
building these. Oh gosh, my freaking supply.
Additional supply depots required.
I'm so slow right now. I feel very slow at this. I feel faster usually. I just feel a bit slow at this.
Yeah, I feel like the game speed is a little high.
Mineral field depleted.
Did you
You
ever?
gotta set it at slow first and then ease
Do
into
you
it.
ever remember your actions per minute? You know, like the pros, they talk about the actions
Yeah,
they have
yeah,
per
yeah.
minute and the
I don't-
clicks
oh.
per minute and all that stuff.
Yeah, in like Destiny's community. I haven't played StarCraft in a while, so I don't remember like what
Our
I did.
allies' base
But
is under attack.
a lot of the
Research complete.
Fill in those bunkers, okay? the
yeah, it's
bunkers are
four
filled.
Marines per bunker, so you can only fit so many. Send the rest to go exploring.
Yeah, and I need to.
Come
freaking-
on, vamonos, everybody, let's
Mineral
go.
field
I feel
depleted.
like
Come on,
my
let's get
army.
to it.
My army is actually pretty pathetically small at this point. I feel like, you know.
Yeah, you don't need that big of an army. You just need people to go
Our
exploring.
allies are being
Okay,
attacked.
okay, they're going over
Research.
here.
Okay,
Our
so you know where the
allies
enemy
are
is.
I
being
get to
attacked.
fight the battle. Here we go. I'll just bring them
Don't
over.
fight the battle. Go exploring somewhere else.
Go exploring
It
somewhere
seems
else.
like your allies have got this.
Where should I go? Like over here.
Mineral
Yeah.
field depleted.
Look at that. Look at that. That would be your army, right? You're the Protoss. You're usually
Our
the Protoss.
allies
There.
Yeah,
being
usually the
attacked.
Protoss. I don't use like dragoons though. I don't know why they're using so many
Mineral
dragoons.
field depleted.
Yeah, okay. I'm exploring. That's my team, right? Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
Our allies are being
Let's
attacked.
When I
over
first
here.
played this game, I was playing my friend and I was the Protoss and I built like the Dark Templar and he didn't know to build the fucking science vessel in order to see it or the turret in order to see it. I told him he had to build the science vessel.
Right.
So he's like he kept like getting attacked by me until he finally built the science vessel and I was like, "Oh, by the way, you could have built the turret the whole time." He's like, "Fuck."
Dude, man, what's crazy about this game is like it requires so much multitasking. Like it's hard for my brain to just like if I have to think about building stuff back at the base, right? I'm over here. My army's
I
over
have a
here.
system. I have like an intuitive
so-
system for what I do and what the order I do it in.
Uh-huh.
The very first thing I do is I send an SCV to my enemy's base, and I lure his SCVs. Sometimes like the AI is dumb enough to send all 4 fucking SCVs after your SCVs if you attack him.
Right.
And then you lure him off the fucking map with that one SCV, and this gives you an economic production advantage because you have 3 SCVs back at your base building shit while he has 0 at his base building shit. And even though his 4 SCVs are going to hunt your SCV down and eventually kill it, this time you use to distract them was time spent gaining an economic advantage, and you can invest that economic advantage into the future to propagate faster than he does.
Right.
And which is to say, you'll get the factory units before they do, you'll get the space units before they do, just because you have this like economic leg up. And then the second thing I usually do is I build turrets, because it's actually dumb to be Protoss.
Do you like
and
to build these Thors? Do you build these Thors?
No. As Protoss, I build the
I won.
the turret. Yeah.
Terabithian wins.
Didn't have to do shit. Holy shit, this AI sucks.
Terabithians. We win.
I thought it was supposed to give you a hard AI.
A hard AI? Yeah, that's easy. Easy peasy.
I'm gonna read some more comments.
That was not a good, showcasing of my talents. I'm actually pretty novice at this game.
Rankuz of the Deep says, Sega Genesis and Xbox 360. Those are my favorites. Holy shit, I love the fucking 360. Everything about it except the Red Ring of Death. Fuck the Red Ring of Death. But 360 it's probably the most memorable console in my lifetime. Tyranno's
Wait, what is this? I'm still in the game? What's going on?
They're just finishing off the you can leave the game if you want. They're just massacring the buildings because the game ends when you kill the enemy's units.
So this is just going on for no reason, or what?
Yeah, it's going on for no reason. You can leave.
Okay.
Tyranno's of the Deep says, I'm socialist, communist, and transhumanist. I believe we must push for constitutional liquid democracy. Ooh, liquid democracies are freaking sick.
How do I get out of this game?
Imagine being able to like sell your vote to other people. Go to the top right corner and quit.
Top right corner.
The icon with the 2 people.
Oh, I'll just
The
press
icon,
maybe.
the green icon with the 2 people on it.
Oh, okay. Jeez, man, I am so out of it with as far as knowing this stuff. Oh, it didn't even work. I am pressing it. There's no escape out of here.
Tyranno's of the Deep says, end private property rights and copyrights. Copyright is such bullshit. End passive income. That's an interesting one. I don't think we should end passive income. What I think is that passive income should be more widely available rather than suppressed. Basically, like UBI is a kind of passive income for everybody, but I think that should be tied to investment and production rather than just being a finite sum you receive.
I had a crazy conspiracy theory about UBI. This is just kind of funny.
Oh shit, go ahead.
This is just kind of funny. I'm not saying this is like,
I think, just to wrap up, I don't think the problem with passive income is that passive income exists. I think the problem is not enough people have passive income. More people need it. Everybody should have it. That's like the goal. You want this like Star Trek utopia where everybody just has passive income, and eventually like the fucking the need for like economic hierarchy disappears if you make that widespread enough. But anyway, Star Trek's a bad example because Star Trek's actually like more fascist than it is anarchist. But anyway, what were you saying?
So there's this conspiracy theory that Alex, what's his name? What's the Asian guy who ran for president? Gosh, why can't I think of his name?
Andrew Yang.
Okay, yeah. There's a conspiracy that he is like working for the Chinese government and he's trying to destroy America with UBI.
I think Yang's parents are from Hong Kong, so he probably fucking hates the Chinese government. But
yeah.
It's like it's the Chairman Yang conspiracy. It's like Chairman Yang's Great Leap Forward is trying to infiltrate America and destroy it. Tyranno's of the Deep says, I'm in favor of universal basic income. Well, that's not really what I had in mind. What I had more in mind was like basic dividend. What you want For instance, we have what the system we have right now is wage labor, right? So you go in, you get hired at a company, and they pay you a finite amount of money, like let's say $9 an hour. What's minimum wage, Rowan? Do you know what minimum wage is?
Isn't
I don't
it
know,
something
$7
like,
an hour?
I thought it was something like 9.
$8?
No, it's like
$7?
that was a lot. Wait, now it's like 15 or something. Didn't it get raised?
Sure, whatever. They pay you a jack shit lump sum of money to do the workday, but there's no incentive for you to work hard because you make the same amount of money as long as you're there. The current system only incentivizes you to just show up. And another problem with UBI is it does the same thing. It's like, here's this finite sum of money every month for you to just do whatever.
Right.
And so it's the same as wage labor. The wage labor is just show up to work and you get this finite sum of money. That's not what I like at all. I like economics that you can feel your productivity come back to you.
Yeah.
And that's what dividends do. Dividends, the more you work, dividends and commission, actually. With commission, I've worked commission before. I used to be a salesperson after I was a oil worker. And basically, if you sit at your computer and you just go on Facebook all day, you're going to realize, I'm going to make no money if I do this. And then your instincts kick in to just start finding the most efficient way to do things. And the more productive you are, the more you earn. And I think we should replace the wage labor system with a dividend labor system, where if I go to work and I make a contract with the employer, instead of paying me a wage every hour, they pay me like a fraction of the company, like 0.0001% of every new share purchased by this company is going to go to you before it goes to buying new equipment for the company. So essentially, that's what I call dividend labor, or universal basic dividend, where every time you go to work, you're not being paid with wages, you're being paid with a fraction of the company, you're being paid equity. You can call that universal basic equity if you want.
Mm-hmm.
And the point of this is that you've ever seen the movie Office Space? I love that fucking movie. Office Space?
Yes. It's a great movie. I love it. Yeah. Oh, no, you're frozen. You froze. No. You froze. Yeah, Office Space was a good movie. Funny movie. I remember it made me laugh.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So you've seen Office Space. Okay. So do you remember the scene where the two dickheads from fucking corporate come over, and they sit Peter down, and they're like, "Hey, Peter, walk us through your average day." You remember that scene?
I can't remember it now. Not really.
Oh, it's okay. I'll I'll refresh your memory.
Okay.
So Peter sits down and he's like, "Oh yeah, man, let me tell you about TPS reports." And they start having a conversation. And here's the critical part. Here's where Peter gets to telling the corporate dickheads what gives him the incentive. He says, "Listen, Bob, if I work extra hard and Initech ships out another 1,000 units, I don't see another dime. So where's the motivation?" That line right there is why wage labor fucking sucks, and you need a dividend labor system.
Right. You want something
And
that
so-
incentivizes hard work rather than laziness.
Yeah, he says, "I sit at my computer 15 minutes a day and play Minesweeper, and then when the boss comes over and to check my computer, I just switch back to like a preset screen I have." And he says, like, I just sit at my desk 15 minutes every morning and zone out and basically don't do any work. And then he says, "Basically, Bob, it's not that I'm lazy, it's that I just don't care." So what the corporate dickheads do, is they fucking promote him and give him stock options. So why not just fucking do that for everybody? Why not just cut out the middleman and pay them in equity rather than in wages? And some companies do this. The problem is that when the company gets too big, they don't have to. It's more profitable to just pay them a wage rather than pay them in equity. And it's a great tragedy because the company loses productivity as a result.
Mm-hmm.
I think the biggest company in Spain was actually started as a company with dividend labor, like strictly dividend labor, and they're now the biggest company in Spain. And I think we should adopt that model because it works for the Spanish, or at least for this company that's the biggest company there.
Mm-hmm.
Why wouldn't it work for us? Like the company, I think it was started by like a priest. It was started by a priest, a farmer, and like 3 other guys, and they.
Interesting.
model, UBD, universal basic dividend, or just outlaw wage labor and replace it with dividend labor, so that the people are actually feel their productivity. They show up and they're more productive. They're paid more. They feel the productivity. They get the feedback.
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
it's a very I think this is like way too early for its time. It's like a very futuristic system, really hard to implement, because you would have to basically ban wage labor.
Right.
And that would be difficult, because if you're a company just starting out, let's say I open a mom and pop shop, I can't afford to pay people like, they can't afford to be paid in dividends, because they'd make like 2 cents a day, because my company's just starting out.
Mhm.
So maybe you could legalize wage labor for companies before they're publicly traded, and after they're publicly traded, then you can institute the dividend labor system. So you have a wage labor system for the small companies, dividend labor system for the big companies. And that's when you really start making money with the dividend labor, because once a company grows, like Google, and you get like 0.001% of Google's dollar every time a share is purchased, that's a lot of fucking money, because Google's a really big fucking company. So
Dude.
even the fucking janitor at Google is incentivized to work hard, because if he's paid as a by a fraction of Google's share price, he has the best interests of Google at heart, making sure that place is nice, clean, and tidy. And of course, I'm not saying everybody gets an equal fraction in the company. Obviously, like if you're a doctor, you would make you'd get a higher percentage of equity than somebody who's just a nurse. But I mean, the whole point is that the CEO is not making 200,000 times as much as the janitor.
Yeah.
Maybe the system they'd only make 30 times as much, which seems fair.
Yeah. Jeez, when are you gonna write a book, man? Like, seriously, you are really smart. You could write a book.
I wish I had time to write a book.
You could definitely, contribute something philosophically.
Funny thing is, you know who I stole this idea from? This isn't my idea. You know who I stole it from? Not from Office Space.
I don't know. Who did you steal from?
Karl Marx.
Karl Marx.
Mind you, he didn't say it the same way I did. Karl Marx wanted commodity abolition, which I don't agree with, because that's really fucking hard to do.
Mm-hmm.
What you need to do is, I'm sort of like a Landian accelerationist. So I want to kind of incorporate Marxism into capitalism and make capitalism more productive using Marxism.
Interesting.
Because that's what Marx advocated.
So it's almost
Marx
like
wasn't really.
It's almost like you're like a remixer. You know, people who like remix music. You're like trying to remix different economic strategies to make your own economic strategy.
Yeah,
that's
I mean,
really cool.
You don't really have to. If you don't want to read Karl Marx's books because they're really fucking hard, just watch Office Space, because it explains it perfectly. People often confuse like Karl Marx with like Lenin and Stalin. Lenin and Stalin wrote about how to govern and how to create a state and how to regulate things.
Mm-hmm.
Marx didn't really care about that. All he wrote about was how you distribute, how you incentivize people, and how you distribute like the wages. And he says wages are shit. It's better to just have a percentage of the company. Everybody makes an equal share. I don't think everyone should get an equal share of the company. Yeah. I think they should just get they should be paid based on their productivity. For instance, like I can imagine like a doctor would have to work way fucking harder than like an intern who just an IT guy who just fixes the computers.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's a complex system, and it doesn't necessarily have to be egalitarian.
So
like you said, you could fix it.
Yeah, so UBI, if you had to summarize your main argument against UBI in like one sentence, what would that be?
Inflation.
Inflation.
Oh, I'm sorry. Actually, my main argument against UBI would be that it doesn't actually solve the problem it claims to try and solve. Because Andrew Yang's like, oh, we got automation. We're going to institute UBI to solve automation. I'm like, okay, how does this solve automation? All you did was give people money. It's not going to get them to retrain. It's not going to get them to be productive. It's not going to guarantee that they're more educated or more well off. In fact, if the Fed prints more money, that 1,000 might as well be dog shit. It's worth dog shit. Like, it doesn't actually solve the problem it's meant to solve because the automation is still there. What does solve the problem, though, is you make sure the new workers being born own increasingly more and more of the factory that's doing the automation. And you do that by dividend labor. so that people are kind of forced to invest in the future. Because people are dumb. People are really fucking dumb. Most people don't know to invest.
Yeah.
Sorry, I don't want to say dumb. Some people are just inconvenienced. Like, some people have really hard lives and they don't have time to learn how to invest. I got time to learn to invest, but not everybody.
They're economically dumb. They might be smart in other ways, but just economically just dumb.
Precisely. But yeah, what essentially this system is it kind of like pushes people. It pushes people to become investors, because now that they're being paid in dividends that they can trade, if they're being paid in stocks that they could trade back and forth, percentages of a company they could trade, then they learn about you get price discovery. You get people learning more and more about the market, how it moves up and down. And when you have price discovery, you have, guess what? Less economic crashes. Because crashes are caused by bubbles, and bubbles are caused by people not knowing what shit is worth. For instance, we talked about the Vancouver housing market. Is a house really worth $1 million, or is this a bidding war? A bidding war where people overbid each other on a house that's actually worth $150,000,
Yeah.
but they don't want to be left out. They don't want to FOMO, so they keep bidding up the price.
Yeah.
And this is how you get crashes. The Canadian housing market's gonna fucking crash. And that's
Yeah.
what Karl Marx was trying to stop. And I think some of his ideas could be implemented, like mixed with a libertarian system, in which you don't have like the brutal oversight of Stalin and Lenin, but you still have the kind of like camaraderie where the workers are comrades rather than like competing to see who can fucking kick each other out of the company and take their spot.
Right.
You don't have to do that in this system because everybody gets paid a percentage.
Yeah, so you're saying an altered version of like communism can be beneficial.
Yeah, it doesn't even really have to be communism. It's just a different kind of labor.
And isn't that similar how like China?
Marx called it use value rather than exchange value. The exchange value is when you're paid in wages, but the use value is when you're paid in equity, dividends, capital.
Okay. I heard that in China they have communism, but it's also like mixed with. It's like communism mixed with something else. Like communism mixed with capitalism.
Here's what China is.
It's kind of like a synergy.
China employs a kind of economics called Keynesianism, and Keynesianism is a fancy way to say fascism. It's the economics of fascism. So with libertarians, you have Austrian economics. With communists, you have Marxian economics. What's in between? Well, you can either have a mixed economy, a Georgist economy, which is anarchist economics, or you can have Keynesian economics, which is fascist economics. And essentially what it does is what China does is it's got these propaganda institutions to talk about like how the Chinese are the master race, how they're like superior to the others, how the Uyghurs need to be assimilated into the Chinese master race because they're scum or whatever. They have propaganda movies. Like there's this one propaganda movie about like the Chinese military and how they're so great. I watch a lot of Chinese movies, but they're kind of like I get very like propaganda type vibes from them.
Did you like
And
Parasite? Did you like Parasite? Oh,
that's Korean.
amazing.
That's Korean rather than Chinese.
Oh, darn, Korean, darn it. Yes.
Yeah, Korea is actually capitalist. South Korea is capitalist. But China is neither capitalist nor communist. It's fascist, which is to say, private property is perfectly allowed in China. Everything that is allowed here to own, you're allowed to own in China. What the difference is that China is gearing up to make all their money from their military, because China is starting to go into economic decline. That's why they're building the fucking South China Islands. That's why they're pushing out all this military propaganda. That's why they have a fucking Department of Race Science to like propagandize the people. It's a fascist state. It's closer to that than it is to a communist state. And you know what Mao said before he died in 1978? He said, "Don't put Deng Xiaoping in charge. He's going to turn China capitalist." And China put Deng Xiaoping in charge, and he turned China capitalist. And then once Xi came to power, China moved away from capitalism, like back to fascism, which was kind of like a medium, a medium mixed economy between capitalism and communism.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that's what China is. It's not. It's communist in name only, because if they change the aesthetics, the people will be like, "Wait, I thought we were communist." They have to keep calling themselves communist in order to piss off people. They got to keep the people under really strict control.
Right.
They got to have social credit score. They got to have the fucking censorship.
Yeah, I hate
Great
their
firewall.
style of government.
Great firewall of China.
And then
So you can have an authoritarian government without being communist. You can be authoritarian and be fascist, or you can even be authoritarian and be capitalist, like Augusto Pinochet did in Chile. It's a very rare kind of government where you have complete free markets and an authoritarian dictator, but it does happen.
Oh.
Singapore, actually, it's kind of close to that. Singapore is like extremely free market, but Lee Kuan Yew was basically a dictator. It was basically a technocracy.
Oh, technocracy. Like America might turn into one day.
No, we're no close to technocracy.
Silicon Valley might rule the world.
Turan Kuz of the Deep says, push for personal property and open source push for planned economy with AI. I don't think AI's there yet. I don't think we can do it. Because it's Chile tried to do a planned economy under Allende with AI, but that was in the 70s, and it's just nowhere near at the level where it can plan and like it can collect data from us, but it can't plan the economy for us. It's just not smart enough yet. It can't tell us what to want.
Right.
But AI is smart enough to tell us what we do want. So you can create like hybrid systems, but planned economies are still gonna. It's called the calculation problem. The calculation problem is when a planned economy fails to take into account like the pricing mechanism. It tries to it tries to tell people what they should want rather than what they actually want.
Okay.
But an AI like Facebook, if it one day it's gonna get so good, it's gonna be able to predict what you want. Twitter's gonna.
It already feels that way. It's amazing. Like when I'm on YouTube.
We're getting there. I don't think we're there yet, but we're getting there to where there's a point where one day I think AI will be able to do a planned economy, and it won't result in mass starvation like Stalin. But right now, I'm not so confident.
What do you think about starvation? What's your opinion on that? Like modern day starvation? Is that
it shouldn't exist. We have more than enough. We have more than enough food to feed everybody.
Yeah,
we just don't have the infrastructure to get it to them.
And it's still happening, right? Modern day starvation.
Yep. There's like 2 billion people who are starving, but they're starving because they live in the countryside, and we don't have the infrastructure to get it to them, and also we don't want to get it to them. We want to create the scarcity. We want to maintain the price. So the way you solve this is, once again, you gradually make people into owners. The problem is not Perhaps the problem is not too few capitalists. Maybe the problem is not enough capitalists. Maybe literally everybody should be bourgeoisie, and there should be no proletarians. That's the automation dream. But that's not what Andrew Yang wants. Andrew Yang wants to bribe you. He wants to say, "Here's $1,000. Shut up." That's Andrew Yang's plan. It's not.
Didn't work on me. Never worked on me. I never fell for that. Wait. Oh no, that was my roommate. My roommate fell for that.
Yeah, I remember the video.
Yeah.
Tarankuz of the Deep says, I'm in favor of... Oh, wait, hold on. Tarankuz of the Deep says, we should push for worker co-ops. Yes, that's Richard Wolff's word. Richard Wolff keeps talking about the worker co-ops. But yes, that's kind of what I'm getting at, because here's what a worker co-op means. Imagine that you have a company that actually does pay dividend labor. You go, like, Roen, what was the last company you worked at? You worked at a sandwich place, right? You go to the sandwich place, and the sandwich place says, instead of paying you $9 an hour, we're going to pay you 0.0034% of the company's stock for each share that is bought. That money will go to you before we use it to buy equipment. That's great, but this also gives you kind of negotiating power, because now you work with other employees who are getting that same wage. And let's say your boss is a dickhead, like a total perv, and he goes around, he rapes one of your coworkers and says, keep your mouth shut or you're fired. What she can do is she can go to the other employees like you and your cooperatives, other people in your cooperatives, and you can get together and say, hey, let's use our shareholder power, because you are now shareholders and laborers. Let's use our shareholder power to vote this motherfucker out of office and replace him with a better manager. You can do that under this system. That's what he means by worker co-ops, Richard Wolff.
Right.
Tarankuz of the Deep says,
hey, this is off topic, but I wanted to ask you, are you still using your red light? What do you think about the red light devices? Are you still using them?
Got it. I can't reach it. It's over there. I can't reach it.
Okay.
Still
good. I've been doing it. I think, are you noticing anything from it, or
I think I'm noticing like more, well, the effect is supposed to be more testosterone. I think that's mitigated by the fact that I've been working out less during Corona. But I do feel the effect. I do feel the difference. Even if so, like, only marginal. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, I think like the Bob really likes the idea of red light too. Trankus of the Deep says the idea of socialism is when the workers own the means of production and you get the actual value of the work you actually do. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I mean, dividend labor is use value. Wage labor is exchange value. You're being paid worthless fucking fiat money that you can only exchange. The money has no value in and of itself, whereas the company stock does have value in and of itself. It's a title deed for the machinery in that company, not just the machinery, but also the capital invested in that company. So capital is not the same as money. A lot of people think it's the same thing. No, capital means machinery, technology, software, organizational systems, data. That's capital. So when Tyranko says socialism is when workers own the means of production, these companies, like the one in Spain I was talking about, that pays their workers in fractions of equity rather than wages, that kind of is close to what Marx was talking about. It's not exactly what he meant, but it's kind of close to it. You've got the workers owning parts of the means of production. They just don't own an equal amount of the means of production.
Right.
Because, and I don't think they necessarily should, because different kinds of jobs require different skill sets. And if I have to go spend 8 years of my fucking life getting a PhD, I should get a slightly higher fraction than somebody who just showed up.
Right.
Because you're taking that's 8 years out of the workforce where you're not earning anything. You're delaying your time preference, and I think that should be taken into account. Taranko says, no, the AI is just collective info. Yeah, that's what I mean. Marx was one of the first people to predict artificial intelligence.
This is Karl Marx you're talking about, right?
Yeah, Karl Marx. Karl Marx predicted artificial intelligence, and he was probably the first person to do so. He called it the general intellect. It's when you have... it's closer to information than an actual decision-making entity, but usually when people talk about AI running a country, they're talking about an AI dictatorship, where you have a robot that gives people orders. But Cybersyn in Chile was different. That was just data collection, which is good. Data collection is good. It's on the pathway there. But if you want this kind of like AI dictator ruling over humans like transhumanists do, I don't think we're quite there yet. Tyrankos of the Deep says democracy at the workplace. Yeah, basically, if you're all shareholders, you get a vote. Shareholders vote. Wage laborers don't vote. Wage laborers are the boss's bitch. If you get raped and your boss says shut up and don't tell anybody, you got to do what you're told, because you don't have the power to get that boss fired. You're just a wage laborer. But if you're a shareholder, that's different. Now you do have power. Tyrankos of the Deep says passive income is like being a house renter. You get money for doing nothing. Not true. I make passive income. My YouTube channel, Transhumania, I make money for doing nothing. But did I really do anything? I put in a bunch of work at the beginning as like an investment. Yeah. And I'm not exploiting any laborers. I'm the only laborer. Like, I don't have employees. So literally 100% of the work in Transhumania was done by me. So who would I be paying? Who am I exploiting? According to Marx, I'm not exploiting anybody. I think that's fair passive income. Right. Unfair passive income would perhaps be child slaves. If you have child slaves digging up blood diamonds, and then you sell the blood diamonds as passive income, I think that's bad passive income.
Yeah.
Just think. But a YouTube channel, that's good passive income. I don't think passive income is necessarily evil. Oh. I think more people should have it. I think everyone should have passive income. They should, that should be like a goal everyone should strive to reach.
Heck yeah.
That's all. That's all the questions. Next round.
Next round.
I'm gonna take a piss before your next round.
Okay. Wow. What an interesting conversation. Dude. Yeah, he should write a book. He could definitely write a book. He has a lot to say there. That could be his life's calling. What is your life's calling, people out there? Anyone out there? Have you thought about it? You thought about the big questions in life. What's your mission? What's your mission? Are you on the right path? The big questions. I love thinking about these things. So confusing. Such a confusing topic, you know, to understand reality, to try to have a grasp on it. You know, just the weirdness of being alive. There's a strangeness to it, you know, to being a human being, and then you start to think about, why am I here? You know, the question of God, the question of, you know, evolution. Is that true? Like, what is going on here in this universe? And to figure it out. It's a lot, you know, it's a lot to deal with. And I think we as people, we as a human race, we should talk about that. We should talk about the difficulties of dealing with big questions, you know, that can really you start to think about these big questions in life, and those are the questions. Those are the questions, the big questions, you know? Is there a God? What happens after people die? The big questions. Those are the questions we all want to know. I'm so confused about it. That's all I think about. I'm obsessed with these huge questions, you know? Are you like someone who obsesses about life's big questions and just cannot stop thinking about it? Like, literally, that's me. Whatever that is, that's who I am. I cannot stop thinking about the big questions in life. I cannot.
That's how I picked my major, actually. What do you call a biochemistry major who minors in philosophy? What job can you do with that degree? You can ask what the meaning of life is. That's basically what I do.
I mean,
like, literally, what the meaning of life is. That's
yeah.
what biochemistry will tell you.
I'm obsessed with that question. I can't stop thinking about it. I gotta figure it out. It's so weird to me. I need to figure out the nature of reality.
Tyrankos of the Deep says you're talking about petty bourgeoisie. No, petty bourgeoisie are essentially people who do have passive income, but it's not enough for them to give up work. For instance, like, let's say you're a doctor and you make like passive rental income, real estate income, but it's not enough for you to support your family on, and you still have to wake up in the morning and go to work. That's the petty bourgeoisie. It's the middle class. I don't know why you gotta have, like, Marx had such a fancy word for the middle class, but he didn't really believe in a middle class. He just thought they were part of the working class. So the petty bourgeoisie are closer to the workers than they are to the owners, in Marxist terms. Again, Marx's works, like, they're really complicated, and if you, like, open one of his books and just, like, look at the fucking difficult language he uses to talk, it'll give you a headache. I've read it. I've read through. He's got 3 main books, like 3 volumes. I read the first one.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't even gotten to the other 2 yet. They're just so hard to read. So, like I said, just read Robert Kiyosaki's Rich Dad Poor Dad and watch Office Space. That'll tell you, like, at least half of what you need to know about Marx, and then the other half you can get to by actually reading. But yeah, I mean, on to the next topic. Rico92 says to save Satan. Wait, what?
Save Satan? Is that what he
Rico,
said?
yeah, it just came out of nowhere. Rico92 says to save Satan.
Oh, we have a Satanist in the chat. Tell us
know.
about your philosophy.
Oh, he says, to save Satan is my mission. What do you mean by that?
Yes, we're curious. I'm curious of all
I'm actually
these
really
philosophies.
curious.
Yeah, me too.
He asked about the main mission. Okay, well, like, I think he's talking about the meaning of life. Here's what I think. I'm gonna give a charitable. No, I'm a Christian. Okay, I'm gonna give a charitable interpretation of what it means to be a Satanist. For instance, in the Garden of Eden, how do you know which was the creator and which was the traitor? Because before humans, they were the only ones who existed. So whose story do you believe? How do you know that the Bible written was for the savior, or sorry, for the creator and not for the traitor? And Milton's Paradise Lost, have you ever heard of that?
Uh-oh.
So it's a story about Lucifer, with him as the good guy. It was written during the Renaissance, and essentially it inspired Mary Shelley to write Frankenstein.
Oh, I love Mary Shelley's Frankenstein.
Originally, she called Frankenstein the modern Prometheus, And what she's referring to, Shelley is referring to the Greek myth of Prometheus, which was the Titan who gave fire to mankind. And mankind was, Zeus got mad at him. Like, the Greek gods got mad at Prometheus for helping the humans because they wanted the humans to suffer. So they punished Prometheus by tying him to a cliff and have an eagle peck at his liver for eternity. All because he helped humanity. And Mary Shelley wanted to make that analogy with Frankenstein. Frankenstein was Prometheus, who created the new life, and all the other humans got mad. And he was debating whether he should create this new life or not. And she compares Satan to Prometheus. That's interesting, because what did Satan do to humanity? Satan didn't give us fire, but he gave us something very similar, which was the apple, which was knowledge. And it's you could call it the knowledge to make fire, because Adam and Eve didn't make a fire or wear clothes until after they had the knowledge of how to do so. So how do you tell who was the bad guy and who was the good guy? Because a lot of these Christian archetypes came from the Greeks, who influenced Judea when Alexander the Great invaded it.
So you're saying there's a chance Satan is the good guy?
It's a very charitable interpretation of Satanism. It's my very generous interpretation of the argument. It's called a steel man. I'm trying to be as generous to the argument as possible as to what they're trying to tell me. I think that's what the Satanists are trying to say.
Or what if Satan is like... I've always kind of thought of Satan as like... Okay, if God made a Satan to tempt humanity, okay, then that could be... Like, that means Satan might not be necessarily bad. Satan is working for God. Like, they're working together. Like, as friends, you know? Like, that Satan wouldn't be punished and, like, you know...
Yeah, because
he's doing his job.
Why would God need someone to run hell when he can just run hell by himself? He needs an antagonist to blame it on.
Yeah. Yeah, so Satan could be doing his job. And, you know... So it's just admitting that Satan is not bad, but that's different than those people who like worship Satan, and they think Satan is good. I mean, they think Satan is bad. You know, like let's say there's certain Satanists probably have a conception that
like Marilyn Manson.
Yeah,
right?
and they worship the evil of it. You know, they're like we're anti-God, we're worshiping the evil. You know, we're worshiping Satan, and they twist it into this evil thing, right? That's bad.
Let me give a charitable interpretation of this as well. So we got the Promethean Satanism of Mary Shelley. Mary Shelley was a Christian, by the way, and so was her husband. They just wanted to try and understand why Satan was evil. And they read Milton's Paradise Lost and were inspired by that kind of thinking. But this new kind of Satanism, which one could call like edgy Satanism, that's what I'm going to call it, is because they're like, oh yeah, Satan's bad, fuck yeah, I like being bad. Yeah. I think there's an interpretation for this as well. And if you look at LaVeyan Satanism, it's just Satanism seems to be more about worshiping yourself than actually worshiping the devil. Like, I mean, they got the fancy red and black clothes, they got the daggers, and they sacrifice shit to Satan. But in the end, if you look at the satanic textbooks, the satanic books, yeah, the satanic holy books are do what thou wilt. And this gets interesting, because do what thou wilt is just worship of the self. It's solipsism. It's egoism. And this gets interesting because when you apply this to politics, it's individualism, libertarianism, Randianism. For instance, some people call Ayn Rand a Satanist because she was very individualistic. So if I give a charitable interpretation of this as well, it's not necessarily a battle between God and the devil, but a battle between individualism and collectivism. Me, myself, I'm neither, because I think collectivism and individualism are dialectical. They are intertwined. They synthesize and desynthesize. You need a little bit of each to run a successful society. For instance, our evolution was due to collectivism. On the plains of Africa, you needed other people to watch your back. I needed other humans to say, hey, a fucking lion is coming. Get up on this tree. Get your ass up on this tree right now. And I needed other humans when they found a river or a stream to tell me about it so I can come drink from it too. That's collectivism. And that allowed us to have individualism, where because of this collectivism, we now have our individual farms, and now we need less collectivism because of that initial investment of collectivism. And it works the same way, the other way around. Individualism, if you give people enough individual rights, they can do what they want. They can associate with who they want, and this eventually creates a more collaborative society. A more collaborative, therefore more collectivistic. So you can see how they're dialectical. This is why I fucking hate Jordan Peterson, because he's retarded. He thinks it's one or the other. I think that it's a complete denial of what evolution is. Evolution is both those things.
Well said.
But yeah, anyway, let's see. Next.
Well said. Jeez.
Next comment. Tyrankos of the Deep says, I thought Prometheus
I'm
was
gonna refill my water. Be right back.
Prometheus was pro-human. He was a transhumanist, but he was a titan. He was a titan, he was neither god nor human. So the Greek gods hated him, and humanity loved him. And the gods hated him because they wanted to see humanity suffer. Rico92 says Satanism is not Satan is not 100% bad like some Christians think. Well, yeah, that's basically the Promethean Satanist argument, is that Satan was just a misled soul. He didn't mean to betray God or whatever. He just wanted to help the humans, just like Prometheus did. Prometheus didn't hate Zeus or the other Greek gods. He just, again, wanted to help the humans by giving them knowledge of fire, just like Satan wanted to help the humans by giving them knowledge of good and evil. How can you test humanity? How can God test humanity's will? How can he test their resolve if they don't have knowledge of good and evil? Satan is kind of helping God in a way. It's very complicated. And a lot of what we believe about Christianity comes from one sect of Christianity that managed to kill all the others. There used to be like 20 different Christianities, but they were all massacred by the Catholic Church. For instance, the Arian heresy, the the Sethian heresy, the Cathar heresy. There were so many other sects of Christianity that were purged. So the Christianity we subscribe to today isn't necessarily the only interpretation of the Bible. Just saying. Rico92 says, Hebrews 16. Now whenever he may again be leading the firstborn into the uninhabited earth, he is saying, and worship him, messengers of God. Tyrankos of the Deep says, all religion is just BS fairy tales. Well, maybe, but don't fairy tales tell us a lot about reality? Sometimes fairy tales are more truth than fiction. What about, I don't know, Lord of the Rings? Doesn't Lord of the Rings teach you something valuable about like the strength of friendship or like never giving up? You know, fiction, it reflects us. It's a mirror that we project our reality onto. It tells us something about the people who made it. So it's not necessarily just falsehoods. There's a difference between fiction and lies. Tyranko says religion is a failed science. Well, I don't think it's a failed science. Religion is a proto-philosophy, and philosophy was proto-science. And then science might be proto-something else. I don't know. But I like to see religion as like the ancestor of intellectualism. So they were genuinely trying to seek knowledge. They just gave very, let's just say, misleading explanations for it and didn't like to question their biases. And when the biases were questioned, they were shut down. And that's why we had philosophy, which started with, at least in the West, it started with Socrates. And Socrates said what differentiates philosophy from religion is philosophers are willing to admit that they know nothing. They're willing to question their biases. Socrates says an unexamined life is not worth living. For religious people it is, but for philosophers it's not. And then Aristotle would expand that philosophy into science. So it's, you see our definition of knowledge get more and more refined, but it doesn't just mean it was all BS. Tyrankos of the Deep says, we are the most cooperation species, but individualism is nice and important as well. But I say cooperation is a bit more important. I think, once again, I think they're dialectical. I think being collectivistic in some instances gives us more freedom. For example, how about anti-violence laws or property rights? For instance, I like being in a society where we all agree not to take each other's shit while we're not looking. I don't want people stealing my laptop while we're not looking. That's collectivism.
Thumbs up to that.
But this collectivism creates individualism, because now I have freedom. I have freedom to work with my laptop without knowing my laptop will be stolen the moment I turn my fucking back. By the way, it's not cops that enforce this, it's us who enforce it. It's collectivistically enforced. I don't think it's cops have ever enforced my property rights in any way. They seem to be benefiting a small group of elite people that we aren't a part of. But anyway, I think it's better to just have the Second Amendment and smart contracts, blockchain. There's better alternatives to police brutality.
Right.
But anyway, furthermore, yeah. So just as collectivism can create more individualism, having a little bit of individualism can lead to collectivism as well. For instance, when capitalism replaced feudalism by giving the workers, the peasants, more freedom, they formed cities. They formed collectivistic areas where they had more connections to other people. So they work back and forth. Individualism and collectivism are dialectical. And I hate how Jordan Peterson puts one over the other. It's really like kind of poisoned people's minds.
What's your least favorite thing about Jordan Peterson, anyways? I've wanted to know that. What do you think is the worst thing about him?
His take on postmodernism. Holy shit, it's so bad. It's so bad.
I think that I didn't like his perspective on God, because he seemed to destroy the meaning of God.
Which was morality?
Because God, like his conception of God, the way he described God, it ruined the
What did he say it was?
Well, his definition of God is all just these like philosophical.
Oh yeah, it's like obscurantism, right? He's like religion is what you act out. It's your transcendent metaphysical substrate of reality.
Yeah,
is
so
that what he said?
He strips out the core of what religion is and the idea of a God that is actually a consciousness, right? There's different definitions of God.
I call Jordan Peterson's ideology Christian atheism. I think we discussed that on our podcast with Micah of the Mormon Transhumanist Association. I basically just called him like a Christian atheist because that's what he is. He's selling Christian traditionalism to atheists, not vice versa.
Right.
That's what Jordan Peterson does.
What's your conception of God again? I forgot. Like basically try to define it again.
It's Hegelian. It's pantheistic. So Hegel, he did believe God was a consciousness, but he says it's a consciousness that has not quite formed yet. So Hegel was a theologian. He studied theology at the University of Jena. And theology at this time, it was kind of like the bridge between religion and science and philosophy. So it mixes all those things together. And what Hegel came up with was an idea of God, where God achieves consciousness through us. So as in, we're talking right now, we create knowledge, and God is just all the knowledge at the end of time. So Teilhard de Chardin was the early transhumanist thinker who adapted this into an actual coherent fucking school of thought, and he was like a Jesuit priest. So I have like a whole video on him. It's called the Noosphere video. Have you seen it?
No.
It explains that's basically my theory of God. That video. It's there's been other people who think like that too, like Quentin Meillassoux. He has a book called After Finitude, and he talks about how God is just like what will exist rather than what already exists. And since we deny, if we were to deny the directionality of time, it wouldn't really matter when God exists as long as he does exist.
I see.
But there's many different interpretations of what God is. But yes, God is a conscious being, for me at least.
Yeah. There's
a conscious being without a directionality of time. So he could be at the end of time, working backwards, or at the beginning of time, working forwards. Either way.
Do you have any personal experience where you feel like God has talked to you or communicated to you in some way, or
yes, hyperstitions and flow states are direct manifestations of the Hegelian dialectic.
What is a hyperstition?
A hyperstition is when a fiction becomes reality. For instance, it comes from Nick Land, and he was trying to explain memes. So how do memes work? You were in 2016, right? You were a Trump fan, right? So
yeah.
Have you ever heard the term meme magic for Trump, right?
Yeah.
That's a hyperstition. So they're saying we meme Trump into existence. And what they're saying is because we talked about Trump becoming president, that created the causal reality by which Trump became president. That's a hyperstition. So a hyperstition, the word is a fusion between superstition and hyper. So superstitions are just fictions that aren't real. Hyperstitions are fictions that make themselves real.
So
instance,
so like an example of a hyperstition, for example, I just want to throw out an idea. It would be like if I just kept on making these Eternal Life fan club videos and kept on building the Eternal Life fan club into and trying to make it like more into like popular culture and acting and telling everyone I'm gonna live forever, this is gonna happen.
In that case, your thoughts would create reality.
It's almost like the law of attraction.
Yeah, it's the law of attraction.
Like if you focus on it enough and it becomes your reality.
The difference between
you manifest it.
The difference between Nick Land's hyperstition and the law of attraction is that the law of attraction is you just think it and it happens. With Nick Land's theory, you actually have to say it. You have to say it to other people, and then it becomes real.
Okay.
You can't just think it. So you have to do something.
You have to say, I'm gonna live forever. Like if I wanted to manifest eternal life with the law of attraction, right? What would you do?
Yeah.
You would just focus on it. It would just be your. You would
that's what we're
believe
doing
I'm
right
gonna
now.
live forever. I'm gonna, you know.
The YouTube channel Transhumania is a hyperstition. None of those things I talk about on my channel actually exist. There's no such thing as nanites. There's no such thing as mind uploading, and there's no such thing as Dyson spheres. But by talking about these things and sharing them with other people, it makes them more likely to build those things. And in doing so, my fictions will have created reality. And this is called what Richard Dawkins calls memetics, and it's another form of evolution, just like genetics. But genetics works through biology. Memetics works through culture. So you can think of human culture, global culture, as an organism that's evolving. And it evolves by hyperstitions. We use hyperstitions to create technology, and then the memetics take that technology and make more memetics. Hyperstitions create more hyperstitions.
That's awesome.
And eventually you get God. At the end of time, not at the beginning of time. But I mean, if you want to work backwards in time and say, God is at the beginning, it works equally well.
That's a bit mind-blowing. Wow.
But yeah, so I don't know. I think like, you know how 4chan in 2016 were saying like we memed Trump into existence.
Yeah.
I think that's the most relevant expression of a hyperstition I can think of that most people would understand.
I see.
So yeah,
some people think they like everyone believing in God, that memed God into existence. Like think about it. If everyone's like talking about God, thinking about God, creating stories about God, what if the collective of society did a hyper mimetic or whatever with
hyperstition? So
hyperstition and created a God.
There are people unironically talking about building in Silicon Valley. There are people like Anthony Lewandowski unironically talking about building a super intelligent AI that mimics the morality of Jesus. They want to literally build Jesus. That's a hyperstition. The fiction, if Jesus was a fiction and the Bible was a lie, the Bible, by being written down, has made itself true. Therefore, the Bible is true. Hyperstitions really blur this line between truthhood and falsehood because it reduces it to time.
So they're gonna make the religion true.
In his book Templaxity and Disordered Loops in Shanghai Time, Nick Land, he gives the expression of the movie Looper. Have you seen Looper? He gives that as an example of hyperstition. So, have you ever heard the expression Neo-China arrives from the future? So Neo-China arrives from the future. What this means is that in the movie Looper, right? So there's a part in the movie Looper where the crime boss is talking to Edward Norton's character, and Edward Norton says, I'm going to take all my money and I'm going to go to France. And the crime boss says, no, you should go to China. The future is in China. I'm from the future. You should go to China. This is a universe where time travel is legal, by the way. And in sending all these people to China, he creates China. He creates the futuristic China by hyping it up, by hyperstitioning the futuristic China. Hence, Neo-China arrives from the future. If that makes any fucking sense. But it's basically time, retrocausality, reaching backwards and making itself real. So you can add an element of time into it, but it's still a hyperstition, so to speak. Rico92 says, I think eternal tormentors don't want to face their own dark inner things and push it away by creating this eternal view of good and evil.
Ooh, here's a cool idea. Wait, before we go on. Dude,
yeah.
What if someone created a hyperstition of their eternal love? They just focused on their eternal love so much, and they thought about the idea so much.
That's what sex bots are.
They just
sex bots are hyperstitions. Sex bots are hyperstitions of our eternal love.
Sex bots are hyperstitions of our eternal love.
You watch fucking Hatsune Miku on TV, or you watch all these anime people on TV. Wow, I want that anime girl to be my girlfriend in real life. So you create an AI that mimics the anime girl. It's basically Nick Land stole the idea from Baudrillard, and Baudrillard calls them simulacra. Have you seen my video on AR? I basically talk about in that whole video, Baudrillard, and he says a simulacra is when you create a fiction, and that fiction gets treated as though it were never fiction. For instance, like Star Wars fandoms or anime fandoms, they treat it like it's a real thing, like it's a real thing that matters. And from there, if you actually build those fictions, that's when the simulacra becomes hyperstition.
I see.
Wow, this is a deep fucking conversation.
I know, dude.
We're supposed to be playing
start
StarCraft.
talking now. We need to start talking about the Matrix. Like, what is you know, all this like deep stuff.
Was I answering? Oh yeah. I think they were trying to face their own inner dark things, pushing it away by creating this eternal view of good and evil. Yeah, that's basically Nietzsche. So Nietzsche says good and evil were created as a way to control people. So whoever decides what good and evil is usually the people in power. So when the Romans were in power, they decided that beating the shit out of your enemies and sacrificing them to Zeus was a good thing. But when the Christians were in power, they said, no, human sacrifice is evil. Now you must be kind and charitable. And that was good. So whoever is in power dictates what good and evil is. That's what Nietzsche's genealogy of morality was all about.
Yeah, that's not a good idea. That would be just like the government decides.
Yeah,
That's
that's one application of it. If the government's in power, you can use Nietzsche as a way to doubt their power, which is why I'm so fucking like, I don't understand why the Nazis chose Nietzsche as like their chief intellectual, because he stands like against everything they stand for. Nietzsche could be used to criticize the Nazi government, and he did. They just censored it all out, which is ironic.
I still don't like that
Incredibly
Nietzsche. How do you say it again? Nietzsche. Friedrich Nietzsche.
Yeah.
I hate that he's a deathist, man.
Well, not really. He thinks that everything. He thinks that all human beings live forever everywhere. So he's kind of like, he's not necessarily a nihilist. He's like so not nihilistic that it's its own form of nihilism.
He thinks everyone lives forever. He's a universalist. Yeah. He's a universalist.
Well,
that's what a universalist is. Right?
Well, no, he doesn't believe that everybody lives forever in some other dimension. He believes that every possible thing that could ever occur in this universe is happening right now, and it will happen forever. Because that's what is that not what an infinite universe implies? That everything that's happening right now, if the universe is infinitely large, that every possible configuration that can exist does exist, and that if the universe goes on forever, every possible configuration that can exist and does exist will continue to exist or repeat themselves forever. Difference and repetition.
Oh.
But that's what he believes. Whether he believes that his personal consciousness will go on forever, he never wrote about that, so we don't know. We don't know what he thought about that.
That would definitely make so basically it's saying there's like thousands of different alternate realities. Basically like the Mandela effect on steroids. That's
not even alternate realities, but real realities. Because I mean, what is Roen, and what is this Earth? This Earth has a mathematically calculable amount of particles, and those particles have a mathematically calculable combinatorics of how they can fit together. And if you go in the universe one direction long enough, you will eventually find another copy of Earth arranged in the exact same way that this Earth is arranged, with like one tiny difference. And if you keep going in a straight line forever, trillions and trillions and trillions of light years, you will eventually find every possible combination of things that can exist, because the universe is infinite, so anything that can exist does exist, as long as it's physically possible. And since the universe will go on forever, if we assume that it will, then those configurations will repeat themselves forever. Difference and repetition.
Wow, that's really crazy to think about. That's just mind-blowing.
Yeah. So I mean, it doesn't necessarily make you a deathist. What it does do though is amor fati. Amor fati means love of fate. It means that if there is an Alex, right? Like, let's say I really wanted to be a veterinarian. Alex Kotov really wants to be a veterinarian, but I wasn't able to do that in my life. But I feel this obligation to be a veterinarian, and it's causing me to deny my passions, which is to make videos about life extension. So Nietzsche says, Don't worry about it. There's a video where you're already, there's a configuration of Earth with a configuration of you where you're already a fucking veterinarian. So you are free to do as you please. You are free to go work on your eternal life videos because you have already accomplished this veterinary endeavor, this veterinarianism. You've already done it on another world, so you're free to do as you like. I use this pickup line in high school and like first year of college. I use this pickup line on girls to like try and convince them to sleep with me.
What do you say? What do you say?
Like I basically told them like there's another like there's a possible configuration of Earth where you're with every possible guy, but in this universe you should be with me. In this configuration you should be with me, and you are free to do so because you've already done everything. Has it ever worked? I can't say.
Haha.
I don't kiss and tell.
That needs to be in a movie. That whole pickup line you just did there should be in a movie.
It totally should. It's a good pickup line. You just have to be very fucking articulate because you can't. It's not even a pickup line. It's pickup lines. You can't explain it in one sentence.
Right.
Tyrankos of the Deep says the golden rule is good. Well, that's one thing Nietzsche didn't agree with because that's basically Kant. The golden rule was Kant trying to formalize the categorical imperative was Kant's attempt to formalize Jesus's golden rule into like a philosophical argument. So he says, act according to that maxim, which you would have be a universal law. And what that means is do unto others as you do unto yourself. But I think here's Nietzsche's problem with that, is because we don't all want the same thing. For instance, I have an Indian friend, right? And he doesn't eat cows. So if I invite him to my place and I make fucking burgers or whatever, and I'd be like, I'd want somebody to do this for me, so I'm going to do it for him. But he doesn't want it. So it's not a universal law. The maxim can't be a universal law because we have what Nietzsche calls the will to power. We have different drives, and the different drives are unique to us, and they become biases through which we will see the world. So it's a flawed theory.
So Nietzsche is basically a Satanist. He's saying, do what you want. Do what thou wilt.
No. He's saying people have different drives, so what you like may not necessarily be what somebody else likes. So it's kind of it's not saying do what thou wilt. You could though, hypothetically you could, but what he's saying here is that not everybody likes what you like, essentially.
Right.
So my Indian friend, just because I like I don't know, whatever, just because I eat burgers doesn't mean he eats burgers. I don't eat burgers though, it's just an example.
Right. Okay, I'm gonna get water.
StarCraft?
I'll be right back.
Okay, I'm gonna keep answering questions.
Okay, great. I'm so thirsty.
The golden rule is good. Yeah, so the Confucianists had like a better version of the golden rule. They essentially said, I, person X, am very similar to person Y. So, I like person Y, and I should treat them well because they are similar to me. And, person Z isn't that different from person Y. So just as I treat person Y well, I should also treat person Z well. So it's kind of a pay it forward system that doesn't rely on the golden rule within Christianity. I think that's interesting. I subscribe to Matt's idea from the atheist experience. Oh, Bobby would know this. Bobby loves the atheist experience. I don't know that much about Matt Dillahunty. What does Matt Dillahunty believe? Tyrankos of the Deep says, for both of y'all, if you achieve immortality, what kind of body? Oh, I'll wait for Rowan. Since this is for both of us. Yeah, that's a good question. But yeah, I don't know what Matt Dillahunty believes. Bobby actually calls into his show, so he would know. But I think he just says he wants evidence for God. But I mean, there's a lot of things you can't provide evidence for. Because in science, we have this standard called falsification. And we say, that which is scientific is that which can be falsified. But there's a lot of things that can't be falsified. Climate change can't be falsified. The black holes can't be falsified. Time can't be falsified. Tons of things in science can't be falsified. So scientists are trying to develop a new theory of what is and isn't scientific. So this is my problem with the atheist experience. Atheists, Matt Dillahunty, and their fans, is that telling me to find evidence for God isn't really saying anything, because there's tons of scientific things you can't find evidence for. So we really need to redefine what is and isn't science, and we'll find that a lot of things actually that are considered scientific actually don't fit into the scientific category.
And what's your definition of God?
My definition of God?
Yeah.
Omnipotence, omniscience, omnipresence. It's the definition from theology.
Okay.
Because the reason I believe that definition is because if God weren't those things, then why call him God? God must be able to do anything and take any form and accomplish anything. If he can't, then he's not an all-powerful being. But in order to be an all-powerful being, you would have to have a piece of you inside everything. You'd have to be omnipresent. So there must be a piece of God inside Rowan. There must be a piece of God inside me.
Oh,
and that's the only way God can be omnipresent.
And
the moment you say God,
that's why you're a pantheist.
You don't have to be only a pantheist. You can be a panentheist, where you believe God is both pantheistic and conscious. Which that's closer to my view. It's just layers. The bottom layer is pantheism, but if you go to higher layers, you get consciousness.
Okay.
I think we discussed this in another stream, right? We were talking about.
Yes, I do vaguely
Layer, the physical
remember.
layer, which was Christ.
Yeah, I do vaguely remember talking about.
Yeah,
that.
so I think I've already told you my views in that video. Not much to talk about. There's a question here for both of us. What if Tyrankuz says, if you achieve immortality, what kind of body would both of you want? You answer first, and then I'll come back. I need water too.
Okay. What type of body would I want? I guess a human body, just, a human body that doesn't age. You just gotta stop aging. Aging is the worst. Just any human body that does not age. Just young, healthy body forever. That's what I want.
Yo.
Just having flash.
What was your answer?
What?
What was your answer to the question?
What question?
The body question.
Oh, I said just a young, healthy body. I mean, it was probably, the question was probably deeper. It's probably like, what, do you want a robot body or a cyborg body or anything like that?
This is a good question.
I'll take a fairy body. I think I would want to fly around,
All right, we got fairy body. For me, this is a good question. If you achieve immortality, what kind of body would you want? I think I'd want a body without organs, but that's a very technical term. It doesn't mean what you think it means. A body without organs is the ability to shapeshift. Basically, it's the ability to become a kind of like Lego, right? You can build anything out of Lego, but you need something that coordinates the Legos to building themselves. So it's the body without organs is like it's like a morphological surface upon to which you ascribe like I mean isn't that wouldn't that be fucking awesome? Like, have you seen Star Trek, right? The changelings,
oh, yeah,
the ones the guys
totally
who
cut out for
shapeshift.
You totally cut out for like the last 10 seconds.
Oh, so
I totally didn't hear you.
have you seen the changelings from Star Trek?
I don't
They
think so.
they can basically take any form of like any alien or human or whatever. I think that'd be pretty sick. That's the kind of body I'd want. Is the body that can change, the one that wouldn't be like stratified into a single actuality, but rather a potentiality for accomplishing multiple things. You could watch my video on identity where I talk about that. But
like
yeah,
a shapeshifter, like the
changelings.
the bad guy in the Arnold Schwarzenegger movie, Terminator.
Yes, that too. That'd be a good example too.
Yeah.
That's interesting. That's a body without organs. For
Mhm.
instance.
That would be cool, because then you wouldn't lose your organs. You wouldn't get organ
you can
internal
manufacture them.
injuries
You can
and
manufacture
stuff.
them on demand. If I go to a planet that's
Yeah.
hostile to previous organs, I can
Right.
revert to the body without organs and then get new organs. But you can. It's not just a concept that applies to identity. It applies to like societies as well. For instance, like a true anarchist society would be a body without organs. A true like global intelligence would be a computer planet that can become whatever it wants, like a nanobot planet. You could use this concept fucking anywhere. I just
Mhm.
use it here because it's useful. That's the last question. Let's fire up one more game.
Here's my question: if you feel like you had a mission on this planet, what do you think your mission would be? If you had to say,
Oh,
what's your
okay.
ultimate mission?
What's your ultimate mission, guys? Answer in the comments.
Yeah, what's your ultimate mission?
They're typing. I'll read it to you as you play.
Oh, I'm playing this game? We're playing StarCraft again? Let's see here. We're doing Terran again? You
Yeah.
joining? Are you joining?
Let me try. Start a game. See if it works.
Start a game and then see if you can join in?
No, like start a game in case it doesn't work for me.
Start a game.
That way at least you have the loading time over with.
Oh, start a game in case it doesn't work.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Just the normal 3 versus AI?
Yeah.
Alrighty.
Actually, try the 1 versus AI, because that way you don't have allies. Yeah, it's just you versus the AI. Whereas last time you had people helping you. This time it's just you.
Oh, darn it. Now it's too late. Wait, no, it's not. Why is it blocked out? Oh, not available while searching for a game. So I have to cancel this one first.
Yeah, just cancel it and then come
It's
back.
Not canceling, though. Oh, there we go. Okay, Terran 3 versus A. This one?
Yeah. No, 1 versus AI.
Oh, 1 versus A. Oh, okay.
It says very easy, but it's gonna you have to beat it first to get
Okay.
the harder difficulties because it
Well,
says win
obviously
matches.
I'm not that good, so this I probably need very easy.
Once the AIs get harder, I'll start telling you like nice little tricks and hacks, like that one I told you about, like using. Oh, dude, try that for this game. For this game, send one of your SCVs to their SCVs, attack it, and then distract them all, and get it to follow you around. Okay,
One of my
right,
okay.
all these guys are mining. Take
Not
one
enough
and go find the
minerals.
enemy's base and attack their SCVs, and
Okay.
then have them chase you around the map.
Okay.
It fucking works, dude.
Not enough minerals.
It's just like a nice way to sabotage the
Not
AI's
enough
economy,
minerals.
so that they're behind you,
Not
and that way
enough
you can like
minerals.
rush them with your turn.
Okay, I'm building the first supply depot.
Okay, get one of those SCVs and go explore the map, and then find the enemy and attack their SCVs with your SCV.
Okay.
And while you're doing that, like while you send him off, you can keep building stuff. You don't have to watch him move.
Okay.
Oh, don't send all your SCVs, just one.
Oh, I was sending that one. I was putting him in to go to multiple locations.
Oh,
He's like
okay.
a scout, yeah.
Yeah, that's what you want. And then while he's doing it, you can build.
Okay.
Problem is you have to do
bears.
it fast. You have to do it fast because if he builds a marine before you can do it, then if he builds a marine before you can get to his SCVs, the marine will just shoot you. You don't want that to happen. You want the SCVs there to chase you.
Oh, yeah.
In the rear with the gear. SCV ready.
Okay, so that's where their base is.
Tyrann Kuz of the Deep says mission for what? When you asked what life mission. Oh, you found it?
Yeah, I was
Found-
asking everyone what
Attack him!
their...
Attack him!
Attack.
Yeah, attack one of the SCVs with yours.
What's going
Which
on?
That way
ones?
they'll
Oh,
follow
over
you.
here?
You're the
Oh,
boss.
Yeah.
okay. Oh, I see. Attack.
Okay, you're fighting the Protoss. Attack one of their SCVs, and then they'll chase you.
Okay. Oh.
Oh fuck! Run! Run! They have a sword guy.
Oh,
they have a sword.
crap.
Yeah, you were supposed to attack before they build
Oh, okay.
SCV ready.
Well, I'll just run back then.
that. Make sure you have Marines for when you run back, because it's gonna lead that guy straight to your base.
Sure thing.
Yeah. Oh crap. Yeah. I'm building my first ones.
Huh?
Careful, because one of those Protoss sword guys can take out 3 Marines. They're super strong.
Oh.
Who wants some?
You need at least like 4 Marines to kill one.
You gonna get
Do you think I could build 4 by the time they'll be here?
No, but you could build 1 bunker and put the Marine in it, and that can defeat the sword guy.
yeah.
Insufficient vessel.
Oh gosh. See, that's why you gotta build gas right away. I already don't have enough gas.
Ah, you scared?
Choose changeling.
supply
What would be the most
depots
popular
required.
form you would take? A hot chick?
Yeah.
So I could fuck myself now.
I'm going.
For both of you,
Additional
what
supply
kind of...
depots
Oh, okay.
required.
Rico92 says, I want this body just a little sexier. Yeah, okay. That's morphological freedom.
It's your time. Armed and what's going on?
All right. I got.
Think
I got
they
my
destroyed your guy?
Wait.
I
Do you
got
think
my
the sword-
bunker.
Do you think
Yeah.
the sword dude destroyed your guy on the way back? That's probably likely.
Oh, probably.
Oh, you don't need to build the bunker
In
there.
the rear.
You build them at the bottom of the stairs.
Oh.
That way they can't attack your. That way they can't attack your buildings while you shoot at them.
Yep.
Oh. crap.
It's okay. It's okay. They're cheap.
Yeah, whatever.
What the fuck? They sent a scout.
SCV
Okay, it's okay. You don't have to shoot it.
You want a
Okay,
piece
here
of
we
me,
go.
boy?
Factory. All right. Just build a factory.
Oh, we got more people watching. 6 people. There's people actually
Whoa.
showing up to the stream and watching us.
Oh my
at
gosh.
this morning.
They're.
Who wants some?
I'm not playing my best. I'm usually a little better than this.
It's okay. Good thing the AI is on very
Feeling-
easy.
Yeah, a little slow.
Gotcha.
Feeling a little slow
Little
today.
slow.
SCV ready.
A little slow. Not a pro.
This better be good.
I'm pretty bad actually, probably. But
Oh, you know what you should do? Build a fuck ton of tanks, get the siege mode, and build like 10 tanks, send them to his base, and have all 10 tanks go into siege mode in the middle of his base, and then just shoot at his fucking shit. While they're all-
Oh,
SCV ready.
yeah.
That'd be neat.
I like that idea. I love.
You don't
siege
have to.
tanks.
You don't have to send that many Marines to his base, because the tanks can take a hit. Actually, you might need the Marines to come with the tanks, because the tanks can't shoot at air units. If they have an air unit, you want the Marines there to shoot at it.
By the numbers, boys. You gonna get
Add-on
orders?
complete.
Here.
Rico92 says, I
It
really love...
building a third one here. Would that be
Who wants
stupid?
some?
No, that's okay.
Yeah,
that?
whatever.
Another bunker?
Well,
Yeah.
it probably would have made sense if they were closer together, right?
Yeah.
Now they're all separated.
This better be
That was
good.
retarded.
Ah, you scared me.
That was retarded.
Getting away.
You can take your Marines out of the other 2 bunkers and put them in the ones that are closer to the bottom. And if the bunkers blow up, have your Marines retreat to the back bunkers. That way you don't have Marines just sitting there doing nothing.
It's your dime.
Oh yeah, and there's even a way to supposed to be able to get the ideal, make these idle workers.
What's going?
Oh, there they are.
Yeah.
4.
In the
F1.
rear with the gear. Huh?
But yeah, you're doing great so far.
No, I used to be so much faster, dude. Aging is destroying my brain, man. It's making me slower.
Numbers, boys.
It's giving me dementia.
Tomorrow I'm gonna get all this
Giving me
computer shit fixed.
dementia.
Don't worry. Tomorrow I'm gonna get all this shit fixed, and then we can play multiplayer once I get it fixed.
Okay.
Dude, StarCraft used to work on this computer. I don't know why it doesn't work now. It's crazy. This is a new computer too. It's from like 2016.
Ooh. Does it glow?
Add-on
Yes.
complete.
It does
My keyboard
glow.
doesn't though. Tyrankus of the Deep says I would be 40% octopus
Mineral
and 20%
field
leech.
depleted.
Rico92 says I wouldn't mind being a raccoon for a couple days. Yeah, I mean, like, if you ever read the Animorphs novel, you'll know how cool being a fucking body without organs actually is. It's pretty fucking sick.
You want a piece of
Have you read the Animorphs novels when you were in elementary school?
Never.
Those were super easy to read, and they were like my intro to reading.
Armed and ready.
We gotta cure aging, man.
Add-on complete.
Got to cure neurodegeneration so that we don't have to play StarCraft to keep our attention and reflexes up to date.
Yeah. Seriously. We need some freaking smart drugs to
Yeah,
increase our...
it sucks that like professional
IQ.
StarCraft players, like at age 30, even age 25, their reflexes start decaying.
Yeah.
Cause that's why you gotta
It's a tragedy.
you gotta eat the right things and stay up to date. Oh, you got one of those Marauder guys, the guys who can fly. Sick.
I'm listening.
You know, in the lore, these are actually escaped convicts
In the rear with the
who pilot
gear.
those things.
Mhm.
Did you know that?
Uh-uh.
Yeah, the Terran go to prisons and they find like suicidal prisoners and get them to pilot those things.
Mhm.
You gonna give me orders?
Okay. My army is... I just don't feel like it's big enough. It should be bigger right now.
Insufficient
Great.
Vespine gas.
Okay. What am I doing here?
It's okay, your enemy's army probably
Okay,
sucks.
I gotta have a fusion core. I need a fusion core.
Armed and ready.
Fusion core.
Rico92 says, I really love the human body. I have no need for any other form. I just want to be perfect health. And in my experience, the better the health, the more you accept and love your body and feel free.
Move it.
I don't know. Have you ever seen, like, some people have, like, tentacle porn fetishes, so they might want to be, like,
Insufficient
octopi
gas.
rather than people.
Right.
Um,
Bad news.
I just want to be in perfect health, and in my experience, the better the health, the more you accept and love your body. Yeah, that's so fucking true. Like, working out is the best thing you can do, but with this stupid fucking COVID pandemic, we can't do shit. You have to work out at home. And all I can do is fucking run and push-ups. I don't have the space to set up all this fucking equipment in a fucking college dorm room. Like, I can't set up a...
Well, you
I can't set
can
up
you
a fucking...
jump? Do jumping jacks?
I can
Oh.
do jumping jacks, but it shakes the fucking ground and I hate it. I can do push-ups, but I don't like to do push-ups like where I sleep
Mhm.
or in the kitchen.
Insufficient
I like to do
Vespine
push-ups
gas.
at the gym. It's just nice having a place to go to where I do a specific thing
Mhm.
and have other places I go to do other
Insufficient
specific
Vespine
things.
gas.
I'm gonna go take a piss. Be right
Okay.
back.
Okay.
Taking a lot of fucking pisses. Holy shit.
Let's have a blast.
Mineral
SCV
field.
ready.
I used to be so much better at this game, you guys. Aging is destroying my brain.
I can't build here.
I used to be so much better. We need to cure aging. This is my PSA. This is my cure aging PSA. Cure aging because as you get older, your brain doesn't work as well and you can't play StarCraft II as good. That's the PSA, you guys. Great.
In the rear with the gear. Go, go, go. Yep. Well, butter my biscuit.
Yeah, I remember I used to be really good at StarCraft. I had like, I used to be able to have this good strategies.
Insufficient Vespine gas.
I was
Insufficient
much better.
Vespine gas.
And now it's like, I'm not as quick. You know, I'm not figuring out the strategies as quickly. I'm not remembering the strategies. It's been so long since I played. See, when it's been so long since you played something, you forget how to do it. You lose it, but if you don't use it, you lose it. That's the way our brains work. And so, it's tragic that people's brains are getting mutilated by aging and the diseases of aging. This is
Base
literally,
is under attack.
this could be a PSA, you know? Look at this person who sucks at StarCraft. Should be a PSA for anti-aging. Because it's that bad, man.
Gangway. Coming.
It's
Who
that
called
bad.
in the fleet? Oh, really? Take it slow.
This better be good. Who wants some?
What I miss? Did they attack you yet?
No, I was just given an anti-aging PSA. I was like, we should make this an anti-aging
Research
PSA. Like,
complete.
look at this gamer who is not good at gaming anymore because of aging. I literally feel that way.
Yeah, you should go evangelize on Twitch. You should get that platform that lets you do YouTube and Twitch at the same time. That way you get twice the viewers.
Yes,
The Grim Reaper has arrived.
that would be cool.
Oh, you have a fucking battle cruiser.
Really fast. If something gets in our way,
Yes.
shoot it.
Finally, I got a battle cruiser. Here, let's get another one.
Insufficient Vespine gas. Insufficient
Finally.
Vespine gas.
Do you have the fucking Yamato cannon?
Yeah,
The Yamato is so fucking sick.
Let's have a blast.
You can use it to like blow up an
Oh yeah,
entire.
yeah. I've gotten that before. Definitely gotten that before.
Or is that just StarCraft 1? Maybe StarCraft 2 doesn't have the Yamato cannon.
In the rear with the gear.
Maybe.
Don't leave me hanging. Of course.
All right, where's my army? I'm such a abuser of the F2 button. You know how they say like very new
Yes,
novice people use the F2 button, just all army.
I
Button.
still do.
That's me. Like
Will do.
I'm just this F2 person. Like,
Upgrade.
You gonna go attack him?
yes. I just gotta make sure. I thought I should probably have a little bit bigger of an army. Oh, there's the Yamato cannon.
Nice.
I should have a little bit of an army, or maybe I should expel all these people just so I have more army to leave. Or should I leave them there? Usually split up your army. Do you leave some defense, or do you just take everything?
They all do better when they're together.
Mineral
Okay.
That's a good
field
slogan.
depleted.
Okay, unload a ball.
Yes, Commander.
Okay.
En route. Okay.
New comments?
Yes, sir.
They are now working on a StarCraft 3. No shit, really? I'm gonna Google this. StarCraft 3? Fuck yeah.
Has arrived.
Wow.
Take it slow. Whatever that means.
I will.
Course laid in.
Aha! I'm killing them.
It's go time.
Has not been announced yet. Oh shit. Fight, 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 fight! Fuck, he doesn't even have an army. What the hell? Did he have an army when you got here?
Who called
You know what,
I'm
maybe
going to
this is
win. I am
maybe
the
this is-
smartest man alive.
Maybe this is just a colony of his,
I'm on it.
Armed and ready.
and he hasn't, that's not his real army.
Take it slow.
Mineral field depleted.
Another colony. Use the Yamato on that base.
On this base?
Yeah. Oh, never mind. Took it out. Good.
Research complete.
I just love seeing like a base's health drop to like 10% after using the fucking
Yes, Commander.
Yamato
Yes,
cannon.
Commander.
Mineral
In case
field
anyone is
depleted.
joining right now, do not think I'm a video game addict. This is only a PSA for anti-aging.
Anti-aging.
This is only a PSA for anti-aging. That is all this is.
Engage.
Don't you think it's anything
Take it
else?
slow.
This is me trying to exercise my
Whatever that means.
my brain. Deteriorating
Will do.
brain.
En route.
Where's their fucking army? Holy shit. Do they even have one?
I'm on it.
They don't have an army. It's nuts.
Squadron en route.
They don't. Oh, it's over there.
Vespine
What am I
gas
doing?
exhausted.
That's his real base.
Yeah.
Where's
Okay. Oh, all these people.
what's going on?
They need to be brought over here.
I have the worst fucking headache right now.
You have a headache?
Where's
Why
Yeah,
do you have a
it's okay
headache?
though. It's
How-
okay. I think it's just from not drinking enough coffee.
Brent also had headaches. He's been having headaches for the last
Like migraines.
like headaches.
'Cause mine are just caffeine withdrawals.
No, Brent's been having headaches for the last like 2 weeks. He said,
Oh shit.
and now
That's not
you're
good.
having headaches.
Uh,
And some people said
well,
that.
I know for a fact. I know for a fact mine are due to caffeine.
Really?
Yeah.
Dang, freak. I hate headaches. They're the worst.
job.
Good thing I don't have migraines.
What's going on?
Yeah, like me, I used to have migraines. They suck.
Huh?
But you started taking the what's it called? Trehalose, and now you don't have them anymore, right?
Well,
That is
butterfly
correct.
biscuit. Sure thing.
Yeah.
What's going on?
I feel like I've lost the plot of this game right now. Just like... Hey, I should've... Where's my army at?
Touching you.
Ah! See this... Oh, I killed everyone.
Oh, is the game
I already
over?
killed everyone. And I'm like at my base, building
Okay,
my
they'll
base.
make the
I'm
AI
like, kill
harder
everyone.
now that you won a game.
What?
They'll make the AI harder now that
See, it's hard for me to multitask. Like, I'm focusing on my base, right? And I can't focus on what the army's doing at the same time. You see?
Yeah.
It's like I'm like focusing on the army or the base. It's hard to focus on both.
Well, you could send the you could go to the base and tell the SCVs to like give them a list of instructions. You can backlog instructions,
Mm-hmm.
and then you can just focus on the battle because the battle deserves like 90% of your attention.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I do know there is a way to like build one building and then put it in a queue, and then have it build the next building and then put that in the queue, and so on.
Yeah, you can also put instructions into a queue, like telling them to attack shit. I think,
Okay.
if I remember correctly.
All right.
Oh shit! Fuck. Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Almost knocked over my mic.
So what should we do next?
So is it gonna make the game harder when
Let's
you come
talk
back?
more about philosophy.
We could do that while you play. Next
Well,
question.
I don't know. It's hard to focus on both. It's hard to focus for me on like talking philosophy and playing at the same time. It's like, whoa. Can you multitask like that?
Yeah.
Would you really?
Yeah. I had like a couple of videos on my Transhumania channel back when it was a gaming channel, where I just talked while playing games. Talked about I don't know, politics and like life extension and shit.
Like you could focus on both of that at the same time,
Mhm.
and it doesn't distract. One doesn't distract
So-
from the other.
Nope. Some people actually do better when they're playing a game while they talk. I'm one of those people.
Wow.
I talk better when I focus on something, and then I get into a flow state.
Wow. I feel like my brain's more like I can get distracted. Like it's hard to focus on both things at once. You know, it's like
Tyrankus of the Deep says, "Imagine playing this game with your mind." Yeah, I
Playing
mean,
what
like,
game
that would help.
playing what game?
StarCraft, playing it
Oh.
telepathically with like a BCI or a Neuralink or some shit.
Oh heck yeah.
Rico92
Awesome.
says, "I like the challenge and responsibility of finding harmony with a euphoric being within the context of a human body." Yeah, that makes sense. The body without its organs is just a means to an end, not necessarily the end in itself. It's a means to infinite ends, actually. Maybe it's a learning curve, and we're wise and responsible enough. God let us morph into raccoons. Yeah, maybe. Terenku says, "I've been playing StarCraft since 2001. Damn, I was just a kid back then.
StarCraft from 2001. Wow.
I was just a itty bitty kid."
Yeah.
Yeah, veteran here. They announced recently that there would not be adding anything new to StarCraft II, and all updates will go to StarCraft III. That's good. They still have the Yamato cannon. That's good news. Any of you kids play Magic the Gathering? Fuck yeah. Have you
Magic the Gathering?
Magic the Gathering is like, it's some of the funnest shit. Like the deck building is some of the funnest shit I've ever done. I had this deck that I call the Infinite deck, and it's full of like infinity combos. Like for example, I'd have like 3 faceless butchers, and when I put one faceless butcher on the field, it allows me to like summon a faceless butcher from my deck, and then banish another faceless butcher. But once a faceless butcher gets banished and comes back, it can summon a new faceless butcher. So you have an infinity combo where I have infinity faceless butchers and can just like attack my fucking enemy's life points directly and just fuck them over in one turn.
Right.
I make infinity combos like that, and then I have
Oh, cool.
I needed like an artifact though to keep bringing the faceless butchers back from exile onto the field. But yeah, it's basically Magic the Gathering is basically Yu-Gi-Oh before Yu-Gi-Oh ripped it off, and it was better than Yu-Gi-Oh.
What's your favorite anime, anyways? Mine is Spirited Away. What do you think of that one?
Holy fuck! Well, that's a movie. If we're talking favorite animes, I'm
Well,
gonna pull up my list.
favorite anime movies, because Spirited Away is just, for me, it's top notch. Spirited Away and Hellgirl.
That is a good fucking question. I'm actually gonna pull up my anime list because asking me what my favorite anime is like, it's a really difficult question. Where's my fucking anime list? I always write them down whenever I see a good one. My favorite anime is shit. Favorite anime is fuck. Where'd I put it? Oh, you know what? Maybe it's over here.
Or Howl's Floating Castle. Have you heard of that one?
That's one of my favorites.
That's a great one. Howl's Floating Castle.
Definitely one of my. Oh, you know what? It's not over here.
And Elfen Lied. Elfen Lied. Have you ever heard of that one? It's a good
Yeah,
one.
it's only 12 episodes, but it's pretty good concept. It's kind of like, I like Code Geass, but I got the vibe that it was kind of like a harem anime. Where
Harem?
you just have like
What does harem mean?
Harem anime is like when you have a type of anime where there's like a male protagonist, and then there's like 5 different girls who treat his dick like it's some kind of crack pipe or some shit, and that's the whole anime. But Code Geass has action too, so it's not just the harem.
I see.
But yeah, I mean, you could consider James Bond movies harem animes, like very primitive forms of them. Because basically, one of the old, like, Sean Connery James Bond or the Roger Moore James Bond, those are just the same thing. It's like a harem of women treating, like, this average middle-aged guy's dong like it's some kind of crack pipe.
Really?
Yeah.
Jeez.
That's basically what James Bond is, like, anime for people who pretend they don't like anime.
Mm.
Except for the Pierce Brosnan James Bond.
What about Death Note? Do you like Death Note?
I like Death Note. That's a good one.
That's a good one.
The Pierce Brosnan James Bonds are closer to like Mission Impossible, I think. Where is it? Where's my fucking anime list? You know what? I'm gonna search. Princess Mononoke. I'd say that's one of my favorites.
Oh, that's a great one. I like the quote when she says, "Shut your filthy mouth, you pig." She says that. That's one.
Oh yeah.
She says, "Shut your mouth, you filthy pig," or something.
Yeah.
She's like mad at one of the people. I like. Yeah.
Okay, here's my anime list. My favorite anime of all time, according to this list, is Cowboy Bebop.
Cowboy Bebop.
Have you seen it? It's fucking good. It's really fucking good.
Cowboy Bebop. Never heard
It's
of
not
it.
just anime too. It's done in an art style that really makes it its own thing. Like it's not done in the generic anime, like cartoony, like giant eyes anime style. It's done in like a more gritty. It's done in like a more gritty style. Second favorite was Ergo Proxy. That's a philosophy anime. It's literally like all the characters and stuff are philosophy allegories. Like Plato, Descartes, you'll find a lot of that in there. Existentialism for sure. Psycho-Pass is my third favorite. Have you seen Psycho-Pass?
No.
It's Minority Report, but better, like 10 times better, because they have like devices that read people's minds and check their minds for criminality. So it's not predicting the future; it's actually scanning your psychological profile and calculating your likelihood of committing a crime and then arresting you based on
So
that.
it would like scan your brain and be like,
Yeah.
You're more likely to be a criminal. You're more likely to do this. You're more, and put
That's
you
Psycho-Pass.
in prison.
That's Psycho-Pass, and it's good.
That's wow.
Sidonia no Kishi, or Knights of Sidonia. So it's an anime where humanity goes to space and they engineer their skin to like take in solar energy and feed on that. And they also they fight like these space demons. I don't remember much of it, but I remember that it was good. Steins Gate. That's probably one of my favorites. It's number 5 on this list. It's about time travel, sending messages from the future to the past.
Do you think that's possible? Time travel?
Yeah, they use if tachyons, which are particles that travel back in time, are possible, then it's possible to send messages on those particles, just like we send messages on photons.
Wow. Because to me,
When you
that's
watch
just-
that movie, when you watch that Christopher Nolan movie, Tenet, it's kind of like an idea of how negative matter moving backwards in time would work. Really interesting movie. Seriously, watch it. So
Okay.
it's probably my favorite Christopher Nolan movie today. Yeah. What's it called again? Tenet. Yeah, watch that. It's good.
Tired.
Number 6 is Elfen Lied. We talked about that. Number 7 is Attack on Titan. Have you seen that? It's kind of gory.
No.
Number 8 is Full Metal Alchemist. Number 9 is Death Note. We talked about that. Number 10 is Samurai Champloo. Watch this one definitely because it's from the same people who made Cowboy Bebop. It's just more like fun and easygoing.
Okay.
It's like number 11, Hunter x Hunter. Number 12, Avatar: The Last Airbender. I don't know why this isn't
Oh,
number
I
1.
saw that one. That got bad reviews, bad ratings.
Wait, the anime?
Avatar: The Last Airbender. Oh no, I'm thinking of the movie version of it.
Don't the movie by M. Night Shyamalan?
Yeah,
No,
that's what I'm
not that.
thinking of.
Watch the anime. This is actually, I'm surprised this isn't number 1. I'm gonna put this on number 1 right now, because it's, even though it's not technically an anime, because it was made by Americans and Koreans, not Japanese. Hellsing Ultimate, number 13. Number 14, Berserk. That's a classic. Number 15, Sword Art Online. Number 16, Dragon Ball. Number 17, Dragon Ball Z. Number 18, One Piece. What the fuck is this? Get this shit out of here. I don't like One Piece anymore. I'm not a teenager.
One Piece.
Kakurenbo. Kakurenbo is good. It's like a 30-minute anime, but it's like horror. It's like a bunch of kids go to play in an abandoned city, and like monsters hunt them down one by one.
Oh,
You can watch it on YouTube. Like it's like 20 minutes, and it's good.
that's cool. What was one
Yeah.
of your favorite?
Here,
cart-
type this into your YouTube search and watch this before you go to sleep.
Okay. Did you
K-A-A-
ever have any favorite cartoons as a kid? Like, I'm just
Uh,
curious. Like, not anime,
Yeah,
but you know,
Avatar:
like
The
normal
Last
car-
Airbender. was
No,
my
but like
favorite.
not anime cartoons. What about like normal type cartoons? Like,
SpongeBob.
well, that's one, yeah. I guess you weren't a fan of Ren and Stimpy because that was before. Was that before your time?
I think so.
Was it
Oh, Powerpuff Girls. Powerpuff Girls.
Okay.
Samurai Jack. That's my shit.
Mineral
Whatever
Okay.
artist made those.
What about Rugrats? Was that before your time?
Sucks.
Dude, I grew up on Rugrats, dude. I liked Rugrats. I grew
I
up
like
on that. Is that a boomer thing?
If we're gonna talk about shows about kids doing doing random shit, Recess I think was better than Rugrats.
I guess that means I'm a boomer then, right? If I like Rugrats.
No, actually, maybe I just didn't watch because Canada has different cartoons than America does, and I grew up on Canada cartoons.
Hmm.
If I mentioned like Yvonne of the Yukon, you wouldn't know who Yvonne of the Yukon was because it's a Canadian cartoon. Or What's with Andy? That's another Canadian cartoon. Or 16. That's is it called 16? I think it's called 16. It's another Canadian cartoon.
Oh,
So I think we just grew up in different countries. That's why.
yeah, that's probably it. Man, it's so cool to. Do you ever watch things from your childhood for the nostalgic purpose of it?
Oh yeah, all the time.
It's beautiful, isn't it? Isn't that?
Yeah.
It's a beautiful feeling. Nostalgia. It's just like, ooh, I just love watching stuff from my childhood, like, you know, Disney stuff, Disney everything. Just feels good.
Ninja Turtles. Did you see the Ninja Turtles movie as a kid? I fucking love that shit. But now that I watch it as an
love
adult,
Ninja
I'm like,
Turtles.
why did I ever like this?
Yeah, as a kid, I loved Ninja Turtles. As a kid, a huge Ninja Turtles fan.
That's fair. I was too young to have seen the original Ninja Turtles, but the remake, teenage, the one that has like the very like pumped up fucking title intro thing,
Mineral field.
the new Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles cartoon, not the old one.
The new
I
one.
was old enough to see that.
The new one.
Yeah.
Oh,
West, like the 2000s.
the computer animated one, the CGI one.
So, in the 2000s. It was still
Okay.
regular animation, but it was like
Okay.
not the 80s cartoon where you have fucking Shredder in pink and you have fucking Bebop and Rocksteady. It's like a more modernized Ninja Turtles. I like that more.
Okay. Right. I always
Oh.
liked Splinter. I liked his wisdom, Master Splinter. He seemed like this very wise old character, you know, like Yoda. He's like comparable to Yoda.
I liked my favorite Ninja Turtle was Donatello because he was like he actually built the fucking technology that made the turtles work. Like it made them powerful. I feel like Donatello is like the most neglected fucking Ninja Turtle, but is probably like the most important Ninja Turtle. People don't like him, like kids didn't like him because he had a stick. I was like, what's wrong with the stick? It's a
Yeah,
stick. You can
what's
beat
wrong?
people with a stick just like you can beat people with a sword.
Yeah.
It's long. You can reach people with a stick.
Right.
I don't know. People just aren't practical or scientific. I've also got Akira on here. It's basically the Japanese version of the movie Chronicle.
Oh, I don't think I've
Chronicle?
seen it.
Yeah, Chronicle in America. It's like these kids with superpowers in Seattle. Yeah, it's basically based on Akira.
Okay.
Howl's Moving Castle. We talked about
Yeah,
that.
that's a good one.
Have you seen Sword of the Stranger?
No.
It's a less popular one, but it's good. Jinro of the Wolf Brigade. You know the Jet Squad's meme that the alt-right always uses?
Oh
That's
yes, yes,
based-
yes.
Yeah, it's the right-wing Death Squad's movie.
Okay.
It's about like a fascist government in Korea, and one of them like betrays his military to save a little girl or something. I forget the plot. I forget. All I know is that it's good.
Okay.
Porco Rosso. That's another Miyazaki film.
Porco Rosso. Never heard of it.
Castle in the Sky.
Never heard of it.
You haven't heard of Castle in the Sky? Okay, you know Howl's Moving Castle, right?
Yes.
Imagine Howl's Moving Castle, but better. That's
Really?
Castle in the Sky. It's by the same dude, so you can. Nausicaa and the Valley of the Wind.
Never heard
Imagine Princess Mononoke, but in the future rather
Okay.
than. In
How about
Japan.
Arity Fairy? Arity Fairy. Do you ever see that one?
I haven't seen that one.
Arity Fairy was a good one. Yeah.
Okay. I've got tons of anime here, but I think a lot of these you wouldn't recognize. Black Lagoon. Do you recognize Black Lagoon?
No.
It's about like terrorists, drug smugglers, like
No.
gunfights.
I wish I'd watched more anime. You know, I really wish I watched more anime. I just didn't.
You need a lot of free time to do that.
I never
I
like
haven't
focused
in a
my
long time.
time on it. You know, I just spent focusing my time on other things like researching and just different things like that to watch enough anime because I should have.
Yeah. We'll have
But
plenty of
it's
time to do that once
Not
we.
too late. I'll
We'll have
live
plenty of time.
forever.
Yeah, we'll have plenty of time to do that once we get like the basics in order.
Yeah. It's the good thing about living forever is you have unlimited time to do everything you ever want to do.
Yeah, it's the roundabout production of time, investing time to get more time. What was I doing? Oh yeah, I was gonna read comments. Here we are. Alex, are you related to Raw Matt? No. Raw Matt lives in Idaho. I live in California. I think it's because you have Raw Matt on so much that they think I'm related to Raw Matt.
Dude, I want to see you debate Raw Matt on evolution.
Oh, I would fucking destroy anybody in a debate on evolution. Anybody.
Okay, we need to have this debate because, dude, I'm even confused about this topic. I honestly, I promise you, I go back and forth on whether or not I even think evolution is true. Like, I have no idea.
I have so many
brain
arguments for evolution. Okay, I can
It's
argue
not smart
evolution.
enough. I cannot
Okay,
figure it out
so-
if evolution is true or not. I need you to just help me figure it out. I
Okay,
cannot
so I
figure
can
it out.
I can do like a Landian argument for evolution through metaphysics. I can do a biochemical argument through like abiogenesis. I can do a biological argument like Darwin did. I can do an ecological argument like Dawkins kind of does. I can do a psychological argument like Freud. I have so many different arguments for it, and they all point to the same thing. Actually, I can even do a computer science argument for it, where evolution is just an algorithm for combinatorial processes that produce more variety, more competition, and more possible combinations with other combinations.
Okay.
There's so many arguments you can make for evolution. You can make mathematical arguments, like Conway's Game of Life.
So they're just if evolution is true, right?
Yeah.
There just must be so much creationists just in denial of this fact.
Well, it's cope, because rather than change the way they argue for their religion, they'd rather just keep it the way it is. I think you should change the way you argue for religion. Arguments should evolve over time. They should take evolution into account, and then make new arguments.
Mm-hmm.
But they don't. They just want to say Satan made the dinosaurs and put the dinosaur bones there to fool you. I think that's dumb. But each to their own.
Right. It's yeah.
Tyrankuz says, "What are your favorite Magic the Gathering colors?" I play blue and black. Blue and black are like the ideal combination. In Magic the Gathering, in the Ravnica set, it's called Dimir. Dimir is the blue-black faction. So I like black because of the death spells. You can there's so many death spells in the black faction. If your enemy has a really dangerous creature, you can just fucking kill it with death spells. And then I like blue because of counter spells. You can just keep counterspelling fucking everything. Whenever your enemy has a plan and they need one card to make that plan work, counterspell. If they bring out their most fearsome fucking creature and just tap 10 lands to do it, counterspell. If they play a counterspell that counterspell. That's why I like blue. Fucking counterspell.
Have you ever tried to classify yourself in one of the 4 Harry Potter houses?
Ravenclaw, probably. I took a test and it said one of those shitty internet tests on Facebook, and it said Ravenclaw. That's all I know.
Do you identify with that personally? Do you feel like that's true?
I feel like it's the same archetype as the Ninja Turtles. If you think about the Ninja Turtles, it's that same 4-way personality. Have you heard of Google this? Pull up your Google images and type in the 4 humors.
The 4 humors?
Yeah.
Okay, let me
Google
just.
images.
Okay, then I have to cancel this. Okay, let's.
You're gonna see this fucking.
I'm
gonna become Jordan Peterson for a while, and I'm gonna talk about how this fucking archetype is fucking everywhere in media, from Harry Potter to Ninja Turtles to whatever.
Okay, cool. You're gonna be better than the real Jordan Peterson.
Hopefully, I'm not as articulate or verbally robust, but I can do.
I think you're smarter. I think you're smarter than the real Jordan Peterson. There,
I can say something. I can do the Jungian psychoanalysis like he does with the fancy archetypes. I think, don't get me wrong, I think Jordan Peterson is a really good psychologist. If I was having a shitty life, I would hire him to make my life better. But when Jordan Peterson talks about politics, he says a lot of shit that's not
do you think
very nuanced.
How would you rate your intelligence as compared with Jordan Peterson?
I don't know how intelligent Jordan Peterson is, because he's very obscurantist with his language. I don't know what he actually knows, because he tries to hide what he knows and doesn't know.
Okay.
Probably not as smart though. He has a PhD and I don't.
I feel like I'm as smart as him, like not in every way, but in some ways.
In some ways. I feel like, because a lot of my philosophies, my focus is more smarter. You see, maybe he has a brain that works better in certain ways, more articulate with his philosophies and, things like that, and he can access parts of his brain faster to form sentences better. But there are other types of intelligences, and there's the intelligence, for example, of focus. What is someone's focus? Are they focused on the right thing? Do they have their priorities right? Because think about someone like Jordan Peterson, right? He's super smart and everything, but is he even talking about eternal life? Is that his focus? He has a video on it. He has a video on Ernest Becker's Denial of Death, and he trashes it.
Really?
Yeah, because it conflicts with Christianity. Yeah, just type in Jordan Peterson versus Ernest Becker.
Jordan Peterson versus Ernest Becker.
Yeah.
So does Jordan Peterson actually he actually beats? Who wins the argument? Do you think?
Ernest Becker is dead, so he can't argue.
Oh
It's,
no! Jordan. Jordan Peterson
yeah,
is
it's
attacking.
Jordan Peterson discussing Ernest Becker.
Oh, okay. Okay, let me let's see if I can get it. I think this is it. Yeah.
His I've watched Jordan Peterson's lectures though. He teaches 2 classes on his YouTube channel.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same 2 classes over and over, and I've seen both of them.
Mm-hmm.
His takes on Freud are pretty good. Like, I've learned so much about Carl Jung. I didn't even know who Carl Jung was until I discovered Peterson.
Right.
I don't think he's that useful though. Not as useful as Freud.
Jordan Peterson, what? What am I putting in now?
4 humors. We were going to discuss the 4 humors.
4 humors. Okay. This?
4 temperaments. Yeah. You could go to like Google
The
Images
theory.
though, and show it. And
Google
the chart.
Images?
Yeah.
Okay.
Images. We're on videos right now. Yeah, there we go. Images. You don't have to put Jordan Peterson in there. Just put like diagram 4 humors.
Ooh. Oh, you're frozen. Let me open you again. I think you were frozen. Ah.
Shit.
What? No, okay. Yeah, now
Okay.
you're back.
All right.
Okay. Let me go back to this. Okay, there we go.
Yeah, just type in diagram 4 humors.
Okay. Diagram for humors.
Yeah, that's it. They spell it the Canadian way rather than the American way.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so this is how the ancient Greeks used to classify what was wrong with people. I'm not even fucking joking. So this was like not medieval medicine or Dark Age medicine. This was pre-Dark Age medicine. So they'd be like, oh, your personality is like you're very outgoing and extroverted. You must have a choleric personality. So we're gonna fucking treat your fucking gallbladder with some fucking needles or some shit and make you all better.
That's
Yeah,
so
very
primitive.
barbaric.
Yeah.
But what this led to was that it tried to get the Greeks to organize them into 4 personality types. And when the Greeks wrote their poems, these 4 personality types appear over and over and over. And eventually we, the Americans, adopted it from the ancient Greeks when we do our media. So for example, Michelangelo is the choleric. Donatello is Leonardo is the melancholic. Donatello is the phlegmic, and Raphael is the sanguine. So the sanguine refers to like the angry personality type who's like very serious and like broody. The choleric refers to like the fun, outgoing guy. That's Michelangelo. That's the Hufflepuff.
So my roommate would be the first one. Remember you said with the very what was the first one you said?
The first one is sanguine, as in like very serious, very like short temper, very condescending.
Yeah, that's my roommate. That's
very
my roommate.
very overconfident though, but still extroverted.
Yeah.
So
he's so overconfident. My roommate.
there's a great diagram. Keep scrolling down. Find the ones where it says introversion, extroversion, because it compares these.
Introversion, extroversion.
Yeah, scroll down. Do they have? Yeah, just keep scrolling. Maybe you'll find a good one. Keep going. Yeah, just type in introversion, extrovert. Actually, wait. Scroll up. That's probably a good diagram. Or actually just type in extroversion, introversion. It'll tell you like which. So anyway, yeah. So that's the sanguine.
Extroversion.
The sanguine
Introversion.
is the sanguine is the Gryffindor, the Raphael, whatever. And then you have the choleric, which is the fun, outgoing, not too serious, but also extroverted, like the sanguine. That's the Michelangelo. That's Hufflepuff.
Okay.
Then you have the introverted hearers. The introverted hearers are the phlegmatic and the melancholic. So the phlegmatic is like very erudite and like inwardly focused, abstract thinking. You could also type in 4 humors Briggs Myers, because Carl Jung, the psychologist that Jordan Peterson keeps referencing, he developed this idea of the four humors into the Briggs-Myers. You've heard of the Briggs-Myers, right?
Yes, and what do you think about that? Are you
This is where it comes from.
are
It
you an
comes from the
INT?
ancient Greeks.
What are you? Because I think I was maybe an INTJ,
INTP.
but
INTP.
INTP.
Just type in four humors,
Oh, I think
Briggs-Myers.
maybe that's what I was. Maybe was supposed to be an INTP. I think so. Yeah. Where do you want me to go?
Type in Briggs-Myers four humors.
Okay.
It'll show you the comparison of how Carl Jung took these like ancient Greek archetypes and turned them into a personality test that annoying white women post on Facebook. Here we go. Scroll down. That's it.
Right here.
Actually, no, wait. Keep scrolling. I want to
Yeah.
see them line up. There you go. The one with the four elements. So
This
the
one?
sanguine. Yeah. So the sanguine is the element of fire. It's whenever something was wrong with you, it's probably your blood that's wrong with you. They're extroverted. They're also emotionally stable, meaning they're not very jokey. They're serious. Meanwhile, the choleric, which is the element of wind, or sorry, I think is the element of fire. Yeah, they're outgoing. They're kind of not too serious. They're very emotional. So it's the Michelangelo, the Hufflepuff. Then you have the phlegmatic, which is like earth, or sorry, the which is like water. They're introverted, but they're also like calm. This is the Donatello. This is the Ravenclaw.
Mhm.
And then you have lastly the melancholic. The melancholic is also introverted, like the phlegmatic, but they have like mood swings. They're emotional. So like Leonardo, Leonardo and the Ninja Turtles. I gotta avenge Master Splinter. I gotta do this. I gotta do that. He's like an emotionally driven leader, but he's kind of introverted.
Yeah. It's so fascinating to think about how different people's brains are. Aren't you ever like curious about that? Like, because you only know what it's like to be in your brain. We don't know what it's like to be in other people's brains, and from their vantage point, how different it could be for some people, right?
That's true.
As far as the way they think, how they think, like everything, like we just do not know.
Yeah. I don't think it's set in stone though. I think it could always change. And if we have like mind reading technology, maybe one day we can know. Maybe one day they could like share their thoughts with us if we develop this kind of telepathic language with the brain.
Right.
But yeah, you wanna head out soon? Actually, hold on. How many
Sure.
viewers do we have? I think we have 7 viewers now. We're gaining viewers.
All right. 7.
That's good. We could try again next week or tomorrow, and we'd still have and watch the view count climb.
Yeah.
But yeah. One last question. Mark Post asks, Eternal Life fan, given recent years, have your views on your chances of achieving eternal life changed?
Well, no. I don't think they've changed that way. I don't know. I've always, it's just the chances. Like, what are the chances? I've always blurred that in my brain. Like, what are the chances? I just focus on what's possible. I try not to think about the chance, because who am I to say the chance, right? Why do I want to even want to think about, because why trust that? Why trust, if I think it's this, why trust your thoughts? Let's say you had thought it was 99% chance or 1% chance. Why trust your thoughts to determine what the chance is? You don't know what the chance is, right? No one knows what the chance is, so just focus on it's possible, and just because it's possible, that's enough, and let's fight for it. It's simple as that. It's the most important goal.
Good note to end on.
It's the most important goal, so focus on what's most important. Figure it out. It's like if you understand the focus of eternal life, you would know this. You get this. Once you understand and you focus on it, you understand eternal life is the most important goal. You obsess on it, and you never give up. You never give up.
Nice. Cool. I guess that wraps it up. May you all
Yes.
live forever. Death to the Reaper. Night night.
May you all live forever, y'all. Good night.